So, I was looking around for tier lists in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've noticed a bit of a problem with them. No one was covering Watts, my Sparky boys. But seriously, all these professional YouTubers are giving an incomplete picture of the game, so I've decided to fix this issue by tier listing and ranking every deck in the game. All 301 of them. At least the decks that can be identified. If your favorite YouTuber can't tell the difference between Malcheverus, Magispectors, and Metaphys, are they even worth subscribing to? Now, for some ground rules for the list. First, this list is for the TCG. Sorry, Master Duel and OCG players. I had to choose one, so I chose the one I have the most experience with. Second, each deck is being evaluated based on the lead strategy. As in a Jurak deck is not an Evolsaur deck, which is not a Dino Mush deck, despite each of these decks using similar engines. Lastly, let me give a bit of an overview of what my tiers mean. Tier 0 contains unfunctional garbage. These decks literally aren't decks. Set 4 represents casual decks. Decks here can't play through hand traps consistently, or have great trouble setting up threatening boards or breaking them. Moving up to Tier 6, we have bad rogue, and in Tier 7 we have good rogue. Rogue decks can play well against most decks, but struggle in some key aspects, or just don't have the oomph to dominate a format. Tier 8 and 9 represent the meta. These decks commonly top events and can see a lot of representation at them. They can often play through hand traps, make extremely hard to outboards, or play through boards very well. A deck in Tier 10 is a deck that's so strong, it forces every other deck out of relevancy. Examples of this would be the 2-week Pepe format or Spiral format. In our first tier, we're going to be starting off at the bottom at Tier 0. Without further ado, drumroll please, the worst deck in the game is Gate Guardian. Unlike every other old nostalgia set of cards, Konami hasn't given this big boy any legacy support. That means he's stuck needing 3 unsearchable, level 7 monsters on the field to tribute summon Gate Guardian. Good news is, generic Pendulum support makes this guy possible to summon. Also, this deck can play around hand traps. It's too fucking primitive. What the fuck do you win perm? Gate Guardian is already a normal monster. Back to the bad news. Unsearchable cards, impossible summoning conditions, and no goal make this deck the worst in the game. Now, it's time for my favorite power bottom, Koitsu. So for those of you who don't know, this deck is about taking a level 5 normal monster with 100 attack and equipping a level 10 Union monster to it to make it gain 3000 attack. Unfortunately, Union Carrier, this deck's only real method of doing that, has been banned and on our machines, so you can't use them with the ABC Union support. I want this deck to get support, but as of right now, activating any of their effects isn't doable. You know what? Guardiados, honestly, isn't the worst thing ever. He's a free special summon with a men effect. Wait, the rest of the deck? That's unplayable. It's a deck that requires specific equip cards to summon specific monsters. One of those equips is banned. The non-banned equips are awful. Slide attack gains or card position locking. This deck is a mess. You can't even summon Guardian Elma. No powerful equip card support can save it. This deck needs to be retrained from the ground up if it's ever going to work. At this point, you've probably noticed a trend with these bottom decks. None of them really care about hand traps, as none of them do enough to care. Next up, we have Dark Scorpions. A lot of these guys don't really do a whole lot, and more importantly, anything they can do requires battle damage to activate. Also, all of this deck's numbers are extremely low. Play against a meta deck and activate one of these effects. I dare you. The two biggest playmakers require specific unsearchable cards on field or in hand. One needs 5 specific monsters on field. I mean, how's a win con gotta be worse than people running about? Mustering of the Dark Scorpions can pop off if you have enough fodder in hand, but at that point, you're just playing a bad link spam deck. Dragon Rulers are banned, but they have one Windy Boy, so it's technically a card in some decks. LMAO. This next deck creates some significant problems for the tier list, because it can run Tri-Brigade. This is just because it's a Beast Warrior, and Wing Beast deck. This will bring up a recurring problem for the tier list. It's how we rank decks that are awful by themselves and don't do anything, but can sit on another engine without even needing to interact with that other engine. Well, my main rule for that is going to be determining if the specific cards can add something of a relevance to the engine. Like, Shaddolls can bring Shaddol Schism to Dogmatica, but Phantom Beast don't add anything to Tri-Brigade, even if they can technically run it. This is a very scuffed method for rating decks, but it needs to be this way, so some of these awful decks can end up where they belong without putting something like Phantom Beast in tier 5 solely because it can run Tri-Brigade. Let's go back to Phantom Beast. You're kneecapping yourself to such an unbelievable degree if at any point you're summoning a Phantom Beast card. At most, they can give each other 300 attack and burn for 500 damage. With the Tri-Brigade engine, we're duct taping a bottle rocket to a space shuttle and taking credit for entering space. There's only like 4 Phantom Beasts, so don't be too upset this deck is bad. Tier 1. Now, surprisingly, the decks in Tier 1 perform substantially better than those in Tier 0. It might not seem like it when put up against a meta deck, but you'll notice in bottom tier matchups. Or, let me put this in words that you anime fans might understand. Krillin and Yamcha can't beat Goku, but Krillin could delete Yamcha. First up, we have the Summoner archetype, which I unpleasantly learned was an archetype when researching this video. This deck has a good generic normal monster searcher, as well as a free summon. I don't know why anyone would consider running this over just Summoner's Art, but it does exist, so it gets put on the tier list. It's vulnerable to Ash Blossom, Veiler, or Imperm, I guess. It's kind of hard not to feel bad about a deck whose entire job just kind of gets replaced by Summoner's Art. Destiny Board is a stall variant for Mystic Mind players who wanted to change up what brand of glue they're eating. Destiny Board might be the most convoluted win con in the game, as you need 4 different spells in one trap that can only be placed by the effect of 2 specific traps, and either have to destroy themselves to place one, or only do it at the end phase. Not only that, the main Destiny Board states that if any of the letters leave the field, all of the letters self-destruct. This is worst Final Countdown. So many things have to go right for this deck to work out. You'll need similar stall to something like Final Countdown, but you also have to somehow find protection for your back row. This deck does have a field spell with built-in protection and stall, but the field spell needs to stick to the field, and the field spell doesn't protect the trap. This deck does play around Ash. Destiny Board says place from deck, not summon or add to hand. Ridiculous summoning condition? Check. No payoff anywhere? Check. Newer support that's extremely vulnerable to hand traps, despite being the deck's only crutch? Check. Hey, it's Neospatians. 15 years of hero support can't fix this shit. But the deck can if it doesn't brick or get interrupted, can make a decent board of practically vanilla beaters, because instead of using Neospace Connector as a starter to a more generic hero plays, you, like an idiot, decided that, nah, Air Neos is the best play. But more seriously, this deck does have some insane draw power, thanks to cards like Convert Contract and Space Gift. But do note how insane this deck's costs are for summoning, as it has the requirement of shuffling back the monsters into deck, and at the end of turn, all the deck's main fusion monsters shuffle themselves back into the extra deck. It's a neg 4 to summon this deck's best card, Cosmo Neos. Celtic Guardians are a cool little warrior draw engine. That's right, this is better than Neospatians. That draws cards for each Celtic Guard you have on field when a monster does battle damage. Decent attack value, free special summoning, and a simple draw put this deck way above the lower decks here. The big issue is that this is a 4-card archetype, 2 of which are basically normal monsters. One is a Flip Searcher, the last one is the only one that really anyone cares about. Although it should be noted, before we move on, that the main Celtic Guardian is a Noble Arms card, meaning he can be searched off Noble Knights cards like Laucelin or Augier. Not looking forward to that Noble Knights part where I have to pronounce weird early English names. This deck does have the potential for being a confusing tech in some situations, and the deck is vulnerable to Imperm. Earthbound Immortals are a collection of boss monsters that do not play nice with each other. This deck has the opposite problem of Neospace, all payoff and no setup. It's got some game-ending boss monsters that can wipe the opponent's board and then burn for massive damage, hand shuffling. Basically, this deck needs to piggyback off some other engine to set up. I recommend Monarchs, but this piggybacking often means that the deck spell and trap lineup end up too inconsistent to use. All of this forces the deck into a really low spot on the tier list. Also, the best effects like Raska are vulnerable to hand traps. Next, we move up ever so slightly to Arcana Force. This deck has the funny problem of either being forced to resolve coin flips to use its effects, or their effects are either irrelevant, extremely beneficial to the opponent, or game-winningly strong. This deck can choose how the coin flip goes, only if it sees its main field spell, Light Barrier. However, the best effects are on the hardest to summon bodies, cards that need 3 cards on the field to tribute to special summon themselves. These requirements can be cheesed out, but it still takes an insane amount of resources. You also have no guarantee seeing the field spell, as Terraforming isn't one. This deck is unplayable, but it can pop off some of the hardest when compared to some of the previous decks. It does have turn skipping. Nightmares are a strategy that has been destroyed by the ban list, and were barely a deck in the first place. When showing this tier list off to other people, the most flack I've gotten is whether or not Nightmares should be considered a deck. I put Ghost Tricks in tier 8 as a meme, and Nightmares were what got me in trouble with people. The joke placement wasn't as hot as this. So I'm just not gonna say much about them. They've just fully become good generic extra deck monsters. The deck isn't playable as their main card Mermaid got banned. The people have united and landed themselves firmly in the unplayable tier. This deck needs you to have 3 specific normal monsters out on the board to activate a trap card to just yeet your opponent's everything. Now, this is a surprisingly easy requirement to meet thanks to janky combos like Dark Dorito and Enchanted Fitting Room, where you could stack the top cards of your deck with our people, and then special summon all of them to the board for free. Or you can just play normal pendulums and try to cheese out the cards with normal support, like Unexpected Die or Painful Decision. Waiting till your turn to activate Huge Revolution is this deck's big Achilles heel. Not any of the other janky combo stuff, just Huge Revolution not being able to be used immediately after first turn setup. This deck is vulnerable to surprisingly every hand trap, even Nibiru, but here's a deck list. Play it in Master Duel. Comrade, it's up to you to spread the revolution. Send me videos of people getting destroyed by this deck, please. Mist Valleys are another abysmal deck held up by the fact that they're within Tri-Brigade's sphere of influence. They have to bounce themselves back to hand to trigger effects, and they really don't have the best options to special summon themselves. Without the Simorgh link, this deck can't even really get out their main boss monster anymore. Umbral Horribles are one of my favorite bad decks. They're a rank 4 engine that works by commit dying into your opponent's monsters. Not only that, they have a decent level 2 special summon monster, as well as some level 1 token spam. This deck is unfocused and lacking any support, but its ability to pull monsters out of the deck makes it do something. So I think it's better than all the decks below. Also, the main boss monster, number C104, is objectively the best target to summon off of Rank Up Magic the 7th one. Don't at me. Penguins are a bit of a scuff deck. Yes, they have one solid playstarter in Penguin Squire, but it requires you to set a card to start your hand. This deck basically needs to see one of its few easily hand-trappable support cards barely manage to make the deck's bricks work. Secondarily, this is a battle phase deck with a lot of this deck's cards triggering during the battle phase. I'd recommend playing this deck with Paleozoic for the best effect. XYZ Djinns are not ritual Djinns, and they are a dated XYZ OTK engine. Basically, if you can spam enough XYZ monster Djinns, you can OTK. This archetype is actually pretty solid for what it is, but it does have lower attack numbers than what's optimal, and it takes like 3 of them for a full OTK. But it is a strategy, and it can work, even if poorly. It does struggle a bit because 2 of the extra deck Djinns that are fairly important are level 4 and level 2. Yeah, I know, right? Thanks, random Zexal archetypes. The best variant is likely either to be a Phantom Knight deck or generic rank 3 spam deck. Thousand Eyes Restrict is one effect pretending to be an archetype. It's a good effect, don't get me wrong. It's just not an effective deck, and it's way better as a tech with either instant fusion or a level 1 monster on its own, or even paired up with another deck that just drags down how effective the strategy could be. Lots are an unfortunate dated deck that entirely depends on dealing battle damage and then going for bad control options that either only works after they attack or require 2 easily removable monsters. They have one good play that involves Watt Train. You have to use its effect to search, and then on your next turn you can spam the field. There's basically a turn between when this deck has to set up and when it can actually play decently. Even with all the new Thunder support, this deck hasn't received that much of a boost. Dust-Ons are so weird. At the most basic level, they get screwed by Link summoning, but that doesn't begin to analyze why this deck is bad. It's more so that there's 2 key cards that need to be seen and need to resolve in order to achieve a win con. House Dustin and Start Dustin. House Dustin is needed to set up Star Dustin. Once you set up Star Dustin, he makes a very basic and easy to remove special summon lock. It's so easy to out, it's just awful. But at least this deck has a win con. Tier 2 decks are in this weird spot of technically being decks that can make plays, but they're not competent in any sense of the word. These decks often lack serious play starters and any real extenders. They might have boss monsters and win cons, but they're either impossible to get to or incredibly mediocre once they're out. Also, just about every one of these decks crumbles to hand traps. Ally of Justice is an anti-light deck. If your opponent is playing literally any other attribute, this deck does nothing. This deck is a series of side deck cards masquerading as a deck. But I will say, if your opponent is playing light cards, this deck can do some funny things, like locking your opponent out of special summoning or ripping cards out of their hand. Good luck though if you don't have any starters or extenders. Ritual Djinns, not XYZ Djinns, are an interesting deck, because they are, of course, only half a deck. They're one of the 3 different generic ritual engines on this list, and unfortunately, they're the worst by far. What this engine does is it adds effects to your ritual monsters, such as targeting protection or trap protection. However, the most powerful Djinn released with rituals, whose special summon Floodgate, is banned. However, the other Djinn effects are still solid enough, and when paired like a deck like Necroz, or a really spicy Herald deck, they can work pretty well. Venoms are in a weird spot, and by all accounts shouldn't be as high as they are on this list, but thanks to other reptile support, such as Abyss and Reptilian, even committing to the awful Venom strategy, activating a single Snake Rain gives this deck so much free stuff to work with, it's surprisingly playable. Not good, but playable. Butterspy and Papillon are a very mixed deck. It's 2 connected insect XYZ decks that are so incredibly mediocre at swarming, and their boss monsters are very ineffective. 2 archetypes are meant to work together, but due to typing issues, some incredibly mixed quality of support, playability issues emerge. A very weird fact is that the Adventure Token engine has a card with Papillon in the name that doesn't remotely work with the previous Papillon support. It seems to more so be a coincidence than anything else. This brings us to the forgotten TCG old exclusive archetype of normal pendulums, which I only remember existed because they used to be the best way to play people running about, but as of right now, this deck functions as worse Ignites. They're able to do some of the same normal monster tactics like Heat Wave, as well as make cards like First of the Dragons, but this deck is kind of pointless. Ignites do its job better, and spamming normal monsters on the field for mediocre link plays is extremely underwhelming. This deck's only application is for wacky normal monster shenanigans, like people running about, or maybe a really hyped Cleafort build. build. Hazy Flames are a dated rank 6 deck that need a specific spell and trap card to play, or they have to go second. Unfortunately, all this deck's main monsters are level 6, and most of them don't have ways to special summon themselves on their own. At least the ones you want to special summon don't, but that what makes this deck good then. Sorry, I don't mean good, I mean above everything else. Well, if they can get all their pieces going, they do have some okay rank 6 spam abilities, as well as access to a proto tower monsters and Hazy Flame Bastilatris. I know the effect isn't good, but that's why it's in tier 2. Genix are a fun one. They're a collection of 42 cards with no synergy. The deck's goal, which at least the deck does have one, is to make a series of synchro monsters that have effects that on a modern card would be a little cliff notes on an effect. What makes this deck stand above the other decks is that it has some playstarters in RGNX Overseer and Unexpected Die into GNX Controller. Also, if you can put yourself into an already winning situation, RGNX Accelerator can create some ridiculous combos. Good luck even getting that monster and a GNX Searcher out at the same time without getting disrupted. Durax are objectively the worst variant of dinos. You get to use all the broken dino support to make generic beat sticks or big synchro monster that Black Rose Dragons itself, but it costs more resources to make. Don't read Drac Aleo and make the mistake of thinking this deck is good. Dracs are just another battle and opponent destruction centered archetype that is really only held up by generic Dino support. Give me a Malcheverous fusion monster card called Malcheverous Spork. Do it. But seriously, this is a very simple rank 2 engine that's outclassed by everything else. But it does have a lot of what you need in a rank spam engine, and with absolutely nothing else extra. It has one extender, one normal summon option, and one graveyard recursion card. This deck exists and is only really notable for being a fucking fork. Claudians are funny. They have a 3-card discard 3 combo from the opponent's hand. They have some extenders, and because of all the relevant cards in the deck being level 4 water monsters, making Bahamut Shark and therefore totally awesome is pretty easy. This deck has its own discount Mystic Shineball engine and Cloudian Turbulence, and that's about all the deck can do. It's not awful, but needs a lot of help, as most of the things I described either require running bricks or seeing a lot of specific cards. This point forward is where decks start getting a bit better. Assault mode is a very unfortunate gimmick that can sometimes end on multiple negate boards. Basically, this deck is all about jumping through a lot of hoops to make a Stardust Dragon and then tripping it off with a specific, albeit searchable trap to summon a Stardust that negates a card instead of negating a destruction. Oh yeah, that special Stardust monster has to be in your deck, and if you draw it, you can't use the trap. There are other Assault mode cards, but I don't see them ran a whole lot, and the multiple times I have played against this deck, the opponents never seem to make them. They're just not as good. Level Up is the collection of wacky individual monster lines, except for Armed Dragon who has enough support to form his own deck. They take an awful monster, then use effects to build them up into a less awful monster. This deck can make several negates thanks to Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman, but outside of that, most of the level monsters are underwhelming, and either take extra cards to get to, or multiple turns to get to them with their own effects. This deck necessitates running an unholy amount of bricks, but it can sometimes make fun plays if you get the hand for it. Next up, we have Yubel. The goal of Yubel is to get to Yubel, and then get her destroyed 2 times, each time upgrading into a slightly less awful boss monster that just burns an opponent when it attacks. It has no protection other than from battle. Now let's get more in depth into her summoning condition. We can trigger the destruction easily enough by putting the deck together with something like Unchained, Fire King, or Metal Foes, but within those, Unchained or Metal Foes variants are hard to get Yubel onto the field. This isn't a problem with the Fire King variant, as you can just destroy it from hand. Here's a list for that. But don't forget, you're gonna have to run the Yubel cards, which are just massive bricks. Oh yeah, Yubel dies to an Ash Blossom. Constellars are a mediocre rank spam deck. What makes these guys worse than any other generic rank spam deck is a split focus on levels and almost no way to recur resources. Outside of that, this deck isn't the worst thing ever if you avoid the Constellar extra deck almost completely outside of Constellar Ptolemy M7. Whenever unfortunate Constellar XYZ monster, you're playing this deck M7 on top of. My advice for this deck is just go play some Utopic list instead if you like rank 4s, or some rank 3 spam deck if you like your rank 3s. There's no benefit to running both like in Constellars. All it does is clog your deck, or you can either choose one level in Constellars and lose most of your play starters and extenders. Organics are a rock spam deck. It isn't totally awful, solely because they're mostly rank 3s, and they're able to work extremely well with Adamancipators as a suboptimal deck choice. They have a bad rank 3, and that's the entire archetype. Some of these decks don't do a lot. Elder entities are banned. But more seriously, they have their 2 main deck cards that facilitate the deck, just without the end goal that Azathoth was. This deck has always been better as just a generic list of extra deck monsters to pull from, but it does actually have support for a deck. It's just any end goal is banned, so you have to improvise some other end goal, and that's just going to be nowhere near as strong as Azathoth. This one is representing the Egyptian god decks. Not just a solo raw support, but the support that's made to work with all 3. Luckily, there's a lot of it, even if it's not very good. This deck has built-in protection thanks to cards like Mound of the Bound Creator and Divine Devolution. This deck has a unique better Stormforth of the Monarchs, but that brings us to the main issue with the deck. The actual effects of the Egyptian god cards, they're basically not effect monsters outside of Scyther who can be relevant against some decks. But this means all the support around the Egyptian gods is trying to buff up their own effects to compensate. This deck takes 3 to 4 cards in hand to do what other decks can do with 1, such as the Sacred Beast deck. And because all your good god effects don't come from the gods themselves, it's incredibly difficult to have any control over what your gods do consistently. Look at Thunder Force Attack and Blaze Cannon. Each are locked to specific god cards. Depending on the build, this deck can often just lose to one hand trap. This brings us to the almost unplayable deck of Karibo. Looking at the support with Flute of Summoning Karibo Multiply and 5-star Twilight, this deck doesn't seem that bad, right? But outside of all these cards getting hand trapped into oblivion, these cards require you to run a ridiculous amount of bricks coming from the Karibos. They clog your deck, your hands, your sinks, giving a very steep cost of the surprising explosivity Karibos can give. Tier 3. Tier 3 decks are playable in a casual format, albeit with massive disadvantage. They typically have enough extenders and playmakers to push them into games, but they can't handle hand traps at all, or are ridiculously crippled by them. These decks might have a solid goal that just hasn't aged too well, or is very difficult to achieve, but not impossible in the right situation. First up, we have Heraldic Beast, a super dated spam deck that have the unique gimmick of trying to use graveyard effects for extra special summoning and messing with their XOC monsters. If you haven't noticed, this is an early version of Phantom Knights. The only difference outside of Phantom Knights having more stuff is that Heraldics are level 4 based. Heraldics have some passable swarming ability and actual recursion. Not only that, the deck can play nice with Tri-Brigade due to both typing and the ability to dump some monsters in the grave for Tri-Brigade costs. It's definitely not a great deck overall, but it does have all of the makings of an actual deck. Next up, we have Fairy Tales. The deck is very cool, but it feels very unfinished. It's 4 monsters and a field spell. What saves this deck from being lower is how well this deck works with generic spellcaster support, as well as having decent effects on its monsters. Free searches, card value, as well as some situational bouncing and Book of Mooning. Fairytale Luna's bounce effect is pretty easy to have go off if you understand your opponent's deck. Most decks have one-ofs you can use this effect on. This deck also has some extra summoning, but it's missing enough to really be a solid deck. Hands are a kamikaze deck that used to only be known for having 2 monsters that on their destruction would pop a card your opponent controls, then special summon the other. Now this deck has a new support card called Thunderhand that lets you summon him from hand or grave and pop one. This deck used to be notorious back in an older format called Hat. The deck stands for Hands, Artifact, Trap Tricks. Unfortunately, time has not been kind to this deck, and any sort of protection or a single Ash Blossom can destroy this deck's everything. This is the Hunder archetype. It might just seem like generic Thunder support, but I can confirm that this is an actual deck that just never got all of its support from the anime. For what it is now though, it's pretty solid. You can ironically play 3 out of the 4 Hunder cards in any Thunder deck, and it's not going to be terrible. It's just not as optimal in Thunder Dragons, as they typically want their own support in hand or one-hand traps. Put this deck in Watts or Battery Man. Aqua Actress are a really janky water spam deck. They can easily spam monsters on board and work extremely well with frogs. Not as well as something like Paleo, but it's a neat engine nonetheless. All 3 Aquarium continuous spells let you revive an Aqua monster from discard when they're sent from field to graveyard, either meaning more frog recursion or Aqua Actress value. Outside of that, these cards provide everything from battle protection for Aqua monsters to an extra attack boost. Really, this deck's problem is that there's only 3 main deck monsters, and they're all different levels, making XYZ strategies that the deck wants to lean towards a bit hard to pull off. Next up, we have the Spirit archetype. This is a specific type of monster that bounces itself back to hand at the end of turn they were normal summoned. For all the problems that causes, the deck has some surprisingly good support and crazy powerhouses. Kono Hanasakia gives you free special swarming, Nikotama for extra normal summons and draws, Aratama for free searching, Yamato no Kami for even more swarming, and most importantly, the insanely powerful god, Amano Iwato, who turns off all activated effects except for spirit monster effects. I bet you're asking yourself the question, all these effects sound insanely good. Why does no one run spirits? Well, that's because all these effects are extremely interruptible, have hard to get payoffs, or just objectively worse than what other decks are doing. A collection of extremely variable types of attributes and levels make it awkward to pay off an extra deck, as there aren't any extra deck spirits. The best way to play this deck is with the Shinoberg archetype that will be discussed later. Trimids are a very weird field spell rock deck that revolves around popping its own field spell for value. What makes this deck struggle is how literally every effect on each Trimid card is mediocre. Oh boy, you gain 500 life points and pop the set card. I'm terrified. Really, what makes this deck okay is how easy OTKs are with Trimid Sphinx, and how well this deck combos with Rock Stun and Ties of the Brethren. I love this deck's theme, but it doesn't have enough good monsters to make it casual, really. Possessed is such a cool classic series of monsters with fantastic art that unfortunately has some of the worst support. The deck has to run a truly insane number of one-ofs, and it's dependent on its own easily ashable support to set up its hand to play around your opponent's deck. What makes this deck okay is its ability to pull cards directly out of the deck to use some honestly pretty solid effects. It's just very unfortunate that this deck has to play around like 4 different waves of support that instead of fixing the archetype, just layer on top of each other, adding more and more mediocre plays till you have a lasagna of mediocre. WinCon is usually just generic extra deck options, by the way. Value surprised me with how not awful its support is. It's a really mediocre OTK deck, and basically you special summon summon some Gaia main deck monsters to search for materials, and fusion summon Gaia with Spiral Fusion for an easy OTK. The deck even has decent recursion in some of its traps. It's just the deck is very vulnerable to hand traps, can't play through a spell negate. It's very simple and straightforward. Because you have to run so many high level monsters, it bricks very easily. It's a fun deck that's gonna keep getting a card of support once a year forever. Thanks, anime. BES is a solid deck that spams out big level 5+ machines. Well, that's if you can see the field spell. If you can't, the deck does basically nothing. This deck can work very well with basic machine support such as LMAO removal. Without the field spell, this deck loses access to a special summon and monster protection. With terraforming and set rotation both at 1, this deck is just too inconsistent to break up to the casual tier. Birds are spirit with an actual win con. Baron bounces 3 monsters on the field and specials 1 spirit from hand. I have a theory that this archetype was made exclusively for Duel Links, but I can't prove that. More importantly, this deck works with pre-preparation of rites. You can easily search out the ritual monsters with the previously discussed ritual sort. Overall, it's a bit better than just pure spirits. Build is more prone to bricking than regular spirits, so there's that. Summon Skull is an Archfiend variant for players who want to roleplay the anime, but thought Dark Magician just wasn't edgy enough for them. This deck reminds me a lot of Blue Eyes, where it's trying to combine Synchro, Ritual, Fusion, and XYZ summoning into one deck revolving around normal monsters. The downside is, this deck doesn't even have 1/3 of the support Blue Eyes does. I did the math, trust. The only thing holding this deck together is abusing generic Archfiend support to cheese out Summon Skull and the extra deck, and then sitting on a big, protected Ritual monster. It is worth noting that everything in this deck does float, albeit into a Summon Skull. Kitty Critters are another field spell dependent deck. However, unlike BES, this deck has a built-in searcher with secondary effects that greatly improve the deck's consistency. This is a Gemini deck, which means you need the field spell Catalyst Field to gain an extra normal summons, which are needed to use the deck's effects at all. Honestly, this deck's actual effects aren't awful, but they're pretty meh for what you need to get them. This deck's boss monster is just to revive one from drop and maybe a rip one from the opponent's hand. It doesn't really make any negates, but I guess the deck can swarm decently. Worms are a funny stun deck. They're notable for 3 interactions: Future Fusion, Abyss, and W Nebula Meteorite being a really good +1 interruption. Since they have a fusion monster with limitless materials, you can dump the entire deck to the graveyard with Future Fusion for value. Since this is a reptile deck, you can combine this archetype with Abyss for no real downside. Third, they have a card that flips one of their monsters, draws one, then special summons a level 7 or higher worm monster from the deck. Here's a fun stun list I made. When doing research for this list, I came across one deck in particular that gave me a bit of a mental breakdown. That list was Metaphys. It made me so confused when I realized how popular this deck is as a bad rogue option compared to what the deck actually does. This deck attempts to banish its main deck monsters and then wait a full turn for a search, a special summon from hand, and a pop. I think people are confusing this deck with being good, with Dimensional Shifter, Macrocosmos, and Dimensional Barrier being good. This deck makes beat stick slowly, but that's really about it. This deck is unbelievably slow. If you don't see a third-party banishing Floodgate, 99% of your opponents are just gonna run through you. Fortune Fairies are a sacrifice on the pillar of gimmicky game design. When they are drawn, they special summon themselves and then activate an effect. The effects range from a useless half a combo to a decent special summoning option. This isn't the worst deck ever, but you do have to commit large portions of your deck, and they're running draw options and engines to attempt to activate the Fortune Fairies, still running a lot of Fortune Fairies to trigger their effects. This means the deck has little room for hand traps, and even has to be careful about running techs. As a luck deck, you can also just always brick, so keep that in mind. Luckily, this deck does work well at generic spellcasters, and it works very well with the Danger archetype. Volcanics are a weird, burn, stall value deck. This deck is all about sending Volcanics to the grave to set up for extra effects. They have very solid card cycling and some random burn effects, but they're dependent on other decks or generic support for boss monsters or logic goals. I guess you could say it's a shell of a deck. Play this deck with Shaddoll's or as a generic stun variant. Volcanic Scattershot is a board wipe that can be activated on either turn. That's really what's putting it this high. Vehicleroids are the worst roid variant. It's just generic machine support turbo into some funny OTK options. This deck works due to how much roid support exists in the game. It's got great OTK power thanks to Power Bond, and has a surprising amount of consistency with its support. What makes this deck not higher in the tier list is how this deck's boss monsters aren't great contributors to the OTK. They do give extra attack, but they don't have as much protection as you really want for this type of strategy. Malefics are a super simple beatdown deck. Play a field spell and special summon big boys. Really, the only problem with this deck is that it needs to have its continuous spell, Malefic Territory, to really go off. Luckily, this deck does have some search options available to it, even if they are kind of janky. I will say this deck will literally blow itself up if the field spell gets destroyed, meaning it can be impossible to go second once that side deck hits. Iron Core of the Quakimeru is another dated stun deck. This deck has some very strong negates, solid searching, and for the longest time made up the bulk of rock stun. Really what limits this deck is how hard special summons are for it and how costly its negates are. Most negates involve monsters tributing themselves as cost. Quakimeru struggle from a common stun problem of not having an easy win con, despite having honestly some pretty good stun options. Counter Fairies are a dated go first strategy. This deck works by setting 3 to 4 counter traps, and then playing fairies that either plus off traps activations or stop the cost of traps. The deck's newer support give a bit of special summoning and have some quicker game pressure. If this deck still struggles from some problems, it can't go second, it's vulnerable to black row removal, albeit less so than other black row decks, and depending on what fairies you have in hand, you can either lose massive amounts of life activating your traps, or you burn through your resources incredibly quickly. War Rocks are a failed experiment into battle phase focused design. The previous 20 times it was tried hasn't gone well, but this time, oh boy, the meta isn't ready for an on attack, search 1, gain 200 attack. But seriously, this deck, despite having some not awful effects on attack, suffers from the same flaws inherent in a battle phase focused deck. Your effects can't be used going first, you have to play through an opponent's board, a lot of decks have battle protection for no reason. The deck's strategy is hand trap your opponent enough and hope you still have enough cards in hand to play through any disruption and OTK. This deck isn't lower because of how genuinely floaty the deck is. Most of its monsters, summoning another from the deck when the opponent removes it from board. Vylons are a bad synchro equip deck that is able to take advantage of a loop to sometimes go infinite and win games. The loop is done through Vylon Epsilon, who summons a tuner whenever a Vylon card is destroyed, and using Rod of Silence KS to pop your equip spell, which will recur into each other. There are many downsides to this deck, such as having to run a large number of mediocre and unplayable Vylon monsters to finish out the combo. Bigger than that, though, is the deck's lack of extenders and starters. It does have some, but doesn't have a lot, making it one of the most fragile decks in the game. Psychic Synchros is actually a deck that's gotten some great support recently in Psychic Wielder and Psychic Tracker. It's just unfortunate that these cards are infinitely better as a generic rank 3 spam engine than anything Psychics have ever done. This deck has some excellent spamming, but then why is it never talked about? That's because this deck does not have a single decent boss monster to go into. 90% of Psychic Extract monsters read like, gain an arbitrary number of life. Get an arbitrary number of life points that is never enough to matter. During the battle phase, sniff your opponent's cards and give battle protection to all Psychic monsters you have. It's just awful to play this deck, and unfortunately, the levels of all synchros this deck makes can make it awkward to tech into other Psychic decks. Although, here's a list I found that plays Psychics with the Assault Mode engine that I thought was pretty fun. Valkyries are a deck that does a little bit of everything, but does none of those things well. The deck's field spell yeets your board back into the deck at the end of turn the card is activated. Unfortunately, you do have to play 3 as it's one of your best cards and can special 3 Valkyrie monsters from hand. This deck has a multiple monstery board, but your opponents revive just as many as you. Because of the field spell being this deck's main line of play, the deck can't go first all that well. The deck's main gimmick is an extra battle phase, however, it can only be activated if all you control is Valkyrie monsters. But unfortunately, all the Valkyrie monsters have pitifully low attack, so they need the extra battle phase to OTK at all. Even this deck's removal messes up the OTK strategy. Look at Valkyrie's Embrace. Twilight Sworn are, objectively, the worst way to play Lightsworn. It has its own goal of banishing cards from grave, which runs in opposition to Lightsworn's goal of filling graves. That's actually not the problem with the deck, though. The problem is how bad every Twilight Sworn card is. Basic attack manipulation and mediocre removal effects, being this deck's only normal summons, stop the deck dead in its tracks. The deck's main cards don't even mill on their own, meaning they have to be extenders for a deck like Lightsworn's that can already struggle to get started special summoning on its own. Punishment Dragon, the deck's end goal, just shuffles back the opponent's grave and banish piles, which 90% of the time won't matter. Unfortunately though, due to how hard it can be to set up the cost to special summon, you usually can't play both Punishment Dragon and the better Judgment Dragon in the same deck. I remember when this deck came out, I was super excited for them to finish Twilight Sworning the rest of the Lightsworn monsters. Now I just have disappointment. Tunes are one of the most consistent decks on the entire tier list. This is thanks in part to the deck's 3 spell card searchers. This deck can also steal support for Red Eyes, Black Dragon, Dark Magician, and Cyber Dragon, thanks to having those archetypes names. Typically this is going to be used to play Blackstone of Legend to summon Toon Red Eyes Dragon, or to make Chimera Megafleet Dragon going second. Outside of that, the deck relies on mediocre swarming of Toon monsters and stolen Blackluster Soldier effects for pressure. The problem is, Toon monsters can attack the turn they're summoned, making the deck struggle in a lot of situations the deck should be perfectly fine playing into. The deck has to also always have its field spell up, or a Toon World, or it can't play the game. At least in this deck it's easily searchable, and it does have some self-protection. Magispectors are a victim of Pendulum's crimes. They're all about spamming themselves to board, making some cool searches, and then tributing themselves for some disruption. Kieran got banned and this deck struggled even more with the Pendulum mechanics, inherent high startup cost, and now the deck has less recursion than Master Rule 5. This deck can make pretty solid negates and is very consistent. It's just pretty meh, and usually has to be run with another Pendulum archetype to really play well. Spellbook are in a weird spot right now, especially in terms of the tier list. They have technically topped events semi-recently, however, what's topped is usually the Magician of Prophecy engine and 1-2 Spellbook of Fate. I don't know whether or not to call that a Spellbook deck. I'm leaning against it, but if I had to place that on the tier list, I'd say low 6, high 5. For more Spellbooky build, the deck's honestly not as good. You do have to mix this deck with something due to how bad the main deck monsters are outside of Blue Boy. Spellbooks are basically a bad Sky Striker engine for Spellcaster decks. Gravekeepers ask the question, can a deck be good if the entire thing is shit, except for one card that's honestly pretty okay? The good news is, the entire deck revolves around that one card, and can get to it pretty easily. Just don't expect to have a fun time if your opponent's deck isn't affected by Necro Valley. Ally. This deck has an unsearchable continuous spell that stops special summoning except for Gravekeeper monsters. This deck has counter trap Omni negates, however, all at the cost of having to have out one Necro Valley field spell and literally no good main deck monsters. Yeah, all the main deck monsters are flip monsters. Have fun with that one. A Blackluster Soldier deck is what a Gaia the Fierce Knight deck wants to be. It's got a lot of the same support. What really makes this deck stand head and shoulders above Gaia is its insane removal, solid boss monsters, and easy special summoning. Don't forget how well this archetype can work with Chaos support, even if the deck leans more towards the Ritual support for the deck. Once this deck gets its next wave of OCG support and TCG, it might move up to tier 4 and maybe even tier 5. Super Heavy Samurai, send shivers down your spine. Synchro Ring is the goal. Go X5-2 Knight. Hey, this deck has so much potential that is stopped entirely by the fact that most of its monsters have restrictions that say you can have no spell or traps in your graveyard. Honestly, you don't have a lot of bad cards. It's just unlike every other deck, you're locked out of most main deck generic support, so you have to play bad samurai options. This deck locks you into its own extra deck as well, leaving you with only spell and trap removal and really funny OTK options. Honestly though, this is a very solid deck, just trapped in its own pocket dimension. Super Quantals are pre-hand trap deck and it shows. This deck is all about going through a ridiculous combo to make a huge tower monster. Outside of Kaiju's existing, basic hand traps like Imperm and Ash Blossom delete this deck. This deck can use a lot of generic cards like Emergency Teleport, 1-for-1, and Reasoning for extenders. Honestly, this deck isn't terrible, it just suffers from some severe consistency issues. And now that we're getting into higher tiers, more relevant information is needed about a deck's relevancy. Information like how many hand traps a deck can run, how many hand traps can the deck play through, can the deck work with engines like Adventure or something similar? These questions are going to be answered on most decks, although, spoiler, to answer the most of those is going to be similar as we're in the casual tier. Let's start off with a few decks that I missed that fall into lower tiers. Iron Chain feels more like a collection of miscellaneous cards as opposed to a single archetype. This deck has two main focuses, either weak milling effects that get at most 3 cards or so, or mediocre burn effects. This deck is above Koitsu solely because it has Iron Chain Repairman, who has a graveyard revival effect. Gradius is a special summon from hand if you control a specific normal monster, as well as having an equip that does piercing, and it has a 300 attack gain. Honestly, not the worst thing ever. It's just so minimal it's not worth talking about. It sits next to Iron Chain. Monks are a battle phase destruction deck that use an equip and a spell to destroy monsters. It's very simple and that's really all it does. It has actual removal, so it's above the other ones, but still tier 0. Reactors are 5 monsters that burn your opponent when they play cards, but only once per turn. This deck does have a cool boss monster you can summon if you get the 3 smaller ones out, but its main effect is just a on-summon monster destruction. With no way of getting this deck's monsters out and an awful strategy for the most part, this deck is stuck in tier 0 as well. I bet you can see why I missed these decks on my first time through. Amazon are a really janky OTK deck, so in all honesty, I should have put this deck in tier 3, so I'm gonna retroactively do that. They have enough monster spam and searching to be considered a casual deck, but they lack an easy, effective end goal to get higher. Typically, the game plan is to search out monsters quickly and special summon a bunch of them for free to either OTK with Amazon skills, make Naturia Beast, or do Link shenanigans to try to make Appaloosa. The fusion aspect of this deck is hard to get to, but the field spell provides great recursion. This deck feels pretty solid and casual, but so many older cards drag this deck's potential down. It would be a cool summon spam deck with battle phase abilities, but it hasn't quite got what it needs to. Once this deck gets its new support that got announced, you can probably move this deck up to casual. For Ignites, I've got some good news and I've got some very bad news. Good news is, Heat Waves still exist, and Skill Drain is now at 3. Bad news is, Master Rule 4 and 5 stop this deck from being better casually. This deck has good stun options, but you do have to go first. Also, I've seen a lot of decks for Ignites teching in a small Infernoble engine for some actual effects. Those builds lose Heat Wave, so I think they're actually worse. This deck is destroyed by Ash Blossom, although other hand traps don't do all that much against this deck. This deck was initially put at tier 4 when I did an overview of everything, mostly because I remember getting absolutely destroyed at a regionals by a man cold waving me back in 2015 or 2016. Can't remember when exactly. But this deck is just dysfunctional enough to deserve being knocked out of casual. Now on to the actual tier 4 decks. These decks have defined win cons and can often play through at least one negate going second. These decks are gate kept out of higher tiers as they might have issues with hand traps, consistency, or they could just be really slow. This tier has been the hardest to rank from best to worst, but I believe it to be relatively accurate. Quite a few of these decks had nothing covering them in a serious light in the past few years, so I hope my suffering at trying to build the best variant of battling boxers is worth it to y'all. Naturia as a deck are held up by 2 things, Naturia Bamboo Shoot and Naturia Beast. The goal of Naturia is to figure out some method of getting them onto the board, then hitting your opponent with what are some of the genuinely best floodgates in the game on monsters. Typically, this deck is going to be paired up with an outside engine like a plant strategy, or as a unique stun deck utilizing these cards. Think Rock Stun, but with Naturia. This deck needs support, and the only thing holding it together are how many stun traps and hand traps you can fit into a Naturia deck. This is my saddest placement of a deck. I had thought the OCG support came out, and I was hyped to put it in a high higher tier 4, but unfortunately, all we have right now is the classic Symphonic extra normal summon engine and the weird Symphonic field spell that builds up to a board wipe. The deck's not great as a deck right now, but it does pair really well at desk spots, so there's that. I'm mad I don't get to cover this deck with its new support. It's such a cool engine. But as it is right now, the deck is a great extra normal summon and doesn't really have an end goal, but you can make some pretty good extra deck shenanigans. Melodious are a deck. There are a lot of them. They're good at spamming themselves out to the field, but that's about it. This deck doesn't have great boss monsters, but the deck can just put out a lot of them. Typically, I see this strategy played as an OTK deck, mostly because this deck can't produce disruptions on its own. The deck's best cards lock you into Melodious cards. The deck cannot be played with the Adventure Engine, but it can run a lot of hand traps. Here's a list I made for Melodious. Melodious don't like being paired with any outside deck despite needing it. This is about the best you can do. The deck is honestly not bad at OTKing once you understand its combo, but you're not getting really far. I'm retroactively moving up Super Quantles because, to be honest, I didn't read Melodious, and I feel really bad. Tindangles are a very cool flip archetype that has a lot of solid options for how the deck can be built. However, the problem with this deck becomes immediately apparent. Unlike a deck like Subterra or Ghost Trick, Tindangles don't have a great way of flipping themselves up and often have to rely on another archetype of generic support going first. Either that, or they just go for a set 2 monsters and pass type deal. What puts this deck outside of weak meta is really how well the deck recurs itself combined with powerful OTK options. Every Tindangle spell and trap pulls out more value in Grave, and every single Tindangle flip gets a massive value. Just know that this deck is reliant on how your opponent plays. Here are some neat text. Deus Ex Crawler gives the deck a boss monster and a strong negate end goal. Subterra Succession is fantastic in the deck. It has crazy synergy with Shadow, and Terrifying Toddler of Torment is good generic support for the discarding the deck likes to do. Heretic are a rank 8 deck revolving around tributing its monsters and specialing out a level 8 normal monster for free. This deck is incredibly dated. While the Heretic Links gives the deck a powerful disruption, it's not enough to bring the deck into modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Fully. This deck does have some solid removal options and can play very well with generic dragon support. Also, you can play this deck with an Adventure Engine. Surprisingly, since all the big monsters can special summon themselves out, this deck doesn't brick as much as you would expect. Lastly, this deck doesn't do great in hand traps. Gadgets are a dated core for a machine deck. Although, thanks to Silver Gadget, Gold Gadget, and Platinum Gadget, this deck has new life as a rank 4 machine engine. Red, Green, and Yellow Gadget have a simple effect of searching another gadget when they're summoned, and basically gadgets give you an incredibly long line of hand fodder for other engines. Surprisingly, this deck has angled well into working with train support and with extra normal summon engines like Symphonics. Here's a list I found showing off gadgets. Really keeps gadgets down here is how slow and costly their effects are to use. Using a normal summon counts a lot for most decks now. Jinzo is a weird one. If your opponent is playing a continuous trap deck like True Draco or Eldritch or anything trap related like Trap Tricks, your opponent is gonna have a bad time. This deck counters the trap mechanic entirely, but similar to a deck like Ally of Justice, it struggles to do anything outside of its niche. The deck has very good searches depending on what your opponent does, and has very solid field swarming as well. Luckily with infinite impermanence in the game, you can always depend on our opponent having a trap in deck. Here's a list I found for crazy people. My deck sense tells me that if this was refined, you might have a solid casual deck here. World Legacy is a really janky link spam deck. Typically, most people don't realize that this is a full deck, and not just 2 to 3 cards you can run in Orcrust or Mech Knights. This deck lacks its own starters, but makes up for it by a pure build, synergizing with cards like Orchestrated Return and Trade-In to loop through your big monsters. Once this deck does get going, it has explosive combo potential from both the Ib Link monster and from stealing support from Orcrust. Honestly, this deck is a pretty fun strategy, but building with it more as a secondary engine and focusing on either Orcust, Mech Knights, or Crusadia is needed to hit a higher tier. It can maybe work with the Adventure Engine. Builds I've seen can fit around 6 hand traps, but the consistency of those builds is inconclusive. Time Lords is a boring to play stun variant, similar to Tindangle. This deck is dependent on waiting till your opponent's battle phase to activate their effects, but unlike Tindangle, these cards have some destruction protection and have synergy with better cards. Typically, this strategy is divided into 1 or 2 categories. A burn-centric list, abusing how this deck has effects that can half life points and burn, and the other style of list uses the other Time Lord effects that can disrupt your opponent. Both styles often abuse cards like Mystic Mine, Kaijus, and other stun effects to make the deck work. The deck also has access to the rank 10 extra deck, giving a backup plan or just extra burn damage. The deck can run quite a few hand traps, but as a stun variant, you have other priorities. Honestly, not an awful game plan if your opponent can't out Mystic Mine or doesn't have non-destruction removal. Sylvans have not aged well. This deck has always been a normal summon dependent deck, and basically every hand trap stops what this deck can do. If the deck is able to go off or gets lucky enough to play through 1 disruption, the deck can make a very solid 1 to 3 negate board. Outside of the starter and extender problem, this deck has a unique issue of not being able to run a large amount of non-plant monsters. because Sylvan's required to be able to see plant monsters off the top deck to trigger skills. You can't run almost any hand traps because of this. Also, Gloat Ball being banned has kneecapped some of this deck's best plays. Here's a list I've made using the OCG only Sylvan Link monster. I haven't taken into account the OCG Link monster for this tier list, but even if I did, the deck's not coming out of casual tier. Battle and Boxers are a rank 4 spam deck that's a few monsters short of being a good engine. This deck is notable for having counter trap cards that stop your opponent from doing anything during the battle phase. But what really makes this deck stand out is how easy it is to summon the deck's main monsters. Battle and Boxer Spar and Battle and Boxer Shadow are just free level 4 special summons. This deck works very well with any one of the Utopia decks or with Infernoble support. Battling Boxers don't have a lot of restrictions, so the deck can go crazy. The deck can run the Adventure Engine, but it can be cloggy with the deck's main strategy. Here's my list that I spent more time on than I'd like to admit. We're doing the Utopic combos, but with Battling Boxers to enable them, and using Battling Boxing XYZ monsters to OTK with. This list is a go second list, and I'll admit it's not perfect, but this deck shouldn't be counted out. You could fit a few more hand traps into this list, but you'd lose some of the Battling Boxer consistency. Fortune Ladies are a surprisingly good synchro spam deck. Now I know what you're thinking. Didn't we already cover Fortune Ladies last video? Well no, that was Fortune Fairies, which have a very different mechanic of summoning themselves when they are drawn. Fortune Ladies are a level manipulation summon spam deck. The deck has solid draw power thanks to Fortune Lady Water, and decent spam ability thanks to Fortune Lady Light and Fortune Lady Calling. This deck is based around using a generic lineup of synchro monsters, so like Baron LaFleur, Don Draxter, and Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, and using them to make common plays. This deck works very well with the Adventure Engine, but a lot of builds struggle to play through hand traps, or struggle to main deck 6 hand traps. Here's a list that, despite being an absolute meme, shows off the deck's strengths very well. Someone better refine this list, because it's a brilliant concept and I don't want to. Gimmick Puppets are a rank 8 spam deck. The deck has some solid normal summon options, and fantastic extenders. The problem is the lack of a solid end goal. Typically this deck can make one generic rank 8 monster, and one Gimmick Puppet rank 8 monster. That is unless you see a machine dupe. Then the deck gets crazy. This deck can flat out ignore some hand traps later in its combo, thanks to Gimmick Puppet Terra Baby, and can make a clean 1 to 2 negate board if it's lucky. Downsides to this deck is poor consistency, and some of your best cards locking you into Gimmick Puppet monsters. Also, if this deck is hand trapped early, it can struggle a lot. Artifacts could have been so much higher on this list, but as a strategy where we're running the full package, the deck's main issues become very clear. The deck doesn't do a whole lot going first outside of setting 5, even if its main effects can be extremely powerful. The deck going first has to either rely on Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, or the Adventure Engine for an extra kick. Outside of that, Artifact Scythe does not have the same relevance against every deck you face. The deck also has to deal with its inability to go second easily as well. I'd describe the deck as insanely strong, but insanely slow, and matchup dependent. Ash Blossom has hurt this deck's best card of Artifact Sanctum. Times have not been super kind to what was once 1/3 of the best deck in the game. Element Saber are a gimmicky control deck that's all about stalling with some monster disruptions, and then blowing out your opponent with the Elemental Lord series of monsters and OTKing. Wait, scratch that. The field spell says to skip all next battle phase if we use the best effect. So close to having a cool one-set archetype. But this deck does have some powerful blowouts, such as a Regeki, Harpy's Feather Duster, and some discarding from our opponent's hand, as long as you skip your battle phase, preventing you from closing out a game that should have been won. Also, the deck's 2 best main deck monsters have a quick effect Book of Moon and a spell and trap negate, so this deck isn't unplayable, it's just forced into being incredibly slow by a pointless restriction on a field spell. Samorg are a Winged Beast tribute deck that has some fantastic searchers and are able to summon out monsters through the board incredibly quickly. Unfortunately for the deck, their best card of Samorg Bird of Sovereignty is banned. Thanks, Tri-Brigade. Speaking of which, Tri-Brigade still works as a fantastic engine for the deck. Even if you can't make a free barrier statue anymore, Tri-Brigade still give access to the full combo. The deck can also take in Harpy's Featherstorm for an easy go first play. The downside to this is that all the Samorg engine does outside of putting monsters on the field is make a spell and trap negate, or you can trade that spell and trap negate for a rank 8 play. But it's not great. Being able to spam summon monsters and work with Tri-Brigade does easily put it into the casual tier though. Archfiend are a weird monster spam deck. What makes them relevant is their ability to use generic Fiend support as their main driving support. This can mean stealing a BA engine or Tour Guide, or even Edge Imps. The deck can put out monsters to the field in OTK easily enough, but the deck is dependent on generic extra deck monsters like Chaos, Ruler, or Beals. List I've seen aren't able to properly run a lot of hand traps, but they can play through 1 or 2 with the right hand. Did you know Golden Castle was a deck outside of it being a tech for Grand Maju? It's not meta, but it does have some cool stuff going for it. Basically, the deck is all about 1-card monster lines, how they make cool link plays or XYZ plays. The deck has easy access to removal thanks to Hexatrude, and has easy access to its field spell thanks to Gilf to Phantom Bird. This deck can easily fit in a lot of hand traps, and it works pretty well with the Adventure Engine. If the deck had its own extra deck or negates, it would be a lot higher than it is. As of right now, it's like opening a bag of Lay's chips. It's mostly empty. Magic Key are a really cool concept, just missing out on a few key support cards really push them towards an end goal. They have a monster negate on a Ritual monster, access to Evolve Sorandolkia and Lagia, and a counter trap, spell a trap negate that also changes your opponent's monster's attributes. This deck deck is pretty good, it just doesn't play the best around hand traps, and it lacks finishers and recursion. Several key effects depend on what attribute or monster your opponent summons, and that can be awkward to play around. The deck can regularly play through about one hand trap, but the quality of plays drop if the normal summon gets negated. If this deck got a few more cards or normal summon monsters got new support, this deck might see some relevancy in the future. Also, this deck can't work with the Adventure Engine, and it doesn't have a lot of room for hand traps, as it needs to run some normal monsters and a ton of consistency cards for the ritual aspect. Mechlord is a different strategy than the much better Earth Machine strategy. This strategy is all about Mechlord Nucleus Infinity, Core Nucleus, as a one-card setup for this deck's free spell negate. That, as well as Mechlord Army Deployer Obligado, being able to pull out 2 free non-negated Mechlord Army monsters from deck. Although every Mechlord Army monster is awful, this can still be very powerful. This deck plays very well with Gizmex and the Theron strategy for an easy 2-negate board. This deck can somehow run 9+ hand traps due to how streamlined the Mechlord engine can become. The Mechlord engine deals with hand traps similar to how Invoke does, although outside extenders need to be hard drawn in to do that. Honestly, Mechlords are a solid casual choice for you anime fans. Gradle are a wacky anti-meta pick. Well, I say anti-meta, but more so anti-everything. The deck is all about having your monsters destroyed, and then using your monster effects to steal your opponent's monsters. This deck almost is exclusively paired with the Kaiju strategy. Although Kaijus are technically on another part of the tier list, they're either used as removal techs in other decks, or as another half to the Gradle Kaiju strategy. These two decks are the first really intertwined strategies that are on this list, although there are quite a few more. Kaijus allow Gradles to use their effects uninhibited, and the Gradle strategy weirdly plays around hand traps, and it's one of the key reasons why this deck has not fallen into the lower tiers. Although this deck can work with the Adventure Engine, you might not have a lot of room left for hand traps if you do that. Kaijus technically have a few more available options than just with Gradles, although all of these other variants that actually commit to a full Kaiju strategy still have the same problem as Gradle Kaiju. Kaijus let us tribute over an opponent's monsters and special summon our own Kaijus. Our own Kaijus let us remove Kaiju counters to activate some pretty decent effects. Kaijus are inherent summon, letting them go off against any deck, and they have pretty strong effects. The problem is, Kaiju counters are gained from interacting with your opponent's stuff. This means a deck that can quickly power through a board will just run through Kaiju's entire strategy. Also, Kaijus can't do much of anything going first. The Adventure Engine does work with this deck, although you won't have a lot of room for hand traps if you run that. This tier list has been brought to you so far by Inherent Summoning. It just happens. Fuller is a surprisingly good synchro spam engine that happens to also be Noble Knight cards, so the deck can steal support from them. This is the second, but not the last, unrelated archetype that happens to be Noble Knight support. Basically, this deck is all about making Baron LaFleur and some other generic win cons. This can either be Auroradon shenanigans, or a simple Verte Anaconda in the DPE, or Red Eyes Dragoons. This deck is very vulnerable to a hand trap at the right moment, but can run 6+ hand traps within its engine. I've seen lists combining this deck with everything from Dogmatica to Dark Synchro to generic machine support. Ninjas are an incredibly slow control deck. Think Trap Tricks, but with no Link 1s. The goal of this strategy is to use the main deck ninja monsters to set up ninjutsu traps. The downside to these traps is that they're continuous, so yes, MST would negate the deck's main cards. The deck does have a field spell to give their traps protection, but it doesn't do a whole lot else. If their main ninjutsu resolves, they can summon out an Morphage monster from the deck to lock the opponent out of special summoning. If you don't mind playing a worse variant of 2016 Trap Tricks, then this deck is for you. Here's a list I found showing a trap-heavy build of the deck. At least this deck can fit in hand traps. Crawler are the highest rated deck that focuses purely on flipping during the battle phase. It's an unfortunate mechanic to be stuck with, even if it's the best at doing it. On its face-up monsters, Destruction can give the Crawler a special summon 2 out of the deck. If the deck can survive a turn, then this deck can fully pop off, and OTK using its own links, and to support the deck takes for more legacy. However, that's a pretty big if. Crawlers is a super vulnerable to hand traps and destruction until they can get their boss monster Deus Ex Crawler. Crawler can work with the Adventure Engine and with engines like Tindangle and B Trooper. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I don't know where to place Ojamas. They're not good, but they have funny synergy with more archetypes than they deserve. We have Paleozoic Ojama, ABC Ojama, Dark World Ojama, Eldritch Ojama, and Branded Ojama. All of these decks don't gain anything from Ojama, but Ojamas don't do anything on their own either. Basically, this deck benefits off generic discards and can spam summon a bunch of little guys for neat link plays, weird monster zone locks. Either way, this deck is stuck in casual hell. I'm sure that in a year, this deck will get another card of support that gives this deck a completely random, pointless effect that will enable the deck to work passively, although not well enough to matter in another random archetype. It should be noted before I forget, the biggest problem with Ojamas is that they're extremely bricky. Here's a Despia Ojama list that I think is very cool. It doesn't meet the requirements to be an Ojama deck for the tier list, but I think it's better that way. Armed Dragon is a really janky OTK deck. The goal is simple. Climb through the levels of Armed Dragons, and through one method or another, special summon out Armed Dragon Thunder level 10. Then with a bunch of large attack beat sticks, wipe out your opponent's board and attack for game. Downside is, that's all the deck can do, and it doesn't play well into hand traps. And running quite a few level 5 Ahara monsters can be quite bricky. The deck does have multiple ways to summon Armed Dragons straight out of the deck and out of hand. Here's a list I found for Master Duel, and with a few changes to account for the ban list difference, this deck can work pretty well, and it shows how to use generic dragon support in an Armed Dragon Dragon list. Surprisingly, the deck Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon was created for is one of the worst decks at utilizing it. Mecha Phantom Beast are about token generation and Synchro XYZ plays. Problem is, Mecha Phantom Beasts don't have a built-in way to get two main deck monsters on the field at the same time. Luckily, we can infuse generic machine support and engines to start Mecha Phantom Beast plays instead. The Deck Spot engine is a fantastic starter, the Gadget engine lets the deck make Auroradon as well, and the Windlich engine makes a free Crystal Winged Dragon. Basically, the end goal of the deck is to do Auroradon combos for synchros. The entire Mecha Phantom Beast deck outside of that is really dated. It doesn't play through hand traps well, unless the hand gets super lucky. Here's a list I found that shows all the hoops the deck has to jump through, and how cool the combos can be when it does work. Boojins are somehow just about the second least popular deck I've covered so far. That's because Boojins are a stall XYZ spam deck that has always been a bit too slow and extremely passive. Boojins are all about giving their own monsters protection with their engrave effects. They work incredibly well with Tri-Brigade thanks to its typing, and have little issue with running the adventure engine. However, Boojin lacks interruption on your opponent's turn from their own engine, outside of one very powerful floodgate trap. Boojins also have a large portion of their effects that activate at the end phase, making the deck slower than it should be. Boojins also can't protect against non-targeting destruction removal, which is all too common in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Susunoa can provide easy board pressure and some value. Boojin Kagamusha has synergy with the Tri-Brigade engine through its mill 5 on summon. Here's my list. The deck can't run a lot of hand traps due to how many engines it runs, but a slower build could fit in more hand traps if at the cost of power output. This is one of my favorite decks to play in testing. It's quite fun. Quinomaly are a surprisingly powerful spam XYZ deck. They should be a super dated strategy. Thanks to the newer wave of legacy support and how this deck can function as a starting engine for Ad Emancipator, the deck is able to make some truly ridiculous boards. What makes this deck unique is the ability to recur its best monsters from grave by locking yourself into Quinomaly, as well as a strong trap that can special summon true Quinomaly monsters anywhere and immediately make an extra deck XYZ monster who is usually going to be a rank 5 with the monster negate. What hurts this deck a lot is how it can struggle to go through 1 or 2 hand traps depending on his hand, and consistency is a problem. Here's my list. If this was Master Duel while Block Dragon was at 3, there's a build of this deck that exists that you could put into a low tier 6, but as it is in the TCG, it's stuck at casual levels as the worst Ad Emancipator deck. Revaluation are a crazy wombo combo deck based around 3 cards. Molten Conduction Field, which can send 5 cards from deck to graveyard, Rekindling, which can revive 5 monsters from graveyard, and Searing Firewall, which can make up to 5 tokens by banishing monsters from graveyard. I bet you can see where this is going. The deck could spit out inboards with Apollosa, Nightmare Griffin, Borlord Savage Dragon, and Revaluation X-Lord at a tiny cost. Problem is, the deck literally does almost nothing if you don't see 2 of the main spells. It's not a great spot to be in, as the deck bricks like 40% of the time. Here's my list where I improved that consistency at running left arm offering. As you could see, things are quite dire. I do genuinely recommend this deck to anyone who loves stupid, pointless combo decks. Honestly, if the deck got a little more in the starter category, this deck could be something competitive. As it is right now though, it's just too bricky to do anything. Noble Knights are an XYZ spam deck that has been given a lot of great tools, yet still has little disruption set up when going first. Basically, this deck uses cards like Noble Knight Madrat, Noble Knight Custinian, and Noble Knight Brothers to special out monsters for XYZ summoning, using Noble Knight Yvonne and Isolde of the Two Tails for Noble Knights to link climb into Apollosa. I will briefly mention that this deck has fantastic searching. What keeps this deck out of the higher tiers is that its XYZ monsters do nothing on your opponent's turn, and the deck's best summoning tools lock you into only summoning Noble Knights from the extra deck, and their starters often require you to have no other monsters on the field. Builds that heavily tack into the Infernal engine play around this somewhat, but the 2 engines don't play nice together, as Infernal Knights need fire monsters to play. Consistency is also an issue. The deck has its own hand trap that can interfere with some of the deck's best plays. Also, this deck does not work with the Adventure engine, despite the Adventure engine having a card that mentions Noble Arms. I believe this is the 4th extra Noble Knight card that isn't a Noble Knight card. Frog the Jam is having a fucking stroke right now. Ritual Beast are a pre-hand trap wombo combo deck that once upon a time got hit on the ban list for being able to search out 2 monster board wipes somewhat consistently. Now this entire deck is lucky to get its combo started, as 1 interruption can stop the deck in its tracks. Consistency has gotten a lot better for this deck with cards like Win the Wind Charmer, and thanks to Dimensional Shifter, this deck can run one of the best hand traps. Typically, I see this deck paired with either generic Psychic support or Wind Witches. Here's my friends list that I think is pretty good. The deck can typically run about 6+ hand traps. Star Seraphs are the battle and boxer strategy, but significantly better. What you lose in being able to summon XYZ monsters with 2 materials, you make up for it in a much better engine. That's Seraph's gimmick, by the way. It's summoning XYZ monsters with 3 materials. Good news is, the deck works extremely well with the new Utopia and Go-Go-Go support, similar to how battling boxers do. The deck can play around hand traps pretty well, and it's able to run about 9 hand traps itself. The deck can't really work around the Adventure engine, but it can do some fun plays to make number F0 Utopic Draco Future, as well as number C104 Umbrella Masquerade, who to this day is still one of my favorite cards. Here's a list I found that's pretty solid. I trade the traps for hand traps, but it shows off the spam summoning the deck can do very well. Exodia is the funny stall FTK deck that everyone hates but pretends to like because it's a classic anime deck. There are two distinct builds to this deck, either the FTK card draw spam or stall variant, with most new ones focusing on Crooked Cook. Crooked Cook is a monster unaffected by card effects, will control no other cards, and the Shark Engine gives it battle protection. The FTK variant is notoriously inconsistent outside of Master Duel, but more importantly, it's so unbelievably vulnerable to Ash Blossom or Droll Lockbird, I would have to put that at tier 3 or 2. However, thanks to the power of Crooked Cook, the stall variant of Exodia, the win con quickly becomes viable, especially in a casual format. Not only can the deck effectively find Exodia, it can also turbo out losing your friends. If you're looking for Crooked Cook as a strategy to be ranked on this list, I would consider it to be about here. Dream Mirror are an unfortunate gimmick deck revolving around switching field spells to activate different monster effects. What this deck does is use its entire hand to get a bouncer destruction and maybe a monster negate. Unfortunately, the deck needs to use its easily hand-trappable cards to set up its gimmick, making the deck unreliable in a more competitive setting. While this deck does make good inboards, it needs extenders and could use some more consistency or some cards to make the main engine smaller. Ultimate athletes are simple. Make Disruption with UA Player Manager and UA Perfect Ace, or as he's known in Germany, Perfect Ass, while using UA Hyper Stadium and UA Libero Striker for setup. When it's time to go for game, make UA Dreadnought Dunker and equip him with UA Power Jersey. This deck is very simple and very strong if it goes off. Despite having some good disruption, UAs are very light on starters and extenders, and the deck is kind of vulnerable to hand traps. Rikas need a lot of help. They're a Plant XYZ deck that focuses around the gimmick of tributing monsters for better effects. On one hand, it lets their boss monsters get disruption through tributing, which is extremely strong, but on the other hand, it stops the deck from gaining value, which it really needs to easily make more than one boss monster a turn. The deck has a Widow Anko trap and a whole lot of built-in recursion. Combining this deck with another plant deck such as a Romage, Sunvine, or Trap Trick can help fill in some of the deck's weak spots. Although, once hand traps come into the mix, this deck isn't going to be doing much more than making one disruption rank 8 and setting some cards going first. I do think Rika Kreen Strenna, who can honor tribute, special summon any rank 5 or higher Plant XYZ in the extra deck, has potential for a lot of abuse. This is where I'm going to introduce a concept about support for decks. A lot of strategies are sitting at a point before hitting critical mass. What I mean is that for strategies like generic plants or dark magicians, they're going to keep indefinitely getting new support. And at some point, there'd just be enough of it to make the deck meta, or at least rogue. That's what happened to Dragon Link. Rika are in this boat with plants. A Sunavalon engine gives plants another starter, the Rika XYZ gives a good boss monster, and the new Sylvan Link is a broken extender. The plant tuners are all cracked, Lone Fire Blossom and Aroma's Jasmine are crazy for consistency. Eventually, Konami's going to print 1 or 2 cards that accidentally make all these diverse parts come together for at least a rogue deck. Maybe not this format, but mark my words, it'll eventually happen. As the saying goes, give enough monkeys typewriters for long enough, and eventually they'll make a Blue Eyes deck relevant. Black Rose or Rose Princess is a synchro spam deck that's all about setting up to make a Rudy Rose Dragon on the opponent's turn, just ruin your opponent's day on their turn. Despite having some cool combos, the deck does struggle a bit with hand traps. Luckily, this deck can almost always make a Black Rose Dragon going second through light disruption, as well as usually being able to set up a Cross Rose Dragon going first through at least one hand trap. Really, this deck's biggest problem is having its field nuke forced out early. It's got a very solid deck, just short for a few disruptions, or more ways to play through disruptions. Witchcrafter or a Recursion combo deck that's all about going neg 2 to summon out monsters from the deck. The problem with this deck is how it crumbles completely to hand traps, and has to basically discard its entire hand for combos. The trade-off is that at the end of the turn, if you haven't activated your Witchcrafter spells, you can add them back to your hand. The deck has some strong boss monsters and a discard 1 spell to negate all your opponents as monsters, as well as a discard 1 spell pop 1. Here's what my list looks like before they get their next wave of OCG support. Yes, I'm smoke screening Sky Strikers. No, you can't stop me. Here's what the list looks like after they get their new wave of support. Once that happens, the deck jumps up to low tier 5. Gishki are a very dated ritual deck. Once upon a time, they used to have a very consistent hand loop that made them banlist worthy. This, of course, stopped being a problem once hand traps came into the game, but the deck still has a lot going for it. Synergy with generic water support, synergy with other ritual support like Diviner of Herald, Incantation, or just Drytron. What really keeps this deck from being higher is that the deck lacks a solid win con. Eva Gishki Gust Kraken, who's responsible for this deck's hand loop, isn't enough anymore. This deck can't make negates on its own, and the deck has to luck out for its best removal options. This deck struggles to play through Disruption a bit too much to be higher. Here's a list pairing the deck with Drytron. Digital bugs are slept on because unfortunately their main gimmick of battle position manipulation has never been good and it's too hard to play around. Luckily, thanks to all the generic insect support from Bee Troopers and Battle Wasps, this deck's secondary playstyle of spamming out level 3 insect monsters becomes ridiculously easy. What digital bugs do on their own is summon a quick effect monster pup that can do piercing damage, and turbo out Cicada King. This deck can summon B-Troop or Scout Buggy out from the deck with Digital Bug Centrobit. This deck has enough outside extenders to play through hand traps very well, although the deck isn't great going second. This deck can play the Adventure Engine very well. Here's what my Digital Bug list looks like. Take advantage of both Cicada King's effect and our Digital Bug's effect. I'm running Earthquake to trigger their effects turn 1. Another example of way to abuse this would be with Level Limit Area B to reuse the effects. Ghost Tricks are an incredibly dated opponent's battle phase flip deck with a few cool but hard to set up blocks. Thanks to the newer support, any rank 3 monster becomes 2 Ghost Trick Angel of Mischiefs and a Search. This can either make number F0 Utopic Draco Future, or you can leave those monsters face up to meet the requirements for this deck's other disruptions. Cards like Ghost Trick Fairy are a Book of Moon and a revival option at the same time. Ghost Trick Neko Musume is a Book of Moon Floodgate for level 4 higher monsters. That is, if you control another face of Ghost Trick monster. This deck also has fantastic synergy with the Adventure Engine, as Water Enchantress is a level 3. What limits this deck is how hard the engine is to get started. This means that, unfortunately for this deck to work, most of its cards need to basically be generic rank 1 or 3 monsters, spam to make turn 1 plays. Also, this deck is extremely vulnerable to hand traps. Here's my list for Ghost Tricks for the current format. This list is able to fit in 8 hand traps, but a slower list can fit up to 20, albeit a lot of them being Ghost Tricks awful battle phase hand traps. I learned scrap combos for this video. I had to be thorough. Scraps are a wombo combo deck that can make crazy boards, thanks to this deck not restricting link summons, as well as not having hard once per turn effects on some of the best cards. Scrap Wyvern turns any 2 scrap monsters into full combo, and Scrap Raptor and Scrap Recycler are some crazy starters. The deck is able to search its key cards with Fossil Dig and Scrapyard. However, if your opponent knows how to hand trap this deck's combo, the engine can fall apart completely to 1 hand trap. This deck can't run powerful engines like Adventure, and usually opts not to run a lot of hand traps to play Crossout Designator or Called by the Grave. If you like Glass Cannon combo decks, this is for you. I do have to mention that the best way to play this deck is as 4 cards in a Dino deck. It doesn't count for scraps on the tier list, but as a Dino deck, it's the best use of the engine. Evolsaurs aren't as good as Dino Mush, but the strategy is surprisingly solid as a casual deck. Basically, when Evolsaur monsters are tributed, they can special out Evolsaur monsters from the deck. This will probably be done through the Evo Force or through Evoltile Mega Cinderella. This is on top of a generic Dino engine, but what's really cool about Evolsaurs is that you can reload the broken Dinosaur XYZs, Evolsaur Dalka and Evolsaur Lagia, after they use their effects. Also, this deck is stupid consistent because you can search your entire deck thanks to both Fossil Dig and the Evolsaur Searcher, Evo Diversity. Really, the only thing keeping this deck from being better is that Evolsaurs are super hand trappable as a Dino starter and don't produce crazy inboards as a mush build like the one shown with Scraps. Karakuri are an Earth Machine Synchro spam deck with the gimmick of every Synchro monster summoning a Karakuri from the deck as well as gaining value from changing battle positions. Unlike Digital Bugs, however, Karakuri have effects outside of changing battle positions, and have searchable cards that change those battle positions. What's more, with Karakuri is how effectively Karakuri are able to work with generic Earth machine support, such as Machina or Infinitrack. This gives what should be a fragile combo deck some much needed extenders and just an overall consistency boost. This deck can make inboards with 3+ negates, however, its consistency and vulnerability to hand traps keep the deck down. Here's a list I found. The deck cannot play the Adventure Engine, but it can fit a surprising amount of hand traps. Guncan Sue ships are, wait, look at that, on the ship, it's an XYZ Jin! They're mad everyone forgot about them, so they stole another archetype to make OTK-oriented XYZ extra deck plays with. They got the Navy! Sue ships are about spam summoning themselves on board. They're getting effects based on what monsters are used to summon them. Particularly, the normal monster Susip Shari. This deck's pretty simple. Make a few XYZ monsters and OTK. The field spell gets some battle protection and sets up some combos. Outside of that, the deck is really basic and simple. The deck is so non-restrictive, it works really well with other engines like Adventure, Time Thief, or Utopic. The downside to this deck is that it doesn't do a whole lot going first, and consistency isn't as perfect as the main deck only has 3 different monster pieces and no way to really search them. Here's a cool deck list mixing the deck with Time Thief to help it go first. Satellite Knights are an XYZ spam deck that's, despite having some issues with starters and playing around hand traps, it has some solid tricks and disruptions up its sleeve to keep it relevant at least casually. A standard Satellite Knight combo is about chain summoning Telok Knights from hand and grave to make rank 4s. The problem is, only one of them lets you chain summon from hand, so the deck takes some extra something to set up its plays. The deck can take advantage of many engines from Zephyr to Fire Warriors to compensate for this, but it's an imperfect solution either way. To play around a negated summon, this deck can use Satellite Knight Skybridge to extend the combo. The deck's key disruptions come from Satellite Knight Trevere, being able to rip a card from the opponent's hand and bounce the rest of the board on summon. Satellite Knight Constellar Diamond stops cards from being sent from deck to grave, and is able to negate a dark monster's effect. Dark Teleknight Beltimaeus makes all monsters on the field dark and lets us summon any other Teleknight from the extra deck. This is possible as a quick effect if we have 7 or more defensive Teleknights in grave. Here's a list I found pairing the deck with Zephyr. The deck is extremely close to being playable at a higher level. It just needs another Teleknight main deck starter to start its combos easily. As of right now, it's a very solid pick for casual games. Sunvine are a Plant Link spam deck revolving around a normal monster. Honestly, I'm already tired of seeing the single normal monster gimmick, and I think this is like the 3rd time covering it on this tier list. But Sunvine makes a big board with 1 monster negate and a Plant Link. There's an all-monster negate trap, and a bunch of battle protection. Not a bad end board, but it lacks punch, and the main combo is very fragile if you hit it with a hand trap at the right time. The good news is, these decks' main engines are very small, and it has a lot of starters. Unexpected Die, Rescue Rabbit, and Sunvine Sewing give this deck a lot of flexibility. Here's a list I found that shows off this deck's flexibility and combo potential. Mayakashis are a generic zombie combo deck. The deck focuses on making big synchro monsters and links that get effects when a card is summoned from their grave or when an opponent destroys them. This deck makes these with easy spam of Yugioh the Ice Mayakashi and Hajun the Wing Mayakashi. Despite the ease of summoning, this deck's big monsters and the deck's end goal seem kind of bad, but then if so, why is it on the tier list? That's because this deck plays nice with every other zombie deck in the game. Be it Eldritch, Zombie World, or Shiranui, this deck can become an easy engine for these decks to pop off. While this deck can lose to any graveyard interaction, it can play through other hand traps very well. Whenever this deck gets a trap card from the OCG, as well as the new zombie support, I'd move this deck up to tier 6. Vendreads are in a very similar boat to Mayakashi. While Vendread monsters do a little bit more and have stronger end boards, they don't have an easy time getting to their end goals, despite some of the deck's monsters being fantastic for link fodder. Vendreads work by having its ritual monster gain effects depending on whatever ritual monster is tributed. Downside is, those monsters need to be on the field for that ritual monster to gain an effect. Vendread Core is a fantastic link spam, but a mediocre ritual effect. Vendread Revenants is the worst summoning effect, but has the best ritual effect. And Vendread Battlelord can turn off hand traps. The problem is, the ritual portion of this deck as a lead strategy is too inconsistent, and the link spam this deck can pour off is a little too under-effective and easily disruptible for the current format. Here's my list for Vendreads. This is not remotely optimized, but I'm still mad that Grass Looks Greener got banned, so sometimes I like to pretend. If you want a good version of this deck, either play it with an Eldritch Engine or Drytrons. Red Eyes are an unfortunate case of anime support. It keeps endlessly getting support, but none of it really helps the deck or fixes the main problems. The anime says Red Eyes is potential, but it's kind of like Guru releasing Krillin's potential in Dragon Ball Z. But to be much more specific, Red Eyes struggles from not having a coherent core strategy. The deck has excellent pieces like Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, Red Eyes Fusion, Black Metal Dragon, and of course, the extremely strong Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. But Red Eyes don't have a great way of putting monsters onto the field outside of Redstone of Legend. This leads to Red Eyes falling into use in 1 or 2 strategies. The first is as a small engine in Dragon Link decks. This build honestly works fine, but it's not really a Red Eyes strategy, so it doesn't count for Red Eyes on the tier list. The second kind of Red Eyes deck, seeing maximum relevance, is one where the strategy is thinned down. This means just running Red Eyes Fusion and a few other pieces. This isn't awful, but it's bricky, and Red Eyes Fusion doesn't work with any other engine. Red Eyes strategies have some searchability and flexibility, and a bit of power, but they're missing a solid core to bring this deck to higher tiers like it should be. Shiranui are a zombie synchro OTK deck with the unique gimmick of getting effects when they're banished. Shiranui have great synergy with every other zombie archetype, but also work fine on their own. Shiranui Solitaire is the deck's best card, being able to tribute a zombie monster to special summon out Unizombie out of the deck. He turns himself into a 1-card level 8 synchro, a rank 4 monster. Shiranuis have incredibly strong recursion as a zombie deck, and can do crazy things like synchroing from the graveyard, and the trap, Shiranui's style Swallow Synthesis, is a broken, flexible, stuttered pop 3. The Shiranui engine can be cut down to 19 cards, so you can run a lot of hand traps. What keeps this deck from being good is how often it can whiff its own OTK, as well as some issues getting hand trapped. Shiranui Solitaire is one of the easiest ashables and impermeable cards, making the deck risky to play at times. Here's my list. It's a Go Second variant, adding in the Shadal engine as another starter. Funnily enough, this deck is what I play in paper most often. I usually substitute out Lightning Storm with Dark Ruler no more. Before I move on, I'm going to mention Ash Blossom being a fire zombie, which has unintentional synergy with Shiranui's. It's not a whole lot, but you can technically say that Ash Blossom is best in a Shiranui deck. Cosmos are a slow control deck that's all about having smaller monsters tag out into big untargetable monsters with destruction effects or negate. Then when those big monsters are destroyed, they pull out other monsters from the deck. This deck really only struggles from 2 things. One, only being able to tag out the little monsters into cards from hand, as well as only being able to get out 1 monster on the field outside of a lucky emergency call or the Fire King engine. The deck's effects are strong, but it's not enough to keep up with modern decks that move at Mach 10 through the 1 or 2 disruptions Cosmo can make. The plus side to playing this deck is that it can run a lot of hand traps, do an okay job at playing through them. The deck's in a weird kind of unfortunate spot, especially with how common non-targeting, non-destruction removal is. You can play this with Fire King for some better plays at the cost of consistency. Also, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer works very, very well with with the deck. Yosenju are a toxic mean stun deck, or an awful janky pendulum deck that has the spirit drawback of bouncing themselves back to hand at the end of turn. The best variant of Yosenju is the stun deck. This takes advantage to the fact that Yosenjus can chain normal summon themselves out to field. This deck peaked with Vanity's Emptiness, but now the deck just abuses lose one turn, Torrential Tribute and Dimensional Shifter and the Banish Boys. The deck can reuse Kaijus thanks to Yosenju Kama number 2. Here's my list. The extra deck isn't what's important, so I didn't make one. If you go first with this deck, you're likely to win outside of a stray Lightning Storm. Baby Raccoon or level 2 Beast Spam surprised me with how surprisingly good they are. This deck has a perfect synergy with Tri-Brigade. Tri-Brigade gives this deck another line of play when the Beast Engine either bricks or gets hand trapped, which unfortunately does happen a lot. This deck makes crazy inboards that can make Materia Beast or Fabled Unicorn on top of a full Tri-Brigade combo. Whenever the deck needs to OTK, the deck can make number 64 Ronin Raccoon Sendeyu for easy numbers. If this deck wasn't so bricky, it could easily make it in tier 5 or 6. With how many dated cards it run, it can be very difficult to consistently carry you through an entire event. Windups are a wombo combo glass cannon deck who between having their best extender and enabler on the ban list, and only really ever having 30 good main deck monsters, is having quite a rough time despite how much potential the strategy has. Windups special out monsters directly from the deck if they can get started. The deck does have Windup Hunter available. For some reason, it's off the ban list, so looping 1 to 2 cards from our opponent's hand is a possibility. However, the deck is just bricky. There's no way around that. In like half of the decks in the tier, it's a pre-hand trap deck, so playing around Disruption isn't a guarantee. In fact, I'd say this is one of the worst glass cannons in this tier at playing through Disruptions. But it does definitely earn its spot thanks to hand looping and multiple negate boards. Appliancers surprised me by being so high on the list. They're a small engine, but they can genuinely make some insane link plays. Apollosa Nightmare Griffin can be spammed out by this deck in seconds. Gizmek Naganaki, the Sunrise Signaler, is an excellent consistency piece. Since the engine is very small, the deck can run tons of hand traps. Since the other monsters special themselves out of the hand if you control another, you can play around hand traps somewhat better than a lot of other decks on this list. Machine Duplication is also insane for the deck. Link monsters enable easy OTKs and can make this deck very strong. Spirals can also blend very well into this deck. Appliances can also blend very well into other machine decks, such as Cyber Dragons, or into some generic Link spam decks. Spirals are a previously tier 10 deck that has been murdered by the ban list, quite thoroughly. But this deck isn't out of the running at all. A lot of the original combos the deck can take advantage of are still there, now just infinitely more bricky and a bit harder to start. Spiral focuses around Link spamming and only using cards like Spiral Quick Fix and Double Helix for easy combo extenders. The deck will make generic Link monsters like Apollosa and set up a Spiral Sleeper for easy disruption. With the way the deck is right now, it's incredibly vulnerable to hand traps. Most decks will fix this problem by combining Spirals with another engine, such as Scraps or Gizmex. Spirals are a glass cannon deck at the moment, and if they ever get Spiral Master Plan back, the deck immediately jumps up to Rogue status, if not higher. Fabled are a complex combo deck, all about having your monsters get discarded for value. This deck's got some truly insane inboards, and it works very well with meta engines, such as Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer, and the Adventure engine. But there's a pretty big downside to having to discard your entire hand for plays, and that's that the deck is extremely fragile and does not play nice into hand traps. More than that, running all the discard fodder is very bricky, and can brick quite a lot. It's yet another glass cannon combo deck, albeit with a slightly more consistent strategy and a very strong inboard. Ancient Gears are a very simple OTK fusion deck. Switch out key cards at your normal summons and link monsters, use your spell cards to give your monsters and combos protection, make big boys in OTK easily. This deck works fantastic with Earth Machine support, and Ancient Guild Fusion sets up all your fusion monsters. The downside is it's a very simple strategy. The deck doesn't do a lot going first, the deck is somewhat vulnerable to negates, the deck is also not perfectly consistent. It is a very solid, simple, classic OTK deck as it is. That's it for Tier 4. That's 62 decks covered in Tier 4, plus the 61 I missed in the lower tiers. Let's get into some decks I missed, because there were just too many decks, and no source has a good, complete list of them. Fair warning, I did miss quite a few this time. Benkei is a super dated OTK deck that's all about spamming equips on the card Armed Samurai Benkei for quick OTK. Surprisingly, this deck has gotten infinitely more consistent thanks to the Fire Warrior engine and Isolde. Still, this deck has massive consistency issues and loses to any removal. Here's a list I found showing the basic gimmick. Cyberdark have kind of merged with Cyber Dragon. I will say, there's no reason not to just take out the Cyber cards and just play a more pure Cyber Dragon deck. But let's say you want to be a meme lord and focus on a Cyberdark strategy, well, it actually does work somehow. It's not good, but it can set up for pretty good combos. Cyberdark Chimera is a power bond searcher, the Cyberdark spells search Cyber Dragon spells, and if you can make it to the 5 material boss monster, or its specific 3 material boss monster, its new support lets it become a big Towers beat stick. This deck is held up to the casual tier by its synergy with Cyber Dragon, although Cyber Dragon can be infinitely better, with only 1 or 2 Cyberdark cards as a tech to aid Cyber Dragon combos. Yugioh are kinda like a more focused gadget deck. You've got the searching and extra summoning, but only some of the engine is what you're looking for. This deck is barely modernized by generic train support, which gives them the ability to do something threatening with a rank 4. It's a very hard deck to comment on, in all honesty. You make 1 or 2 rank 4s, and hope to set up for a negate and OTK. Here's a pretty fun list combining them with Machina. This deck has a fair bit of potential as a machine spam engine, but it's still too slow to get higher on the list. Felgrand is a weird, small, level 8 dragon deck, very similar to Blue Eyes. In fact, if the main deck monsters said Blue Eyes instead of Felgrand, it wouldn't feel that out of place. What this deck does is equip dragon monsters to its 2 main deck warrior monsters. Well, its main dragon... Oh god, I regret to inform you, Felgrand Dragon is dead. Tried to play against Eldritch and just couldn't do it anymore. Why? But more seriously, Felgrands are a dated graveyard setup engine for dragon decks. They have a fantastic rating boss monster, and Felgrands do work with Blue Eyes, Dragoonity, or generic Dragon Link support, but it doesn't help any of these decks more than they already work on their own. Demise is a very simple ritual deck. The goal is to summon one of its 2 variants of ritual monsters. The king side is all about board removal, and the queen side is all about extra attacks. Neither side gets you disruption during your opponent's turn, however. Both of the sides do get your ritual monsters some protection, although it's not quite enough to let the deck go second, like the ritual monsters imply the deck wants to. But the deck is consistent thanks to all the generic ritual support, and also this deck has a ritual spell that can ritual summon the monsters right out of the deck. And being able to do that to summon a board wipe counts for something, right? Here's a list I made that's trying to go second. It's a bit dated and struggles to play if the ritual monster gets negated, but it's a surprisingly solid deck. I'll place this deck at a low casual tier, as it's a go second deck that's just not equipped for the modern game. Nephthys are too hard to spell and are a destruction ritual link deck that unfortunately just negs too hard and don't make enough real interaction that's needed to be higher on the tier list. Also, the deck's main boss monster is a very awful towers monster that takes 3 ritual monsters to make and loses to a non-targeting removal effect. But this deck does have a few very strong things going for it. First, this deck has a link monster that's just a +2. Its ritual monsters summon cards right out of the deck, and the Nephthys monsters float very well. Also, the main engine is pretty light, so you can tech in other engines to fix some of the deck's problems. Here's my list for Nephthys. I'm running 12 hand traps, and I'm using Hopcar Squadron for synchro plays and Divinal of Herald, both for synchro plays and for a search. The legendary Fisherman, or Umi, is a weird water synergy deck, with half of its support being OCG only. The deck has 2 things going for it. First, the legendary Fisherman Mark III is a fairly solid towers monster, being unaffected by towers effects and immune to destruction by card effects. Fisherman Mark III also banishes all your opponent's cards and summons. Fisherman Mark II is immune to all the monster effects as long as Umi is on the field. Second, the deck has excellent synergy with all generic water support, be it Sharks, the Water Barrier Statue, Kairu Shin, or even Bahamut Shark. This of course is where the strategy gets its strength from. Here's a list I made showing off all the water synergy. I was able to fit in 8 hand traps, although you could fit in more. I'm putting this deck near the bottom of casual for its consistency issues. Battery Min is a very simple and effective thunder spam engine. It's got simple synergy with archetypes like Hunter and Thunder Dragon, and this engine can chain together normal summons and can pull cards right out of the deck. The downside is that the best effects are locked on to level 5 or higher monsters. I originally thought this deck was tier 5, that was because I had confused this deck with Morphtronics. I apologize. A Morphage are a powerful series of floodgate cards with an unfortunately heavy cost. Well, at its best, the deck can simply lock out an opponent's everything with a simple pendulum summon, but very quickly, problems start to appear. There's no real way to set up your Morphage cards, and there's no way to search them outside of Odd Eye's Revaluation Dragon. See, in order to set up your locks, you need at least 3 Morphage cards on the field, and you practically have to hard draw them. And looking at all that, you can just run a Mystic Mine or the Adventure Engine instead. And I said all of this without mentioning the fact that at the start of every turn, the pendulum monsters require you to tribute a monster for each card in the pendulum zone or destroy the pendulum zones. I'm putting this deck right before Gradles. It's like a stun variant version of those Glass Cannon Wombo combo decks. It has like the exact same issues of consistency and recovery. Flower Guardian are a semi-luck based Wombo combo deck. They're incredibly confusing and somewhat bricky, but they have way more than at first glance going for them. Guardian monsters don't have hard ones for turn effects, letting their combos go on for a while. This deck's spell lineup is genuinely fantastic, letting you solve every problem the deck has, be it either starters or extenders. This deck's inboard is surprisingly good. Guardian Boardfly turns off in-grave effects and special summons from the grave even after he leaves the field. Guardian Light Shower is a spell and trap negate that can float into another Guardian Synchro monster. Also, this deck has solid removal options. Now, more on the bad. This deck is hard locked in the Flower Guardians, meaning you can't truly abuse the power that this deck should output. How well this deck plays through hand traps is kind of determined by how lucky you are. You can pretty easily play through 2 negates, except for Nibiru, as that just is going to end your existence. Here's my list. It's a combo build. The goal is to make a board fly and then make 2 light flare. Also, Guardian Light Shower is really strong playing in the time. You can very easily make 3 of them to burn your opponent for 4,500 damage on their turn. Fire King is a self-destruction control deck whose self-destruction theme has gotten stronger and more consistent over time, although that doesn't exactly excuse the deck's lack of interaction and overall slow strategy. Basically, the deck pluses for destroying its own cards and can get a board wipe on standby phase, plus a monster negate that triggers a destruction. These cards do always keep reviving themselves for constant value, but in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just not fast enough, and it can be very hard to go second. The good news is there's a few archetypes and generic support cards that this deck works exceptionally well with, such as Cosmos, True Kings, and Nephthys. These decks give the deck something more to do going first, and synergize amazingly with the Fire King strategy, not to mention cards like Nine-Tailed Fox, who can generate 2 tokens for extra value. Here's my list for Nephthys, True Draco, Fire Kings. It's pretty solid, although this deck is definitely very dated. Magnet Warriors are an anime rock combo deck that's about spamming out little guys, and thanks to the Adamancipator engine, these guys can spam out a lot of monsters. Because all the Magnet Warriors get an effect when they're summoned, each time an Adamancipator hits one, they get their effect, which can be anything from a special summon to a dump one from deck. Since they're level 3 Earth Rock monsters, they give you access to Gorgonic Guardian and Naturia Beast. Thanks to the 2 Magnet Warriors, these cards can reload if their board gets wiped. What keeps this deck out of a higher casual tier is that it struggles to play through hand traps, like at all, unless it can see multiple Adamancipator engine pieces or Magnet Induction. This deck is very consistent, as the Magnet engine is surprisingly very solid. Here's my list for the deck. If someone could cut a few of the Magnet cards, I think we could make this list a bit more resistant to hand traps with Cross-Link Designator, Called by the Grave, but I'm not sure what Magnet we could cut without dramatically affecting the list consistency. Welcome to Tier 5. This is where decks start to get really good. We see some consistent, strong inboards, powerful removal options, and the ability to play through some hand traps consistently. First off, we have Aromage, which is barely able to escape the casual tier. Aromage becomes the best plant deck by being able to make the most out of all the plant support, at least until the new Rika support hits the TCG. Aromage has searchable trap disruptions and some very solid draw power. What if I told you that thanks to the Sun Avalon engine, it has access to a 2-card Cactus Bouncer lock that any Sun Avalon starter and an Aromage life point gain, or an instant fusion or ready fusion equals a Cactus Bouncer. Cactus Bouncer is a card that has to be normal summon that locks both players out of special summoning. Dried Winds is also an easily searchable disruption. Builds of this deck can synchro spam, easily do generic Auroradon combos, or play more stun oriented. Here's my build that's all about putting Cactus Bouncer on the field from anywhere in the deck. Basically it works by Aromas Fairy, Jasmine searching any plant monster, and Aromage Jasmine giving the extra normal summon. This is solid, but I believe other builds are better. I just like my list. Aromages as a whole tend to be fairly consistent, and they can play around hand traps depending on the build. Dino Wrestler at first might seem like a really incomprehensible joke of a deck, but they do have a lot going for them. First is the generic Dino support working amazingly well with Dino Wrestlers. Second, the field spell being able to summon out Dino Wrestler cards from the deck going second. And third, the good Dino Wrestlers actually do a good job of extending each other into more monsters. The biggest downside of this deck is the fact that it is a hard go second deck, and its best card, Dino Wrestler Prankceratops, is limited to 1 because of how generically good it is at going second. Here's my list for Dino Wrestlers. This list is all about having Dino Wrestler engine run parallel to generic Dino support. If we can put a World Dino Wrestling and Grave going second, we can 1-card combo our Dino Wrestler plays and set up for an OTK. Just draw Dark Rulers no more, or Forbidden Droplets, and you'll be fine. Nemesis are a banished synergy deck with a boss monster that turns off summoning of a type of monster. This deck used to have 2 monsters that did that. Thanks to Sword Souls, one of them got banned. Every low-level Nemesis just shuffles back a banished card into the deck to summon itself. They also have effects on field to search out other Nemesis cards or add back cards from the banished zone. There's not really a lot to the archetype, but everything they have is pretty good. Here's a Nemesis deck using Chaos Lightsworn and give a good variety of types to choose from for their boss monster's effect. Crystal Beasts are a cool combo deck locked behind a relatively hard to get to condition. Crystal Beasts have to place their monsters into the spell and trap zones to activate all their good effects. The good news is, once you get there, the deck can do a lot of cool stuff, including special summoning out of the deck, drawing 2 cards with their own Pot of Greed, and special summoning a lot of monsters out of the spell and trap zones. Crystal Bond and Rainbow Bridge are both 1-card setups to the condition, but Ash Blossom exists, so it can be rough. One thing this deck can do regardless of the requirement is make Rainbow Neos, which is pretty strong, although not game-winning in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Libromancers are an extremely small ritual engine that have a surprisingly powerful punch. They are the middle child of generic ritual engines. Basically, Libromancer Geek Boy is a 1-card combo for the entire deck. Libromancers then can either be used as a free link 2 for Cross Shape and Omni Negate, or they can leave out a level 4 water monster, leaving possible shenanigans open. The only cost is revealing a ritual monster in hand, so it's pretty free. That's about all the deck does, but it works very well, and if it gets more support, it has an insane amount of potential. Here's my list pairing this deck with Necros to set up for some pretty cool combos. Ice Barriers a few years ago should have never been this high, but the new wave of support this deck has gotten has made this deck, how do I put this, totally awesome to play. Ice Bears are now able to spam out a lot of water monsters. Typically, this means making a lot of totally awesomes, but the classic array of Ice Bear Synchro monsters is still available, to help go second. Now, a really big part of understanding why Ice Barriers are so high is knowing about the Ice Barrier shit list. You see, Ice Barriers have a weird variety of super niche but incredibly powerful effects in the right situations. Revealer of the Ice Barrier blocks tribute summoning, so it can just stop Monarchs and True Dracos from existing. Speaker for the Ice Barrier stops battle position changing, so if you roll up the table 500 expecting to win with your digital bugs, you done fucked up, buddy. General Wayne of the Ice Barrier banishes all spells and traps sent from field to graveyard. This just destroys graveyard-reliant decks like Sky Striker. Lastly, Spellbreaker of the Ice Barrier stops our opponent from activating spell cards for a turn. I suppose I should have just started with this one, but you get how powerful this can be in the right matchup. If Ice Barriers were a bit less resource intensive, they could be a rogue deck in future. The new support really does have a lot of potential. Gustos are a wind synchro self-destruction floating deck that I've accidentally aged into being decent. What used to be one of the hardest to use cards in the archetype, Gusto Griffin, has become one of the dumbest combo enablers. Gusto Griffin, when he's sent from hand to graveyard, lets you special summon a Gusto monster right out of the deck. With new cards like Wind the Wind Charmer, Dragonic Diagram, and the new Tailwind of Gusto, his carding is very easy. Gustos outside of that have a very funny reverse OTK with the card Digusto Spires makes your opponent take battle damage from any time you would take battle damage. And since the Gustos all float on destruction, you can easily OTK if your opponent's monster has high enough attack. Gustos are also able to steal just about every other generic wind deck support and abuse those. With Baron de Fleur, this deck gets a new boss monster. Here's my list. I'm running it with Speedroids and Marianne the True Draco Phoenix as enablers. Windwitch also work very well with this deck, although I prefer the options my chosen engines provide. Generic Wind Spam is a deck that's on my list for eventually hitting critical mass with future support. All the engines that exist right now are pretty good and don't conflict with each other. It's just missing the right boss monsters and extenders. Baron de Fleur got us a lot closer to this. S-Force are a weird banished monster spam deck with a column gimmick. Luckily, they have quite a few ways to summon their monsters directly out of deck and can leak summon using S-Force retroactive in hand. S-Force are able to set up a monster negate and a bounce to without losing a lot of resources in hand. Honestly, there's not a lot to say about S-Force. You set up your Link 3, go for a banished setup, and you hand trap your opponent to death. They're a fine deck, but they need something forceful to be relevant. Here's my list for S-Force. It's very basic, but it gets the job done. Aliens and Reptilian are our next two interconnected decks. While they are both technically separate archetypes with different strategies, they use so much of the same support, it's crazy. First off, Abyss is one of the most insane ways to set up for alien combos. One stake Rainy, a full setup for your alien combos, and you have the full Abyss combo line for extra board pressure. Alien's got one of the best boss monsters in Cosmic Slice of Zero. Zero immediately gives access to a double monster negate on a summon, as well as being able to extend into other alien cards. Alien Overlord is a fantastic extender, and all of the new alien cards have engrave effects to add some recovery to the deck. Aliens also have access to a triple until the end of turn Widow Anchor, if you like memes. The card is called Mass Hypnosis, and it's just peak comedy. Reptilian are a weird deck that's all about setting your opponent's monster's attack to 0 for value and disruption. Luckily, this deck has come a long way from its initial release. It has some truly insane cards. First off, they have a spell card that is a Search 2. It searches one Reptilian monster and a Reptilian spell. Reptilian Spawn is a spell card that makes 2 tokens with no restrictions afterward. And the Reptilian Field spell lets us take control of our opponent's monsters on their turn when combined with Reptilian's Synchro monster. Reptilian's Link monster lets us search reptile cards from our deck equal to the number of cards our opponent controls with 0 attack. Best part is, all these cards are generic reptile support cards, so they work with Abyss and Alien. Putting all this together, we have this deck here, also known as Reptile Mush. The Reptilian engine is free setup for alien boss monsters, while alien main deck monsters are free extenders and recovery, all while the Abyss engine goes ham. Now, this deck is crazy fun to play, but fair warning, it's very hard to pilot. Also, both Reptilian and aliens can run a lot of hand traps, and the adventure engine if you cut out an engine or two, so it's very solid. Arcana Knights are an anime archetype that's gotten a lot of solid support. Hold on. Apparently the canon name of this archetype is the Three Musketeers of face cards. That's so extra. They're able to easily swarm the field and pull off an OTK with Joker straight. Their Thunderboard Summon lets the deck search the Winged Beast Dragon of Raw Spear mode from deck and summon it during the opponent's turn. Or you can just make a Slifer the Sky Dragon and disrupt the opponent's monsters. The deck can also abuse generic warrior and normal monster support to help play through hand traps. The deck does have some issues playing into negates, but a solid list can do a lot to minimize this problem. Here's my perfectly normal list for Arcana Knights. Once this deck gets its new wave of janky OCG support, it'll have access to stupid bricky combos and a fun board wipe. Infernity are a crazy not once per turn wombo combo deck, but despite its potential has been left in a poor state due to hand traps. Infernity is all about setting up a loop with Infernity Necromancer and immediately filling up the board with links and synchros. The cost is having specific cards on field and grave, as well as not having cards in hand. These cards are surprisingly doable, but the real challenge is playing through hand traps. Luckily, Infernity Wildcat and Infernity Paranoia help with this somewhat as extenders. This is a list I found for Infernity. It's not the optimal way to play the deck, but its gimmick of just sending your entire hand to the graveyard immediately made me laugh, so I'm showing it. Blue Eyes White Dragon is the classic anime deck that's all about summoning out big dragons. Blue Eyes are kind of stuck in 2016. They get new support every other month, but none of it's overwhelming. Blue Eyes also don't benefit as much from generic Dragon Link support, when compared to decks like Dragoonity. Blue Eyes have a lot going for them though. Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon is still a great starter, Nebula Dragon is crazy for the deck, letting you instantly go into number 97, Dragubelon, and Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is still crazy strong against a select few decks. Of course, Blue Eyes is still very good at OTKing. Blue Eyes are also still very bricky, and most builds can't fit in a lot of hand traps, kneecapping this deck's viability. Even if you can search Effect Veiler. I refuse to show a deck list for this, out of principle. Five Fist are a continuous spell wombo combo deck that has overall great disruption, but lacks good enough extenders to really keep it going into higher tiers. They've got a fusion monster that can quick effect pop one, and a ritual monster that's a quick effect monster negate, and they have an easily searchable counter trap, spell, and trap negate. This deck would be a lot higher in tier 5 if Fire Formation Tenki wasn't limited. Thanks, Tri-Brigade. The deck is extremely normal summon dependent, so it can't work with the Adventure Engine, but it can work with Tri-Brigades even if it's not a perfect match. The deck fits a lower number of hand traps, but makes up for it with its explosive combos. Here's my list for Fire Fist. It's a pure build, so it's a bit inconsistent when compared to other builds, but you do get access to the entire extra deck, and I think that's fun. X-Sabers are a surprisingly powerful special summon spam synchro deck. Their two main monsters are Fault Roll and Bogart, who can very quickly spam out a board. Rescue Cat is also very good in this deck. The deck has easy access to Notoria Beast, and the deck's boss monster, XX Saber's Gothams, can loop cards out of the opponent's hands. This deck can play the Tri-Brigade engine and immediately jump to a tier 5 deck. The only real problem with this deck is its vulnerability to hand traps and the difficulty to get plays started. However, thanks to the Tri-Brigade engine, you can bait out hand traps and get a free extra summon. Also, you can run the Adventure Engine. Here's a list I found that's a little dated, but it cleans up very well. Dark Worlds change out the crazy wombo combo potential of Fabled for more removal effects and more generic effects, letting this deck work extremely well with dangers. Now, it's at this point in the script that I'm going to get mad at people who say this isn't a deck tier list and is instead an archetype tier list. The best Dark World builds make use of dangers, ranking this deck as Dark World and dangers. I do consider hybrid decks for every deck on the tier list, and I am ranking the strategies, not archetypes. It's just that most decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are kind of archetypes. For those of you who do want hybrid decks to be visualized in the tier list, it's just impossible because the number of unique hybrid decks that are viable would number in the thousands. But back to Danger Dark World. What makes Danger Dark World stand out is their ability to take and abuse other engines. Because this deck can always put out 4 generic monsters, some crazy stuff can happen. Builds can run the 5-card Phantom Knight engine, they can make use of Fairy Tail Snow, and can make use of the rank 8 extra deck. This deck can play through negates very well, but anything more than 2 negates can start to be a bit of a problem. The biggest downside to this deck is how it struggles to run hand traps. Here's my list. It's a bit rough, but it's pretty solid. Skull Servants are a tumor on every zombie build or graveyard deck in the game. It does not matter what archetype comes out, some idiot is going to put in Skull Servants, and because of how self-milling the archetype is, it's just going to work as a janky OTK strategy. I'll just be playing Lightsworn, and I'll mill a White Baking out of nowhere and just go full combo. I don't even run Skull Servants. So King of Skull Servants gets 1k attack for every Skull Servant in grave, and it's extremely easy to put Skull Servants in grave with our tools. When White Banking is sent to the graveyard, he searches 2 Skull Servant cards. White Mare lets us revive one or loop 1 banished Skull Servant. White Prince lets us dump 2 Skull Servants from the deck, then banish them to summon out a King of Skull Servants. Also, all of these count as Skull Servants in grave. Personally, I'd recommend playing this deck with a combination of Eldritch and the Adventurer Engine. The Weather are ranked high on this tier list for 2 reasons. 1, how well they play around hand traps, and 2, how well they can abuse generic toxic control cards, be it Skill Drain, Dimensional Shifter, or just a lot of hand traps. These all have a home in the deck because of how the entire deck banishes and then searches itself to get value. If you ash them, it only stops the search and the monsters will come back. The deck just struggles against 2 things: spell and trap removal and big monster effects. Here's a list I've made. It's extremely toxic, and honestly, the biggest issue with Weathers before their next wave of support is that they're just kind of boring. Despots are a synchro spam OTK deck that has some of the best access to Auroradon combos and can abuse generic machine support like Urgent Schedule and Machine Dupe. Despot 01 and Despot 03 are fantastic combo cards, but what really makes this deck stand out is its ability to still run 9 hand traps and being able to OTK through disruption. Also, because this is a pendulum deck, there's options for recursion and for a grind game. Here's my list for combo deck bots. It's very standard but very effective. Get a starter to stick, and you go full combo. Your starters are a Despot 03, a Despot 02 Pendulum Summon, or Despot 02 and a Machine Dupe. Or you know what? You could just go Urgent Schedule. Soulful Chord are a weird pendulum control combo deck and the world's worst opera singers. Luckily, the deck is extremely flexible and can make use of all the random pendulum support in the game. This deck can use Diviner of Herald as a 1-card starter and can search some disruption. Specifically, this deck's main trap card can pop one or it can summon one from your extra deck. All this taking into account, you can make IP Masquerena plays very easy. The big downside of this deck, outside of its weird combos, is how vulnerable it can be to hand traps. Here's a list I found from Binks on YouTube. He's got a pretty good breakdown for the deck. Rock Stun is a very dated yet effective toxic stun strategy. Yet another degenerate game plan boosted by Mystic Mine. Although, this deck doesn't need to use it. Rock is all about sitting on toxic rock stun cards like Fossil Dino Pachycephalopho. We're just gonna call him Fossil Dino. Or Barrier Statue of the Drought and the Quacky Meru Boys. This deck is able to abuse cards like Tides of the Brethren for some hard to out boards. Locking out the opponent of special summoning, then adding an additional gates is the goal. Here's my list for Modernized Rockstun. This deck is going to be quite toxic, but surprisingly effective. Gate Ruler and Crossout Designator are ran to stop people from just infinite and perming our Floodgate monster, and Moon Mirror Shield is a classic Floodgate meme. People forget this is still a reasonable stun deck because it kind of disappeared during Zodiac format. That being said, if you take this to my locals, we can't be friends. Monarchs are still the crazy domain lock Floodgate deck they've always been. They've gotten all their cards off the ban list, so they're looking very good. They've got synergy with cards like Majesty's Fiend and Vanity's Fiend, and they can just blow out your opponent if they're not prepared for it. However, the main downside of inconsistency still remains a noticeable problem, even with the newer support for the deck. Hand traps stop this deck's optimal tribute lineup from Idea, although newer builds tech in cards such as Ink Morphorite or the ever-classic Continent Engine to play around hand traps, it's not great. Stormforth is still extremely powerful, as well as Monarch's Erupt is. Just be sure to go first or resolve the lucky Stormforth into Vanity's Fiend. Cleaforts are a toxic stun helmet deck that is as high as it is because skill drain is at 3. Unironically, skill drain lets the deck be a lot better than it should be. Cleaforts want their effects negated because their own effects are either when they're tributed or their effect decreases the level on attack. Skill drain makes this super toxic. Between Pot of Duality and Pot of Prosperity, this deck has a lot of chances to see skill drain. Cleaforts also have their own built-in lose one turn that also banishes level 5 or higher monsters, letting Cleaforts just destroy most Synchro and Fusion-based decks. Also, this deck does have the first Towers monster. It's nowhere near the good strategy it was back then, but Cleafort Towers can rip a card out of the opponent's hand. Here's my updated list from a deck profile I did a while back. This list is Cleafort Monarchs, and yes, it has aged very well. The principle is to abuse the fact that Cleafort stats match with Monarch stats, and like tributing to set up for extra disruptions. If you want to see more how it works, just check out the card in the top right. Evil Swarm are an anti-meta pick that usually don't have a good meta to fight against. Evil Swarm have some light swarming potential, and the boss monster stops all level 5 or higher monsters from being special summoned. Anti-Search is a spell and trap as well. Needless to say, this deck has an insane boss monster, and if the deck did anything else, outside of making the singular boss monster, it would be at least Rogue. The boss monster can use its spell and trap search to give itself protection and can ignore cards like Dark Ruler no more. Now, I believe I've just described the entire archetype to you, so here's a deck list that combines the archetype with Dogmatica and destroys Phoenix Enforcer engine, and I think this list is very good. I've never really got why Evil Eye never caught on. They function extremely well as a discount invoked engine. In exchange for a normal summon, you can gain a free quick effect monster disruption, or a negate, a link 2 or 3, or a counter trap spell and trap negate. Well, obviously it's not as good as Invoked. It does have the unique advantage of synergizing with Fiend monsters. They have a generate 2 token spell card that has an in-graveyard effect protection. The only downside is that it locks you in the Fiends. Do you know what else are Fiends? Nightmares, Unchained, and Evil Twin. They also have their own built-in Cosmic Cyclone. Think of this deck as an invoked engine with more options, but less direct power. Here's a list I found embracing the toxic stun elements of Evil Eye, and here's another list I found showing off the combo potential this deck has with Unchained. Ice Shade are a water combo deck that's all about playing off your opponent's inability to read cards. This deck has some decent ways to spam out water monsters, and a boss monster that says opponents can only use their effects the turn they are summoned. This is both surprisingly good and bafflingly terrible. Outside of making the weird boss monster and summoning out Toad, this deck activates effects if our opponent would attempt to interact with our board. If they would destroy our cards, we'd get massive value. This is a fun little water engine that's a bit slow, but it's incredibly generic and has a lot of power behind it. By the way, the starter for the adventure engine is a water monster, so there's synergy here. Here's a go second list I've made. It's a bit all over the place, but it hits harder than it should. This deck actually becomes kind of impressive once it gets a continuous spell from the OCG that says an opponent's monster can't activate their effects the turn they're summoned. Harpies are an anime winged beast spam deck. They focus around spamming out their monsters quickly and setting up the card Harpy's Featherstorm for a turn-long monster negate Floodgate and Cyber Slash Harpy Lady for a bounce. This deck works extremely well with Tribegate or Lyrilusk, but what makes this deck work is how effectively it can play around hand traps in the right player's hand. Elegant Egotist ensures that you can start a combo every time. If Samorg was still legal, there's a solid case to put this deck in a weak rogue, but as it is now, its inboards are just a little too weak. Nordic is a weird OTK deck with a major identity crisis. It doesn't quite want to go first, despite having an easily searchable field negate, and it's not the best at going second, despite all of its boss monsters being geared around the battle phase. The good news is, this deck has access to a 2-card Synchro Summon, because the Nordic Link monster is a Link 1. It summons monsters out of the deck and gives targeting protection. Despite its initially seeming high cost, thanks to cards like Hippo Carnival and Alvis of the Nordic Alphar, we can plus anyway. We're really really makes this deck strong casual isn't how strong the cards are, but instead of how tight the engine is. To demonstrate this, here's my Nordic deck list. As you can see, we can fit a lot of generic cards. My list is running the Adventure Engine and Crossout Designator and Called by the Grave to stop hand traps. This deck would be ranked higher, but I'm going to be very clear about this. When the deck got its new wave of support, they fixed the main deck and then nothing to fix the awful Synchro monsters that the deck revolves around. Timaeus, or the Legendary Knights, are an incredibly weird one. On one hand, their support is not great, and the entire deck together is a bit scuffed, but each of the 3 individual fusion spell lineups are surprisingly functional, and what puts this deck to size Eye of Timaeus Dark Magician builds, which aren't bad and are genuinely very decent. They can use branded fusion while using the Dark Magician support. The Eye of Timaeus support synergizes with the deck to give it an OTK option, as well as more ways to easily make Red Eye's Dark Dragoons. But this isn't quite a Legendary Knight deck, is it? To make up for this, I'm splitting the decks into 2 categories. One for Eye of Timaeus builds, and one for a Legendary Knights focused build. The Legendary Knights fall in the tier 3 for having a lot of solid support, that none of which really works well with each other. It does have a win con that's okay, it's just a really good towers monster, and it also has easy access to Dragoons. Honestly, it's most of what's holding this deck together. You do have to run a lot of bricks to make this deck work, and there's not a lot of room for hand traps, and instead the deck has to rely on generic traps that Fang of Krytus forces you to run for fusion summons. No, that's not me misspeaking. You have to fusion summon with trap cards. Why? Resonators are a very fun synchro spam deck. Resonators can use Hot Red Dragon Archfiend and Red Supernova Dragon to make crazy inboards. The deck used to be plagued by consistency problems with its starters and extenders. Thanks to Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magic Dragon, the deck can find Resonators and combo off more often. The ideal inboard for this deck is 2 Disruptions and 1 Negate, and that's not quite enough to play against the meta, and the deck can struggle against hand traps, especially powerhouse hand traps like Nibiru. Here's a list I found that is for Master Duel, but it shows off what the deck can do with some very, very solid ratios. Cyber Angels are a ritual value deck that have a lot of synergy with every big ritual engine. In Drytron, this deck is known for being able to search fairy monsters right out of the deck. In a pure build, that means we're being able to pull out cards like Archlord Christia, or any combo piece from the deck. The downside is, Cyber Angels don't have a lot of built-in disruption and need to pull in goals from other decks. They have a very solid OTK lineup with protection, but that's just not enough in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Typically, this deck gets mixed with anything from Heralds to Dogmatica to Drytron to keep them alive. You've got 50 different ways to set up for a ritual summon, so hand trap outside of Droll and Lockbird aren't going to be the biggest problem. Here are 2 lists for Cyber Angels. The first one is a standard list using Dogmatica to get some extra disruption and consistency. The second list is about using Transonic Bird to use the Cyber Angel's strong removal effects on the opponent's turn at quick effect speed. Gladiator Beast are a combo contact fusion combat deck that was definitely designed pre-hand traps. The good news is that the Link 2 can jumpstart you into your combos, and Tri-Brigades can make that for free. Bad news is, the deck is super vulnerable and kind of all over the place. The deck can make very strong inboards, and the Gladiator Beast boss monster is a monster negate. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the main gimmick of Gladiator Beast. Most of them tag out at the end of battle phase to summon another one from deck after they attack. May God help your opponent if this resolves. But I believe we've been over why battle phase effects aren't that good. Luckily, the deck isn't dependent on this and can loop special summoning to great effect. Here's my list. It's a very basic summon spam deck, although I'm putting in the Adventure Engine instead of hand traps. Morphtronic are probably the best purely luck-based deck in the game. They operate in a similar manner to Sylvans, where they check the top cards of the deck, but unlike Sylvans, Morphtronics actually have extenders, and the number of cards they check is usually greater than Sylvans. You see, Morphtronics roll a dice to determine how many cards they check, and that averages out to 3.5. So you're usually in a better spot. Since Morphtronics are a machine synchro deck, they're also in a better position to abuse machine duplication and Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon. Thanks to both that and their main cards, Morphtronics are able to spam summon crazy boards. That is, if you're not unlucky and continually roll a 1 after 1 after 1. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of good Morphtronics, so there's only so much you can do to manipulate the deck's luck. If Morphtronics got one more good main deck monster, it's very likely they could be a valid rogue deck for those who aren't unlucky. Here's my list for Morphtronics. I'm using Gizmak Naganaki, the Sunrise Signaler, as another way to get to Morphtronic Selphon and start our combos. You can see that in this list I'm able to fit a very sizable hand trap package, as well as cross-out designators. The biggest issue with this deck is getting unlucky and then having to deal with hand traps at the same time. Yang Xings are a combo synchro deck that at first glance might not seem like they have a lot going for them. It's a self-destruction deck that's known for missing timing, and its best combo card, Denlong, is banned. Well, support for destroying your own cards is really catching up, and the synchro monsters that aren't banned are still really good. Lastly, some worm support has really let this deck take off. Sword Souls have been revolutionary for the Yang Xing strategy. Sword Souls work with generic worms, and if you have any synchro on board, giving Yang Xing an additional playstarter, or a free way to buy time to set up a combo. If you've seen the meta deck Sword Soul Tenyu, it operates on a similar logic. If you've seen the meta deck Sword Soul Tenyu, Yang Xing Sword Souls operates in a similar manner, albeit a bit slower. Yang Xing's also let a synchro on the opponent's turn, similar to how Crystron's do, but Sword Soul monsters or Yang Xing monsters are very good outside of that. Here's my list for Yang Xing. The most notable things about my list is the field spell Equal to Zone, which lets us pop a Yang Xing on its summon. It can also destroy our opponent's monsters. This deck could fit in 10 hand traps, but I'm running Called by the Grave and Crossout Designator instead. Blue Eyes Chaos Max is the gimmicky yet better version of Blue Eyes. It has one goal: make Chaos Max a big, untargetable, and indestructible 4K monster that does double piercing damage, and that's just so incredibly simple, and it just gets the job done. Kinda like how Grand Magi the Isa decks work. Thanks to Forbidden Droplets and Nibiru, this deck gets a lot better at going second than when it came out. All of the generic ritual support keeps this deck consistent, and Mad Lads can play Creature Swap to one-shot people by attacking into an incantation monster you give them. Inzectors are a wombo combo equipped deck that has gotten some crazy support in its new spell card, as well as with the new B-Troop and Battle Wasp cards. Inzectors make some insane link plays by juggling Inzector Dragonfly, who summons straight out of the deck, and Inzectors can do some crazy board wipes with Inzector Hornet. The downside of this deck is it's a bit fragile, and the difficulty of setup for Inzector combos hurts consistency somewhat. Luckily, this deck has gotten fantastic extenders and starters from the new insect support. Not only that, the deck can use a small Infernoble Knight engine as additional starters. Here's a list I found combining them with Beat Troopers. If the deck was a bit less fragile and could run a few more hand traps, it could definitely be Rogue. Magistus are a spellcaster spam deck with a cool extra deck equip gimmick. What makes Magistus work is how generic and low cost the engine is. Magistus boss monsters can prevent the activation of monster effects for more than one type of extra deck monster. Try Magistus provides free special summons of any spellcaster monster, or it can summon all Magistus monsters in hand. The biggest issue with Magistus as a deck is they don't do a lot on their own, and they take up a lot of deck space to really get value from them. Most spellcaster decks that could play the Magistus engine either want a normal summon, or they want a lot of their own archetype cards in hand. Magistus can also get hand trap early, and it severely hurts their combo output. Here's a list I found combining Magistus with Exosisters. It's a really cool concept, and shows how unrestricted Magistus are. Mutants have gotten so much better after their original shaky release. Mutant Mutator is a free searchable extender and a 1-card monster negate. This means the mutants have a 1.5 or 2-card combo that makes a monster negate and a spell negate while being resistant to hand traps. Mutants can do a lot more than just that. This deck has an easy trigger of Necroface, is one of the best cards for removing your opponent's combo pieces, and with Emergency Teleport at 3, mutants have one of the best starters and extenders. This is because Emergency Teleport triggers mutant effects. Mutants also have a fusion spell that works with monsters from the main deck and grave if your opponent activates a monster effect or tries to hand trap you. Mutants have a boss fusion monster that's an Omni Negate that recurs in the 3 cards. Now, mutants do have some issues. They're not overly consistent, and despite having a lot of fixes against hand traps, they're still not as great as playing through them. Here's my list for mutants. I was able to fit 9 hand traps. Do know that this is including Dimensional Shifter and Cypherade Gamma, who are very strong. Lastly, I want to mention the card Psy Impulse. It's not breaking the deck, but I feel like more mutant builds should run it. TG, which is short for Touching Genitals, is a synchro spam deck. It used to be fairly dated. With all the new support it's received, it's become fairly competent. Its big play is its Link 3 monster, which summons 3 TG monsters, 1 from hand, 1 from graveyard, and 1 from deck. Luckily, Crystron Halki Fibrax give access to this card off of any synchro combo starter. Also, the Link 3 gives targeting protection to your boss monsters. Once you get started, TG have a variety of options, from setting up for making a Baron de Fleur on your opponent's turn, or making their big monster TG Halberd Cannon, who's a summon negate. They just have plays. Also, the Assault Mode engine, which isn't great on its own, works amazingly here because not only is it a free Hulk, or free synchro monster, Halberd Cannon also has an assault mode form, letting the assault mode activate actually do some funny stuff. Here's a deck list I found that shows off the combo potential very well. I don't agree with all of its ratios, but it's still very solid. Ursartic are a synchro deck for people who are bad at addition. Ursartic have a unique gimmick of synchro summoning by subtracting levels. Luckily, they have enough extenders to play through hand traps, because this deck lets you special summon out its main deck monsters by attributing level 7 higher monsters from your hand. And thanks to the spell and trap lineup, this deck contributes for less cost. Ursartics have a fantastic spell lineup, letting us do everything from drawing 7 to searching 2, to even stealing an opponent's monster. This deck has a very solid boss monster, an Ursartic Septentrion, who negates the effects of Link and XYZ monsters. What hurts this deck from higher tiers is the lack of a better inboard and how large the engine is. This hurts how many hand traps the deck can run. Good news though, they can run the adventure engine. Incantations do so much to hold up the entire mechanic of ritual summoning, and they are by far the best engine for ritual monsters. They provide free searching, free recursion, and free removal for ritual decks. All you gotta do is reveal a ritual monster or ritual spell in hand, and boom, you got a field full of tributes and a free search. The only downside to this engine is that they can lock you out of the extra deck when they're on field, but for most ritual decks, that's not going to be a big problem. I would rate incantations higher, but as a deck, they don't do a lot of their own and just have to piggyback off of another. Here's my list for incantation Necros. I actually have a deck profile for this variant for Master Duel where I've used the incantation monsters for free tribute summons to summon Zaborg the Mega Monarch. Dynamist are a good stuff water machine pendulum deck. What Dynamist have that makes them special is they are a machine water type deck. This means they have access to both Cyber Dragon Infinity and Bahamut Shark. Also, there's access to Auroradon Halt combos for synchro plays. More specifically on what Dynamists do, the Dynamist machine monsters in Pendulum Scale give each other protection, and their monster effects range from special summoning themselves to less good battle effects. A Dynamist continuous spell says that when a Dynamist card is added from the extra deck to the field, you can add it to the hand. Also, this continuous spell searches one Dynamist card from deck, so it's really good. Here's a list I found for Dynamist. Basically, every Dynamist monster gets run at 3 because there aren't a lot of them, which is a shame because it's an archetype that just has a lot of potential. Thunder Dragon are a banished synergy fusion deck that have unfortunately been in a very bad spot without Colossus, their boss monster. They have the same banished synergy and searching, but without their solid end goal. The only thing keeping it going is how effectively the deck blends with other strategies, from chaos to branded. Thunder monsters get searches from being banished and use generic core like Aloof Lupine to find their fusion spell. What Thunder Dragons make with their fusion spell now is just a quick pop 1 or 2. Here's a list for Thunder Dragons that combines it with branded support. This list is more showing how free branded is as opposed to the strength of Thunder Dragons, but it's a solid deck anyway. Orcus are a graveyard combo deck that had its version of Graph Band, but the crazy stuff Orcus used to do is still somewhat there. Orcus can still set up strong inboards. Orcus have the gimmick of having a field spell that makes all their effects activate as quick effects on the opponent's turn. Gears through the Orcus Mech Knight is a fantastic starter for the deck, and the deck makes great use of the Phoenix Enforcer engine, and most importantly, Orcus can run a lot of hand traps. Just don't expect the deck to be as nearly resilient and explosive as it once was. Final Countdown is a Mystic Mine and Crooked Cook build that just decided to add 10 to 12 painful turns to the stall win con. Unluckily for everyone, Final Countdown has just enough differences to get it its own spot on the tier list away from Mystic Mine. You see, Final Countdown can run both Mystic Mine and Crooked Cook. Now, even though in game it's gonna feel like nothing's happening, there is a difference, and here's a list to prove that. Like, you just wait for your opponent to finally remove Crooked Cook and you go boom, Mystic Mine. If Mystic Mine players are eating Super Glue, and Exodia players are eating Elmer's glue, Final Countdown players are eating Tacky glue. Evil heroes, in my opinion, are one of the lower variants of the hero playstyle. If we're committing entirely to the goal of making evil hero cards, it's just a bit subpar outside of the generic hero plays. Of course, generic hero plays are still going to be very strong in evil heroes. Now, what specifically separates an evil hero deck from a hero mush or another specific variant is the use of Dark Fusion and the use of evil hero main deck monsters to access cards like Evil Hero Malicious Bane. Evil heroes have access to Graveyard Recursion and some searching. Luckily, this deck is pretty consistent, but it's not as good as some other elemental hero lists. Here's a list I found that shows off how evil heroes can work with other hero support. This grants easy access to Darklaw and Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, making it a significantly higher deck in Tier 5. Lightsworns are the classic mill deck that has taken a variety of forms over the years. They've been run pure, with zombies, and 60-card mush list, and now they're a rank 8 deck. Thanks to the Chaos Engine cards, like Chaos Space and Chaos Creator, Lightsworns get new life with new ways to turbo summon monsters. What really makes this deck function is Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Demonic Dragon, who is a level 8 synchro monster who mills 5 and adds 1 of the cards milled to hand. Milling 3 cards is powerful in Lightsworn, so Chaos Ruler's effect is crazy. Also, Chaos Ruler revives himself from grave. This deck has crazy combo potential, and it can play through hand traps pretty decently. It is relatively bricky, but less so than a lot of the low decks on the list. Here's my list. It's not an optimized list. This is a Judgment Dragon Turbo list. It's my favorite way to play the deck, and you can't stop me. But I will brick, but sometimes I'll make 3 JD. World Chalice are a Link Wombo combo deck that revolves around using normals monsters. It's notorious for using the Agent of Creation Venus and Mystic Mine Shineball to easily make Link 4s and start its combo. The deck's Link monsters summon normal monsters from hand and graveyard. It's a solid deck, but due to how a lot of the best Link monsters can't use non-effect monsters, it can be a bit janky. Luckily, making an inboard of Apollosa and IP Masquerena, along with other stuff, is pretty easy and consistent. Now, this sounds pretty good, right? What makes it not rogue then? Well, it's the size of the engine and its vulnerability to hand traps that keeps it from being higher. This deck usually also has to commit a lot of hand for combos, and it can't make it back until it gets to Ningirsu. Here's a standard list I found. Small World is an excellent consistency booster. Fossil on OTK rock deck that have a lot of synergy with more generic rock strategies like Adamancipator. Their central fusion spell, Fossil Fusion, lets use material from either grave to make fusion monsters. They have access to a Rock Foolish Burial that can also draw one. Also, their extra deck monsters can get value in grave. The biggest downside to Fossils is their inability to play going first, as well as the spell card Fossil Fusion being unsearchable. This deck gets fixed when the next wave of OCG support comes out, but for now it's a bit rough. Here's my list for Fossil. It's a go second list, although it's quite capable of going first. FA are a level-based wombo combo deck that gets value for swapping out field spells. Typically, this deck is built by finding the easiest to abuse generic combo and sticking to that. Once upon a time, that was Ancient Fairy Dragon. Today, it's Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon and Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. But outside of being able to set that up, what can FAs do? Well, they can set up their own spell and trap negate and a Macrocosmos on legs. But really, what they do is abuse generic synchro monsters like Baron Fleur and Borreload Dragon. Also, the FA field spells grant in-archetype monsters some protection and recursion. Here's a list I found that shows off the deck pretty well, but it's an extremely tight engine thanks to how easily field spells can search monsters. FAs can fit in around 10 plus hand traps, all things considered. Da-da-dee! Are an anime wombo combo deck. They were released pre-hand trap and it shows for a lot of their older combos. Luckily, this is an anime deck and it's gotten a lot of support over the years. It can make some solid boards through hand traps. The Link 2 is a straight up scale 2 from the deck, and DD Griffin and DD Swirl Slime become excellent extenders or follow-ups through a hand trap. This deck's inboard can include a spell negate, multiple monster steals, a summon omni negate, and sometimes a Baron de Fleur. Point is, you have options and most of them are pretty good. Small World and Piri Ree's map give the deck a much needed consistency boost, letting it solve its consistency problems. And the deck can fit in 9 plus hand traps. Here's a list I found that's pretty solid. Although I wouldn't worry because like all anime decks, it's gonna get support every other year, at least. Sacred I wrote Sacred Press. Sacred Beast are a big boy turbo deck that have a bunch of 1 and 2 card combos. Make a massive 4K beatstick Sacred Beast monsters. Fallen Paradise lets this deck pull off the deck's combos with a clean draw too. Also, it's searchable. Sacred Beast are a tight engine where each card gets another card, letting the deck be super resilient and very small. To prove how incredibly light the Sacred Beast strategy is, here's my list, where I throw in the whole branded strategy and 9 hand traps because I can. Piri map is a fantastic card for consistency. This is a really strong deck, and if it weren't for the consistency issues, and if it was a bit more resistant to hand traps, it would definitely be Rogue. Exo Sisters are an anti-graveyard deck that truly excels at destroying graveyard decks, but it really does struggle if the opponent is doing anything else. Exo Sisters can play around hand traps very well, they can set up some solid disruption, but it's definitely a bit janky to work with, even if it is consistent to do so. The engine is very small, so it can run a lot of outside engines or hand traps. Here's my build of Exo Sisters. The biggest problem with this deck right now is how few main deck monsters there are, so you have to run 3 of each. Once this deck gets its 3 cards of OCG support, this deck can very easily become Rogue. To give you some context for how much we've improved from where we came from, Battling Boxers have a main deck 3 of card that has less than the first effect of an Exo Sister card. Exo Sister Ellis says, if you control an Exo Sister monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, then if you control Exo Sister Stella, you can gain 800 life points. And it has more after that. Versus Battling Boxer Spar, that if you control a Battling Boxer monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, you cannot conduct your battle phase for the rest of this turn. And Ellis still has an extra effect and better XYZ monster options. Decks past here are going to start to get very good. Cubics are a weird monster spam graveyard combo deck that have a lot of synergy with other strategies that send spells and traps to the graveyard. Let me explain the main gimmick of cubic build so we're all clue. Duza, the Meteoric Cubic Vessel, sends a cubic spell or trap from deck to grave, and Unification of the Cubic Lord banishes itself to summon a cubic monster from deck when a cubic monster leaves the field. Neither of these are once per turn, meaning cubics have easy access to climb into a Link 4. Also, all the cubic other spells and traps have graveyard effects that are just solid. They also have some anime gimmicky ones if you like memeing your opponent by summoning out 3 bricks directly from the deck if you're losing. Cubics also have a lot of synergy with meta engines, but they don't have the most room for hand traps in their builds. Here's my take on the classic cubic Eldritch build. Also, the cubic mechanic of cubic counters is surprisingly solid, even if it is rarely used. They negate the effect of monsters they're placed on. Here's another 2 decks that are severely intertwined. Paleozoic and Frogs. Paleozoic are a trap monster deck that's all about summoning trap monsters from the grave and making rank 2 water monsters. Especially totally awesome. Unfortunately, this deck is hard go first, and it's not aged the best. It's still got all the solid interruption it used to have back when it first came out, but it needs some updated traps. Because not all the Paleozoic traps have been created equally, and while you do have access to a Banish, a Book of Moon, a Spell and Trap Pop, it's just not a lot of good Paleozoic traps to run in a build. If you could guarantee you went first with the strategy, it could be Rogue, but you can't do that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Frogs are the other half to Paleozoic. They special summon themselves, get value from grave, and make totally awesome. It's really simple. They work with any water deck. The biggest downside to Frogs is that there's really only 3 good main deck monsters: Dupe Frog, Swap Frog, and Ronin Tonin. There was a solid Paleo Frog list for Master Duel. Just swap the hand traps for use in the TCG, and the deck's really not going to change a lot. Also, I had originally considered DES as Frogs, and I've just ignored them. But since I've gotten requests to cover them, they would end up in Tier 2 because they work surprisingly enough with actual Frog cards. Supreme King Pendulums, or Magician Pendulums, have seen better days. What once used to be a crazy deck able to abuse Astrograph Sorcerer and Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is now stuck relying on the more easily hand trappable and less powerful pendulum support to get the job done. They'll still able to use time pendulum graph combos and abuse the generic extra deck. It's just a lot slow and a lot less inconsistent than they used to be. ZR specific builds are a bit of a meme, but a more focused pendulum edition list is still up to speed. Here's a clean list I found that showcases what this deck still has access to. Alright, that's it for part 3. We've covered 69 decks today. The complexity of these decks have gone up dramatically, but I'm getting excited to head up into the rogue tiers. It's going to be a lot less of me building every deck, and a lot more of me using tournament decks to show y'all how it works. Did you know that Cyberdarks have more tops than the entire pendulum mechanic? Just one of the many pointless facts that I get to know because I'm making this series. As some sort of cosmic retribution to my hubris, in this installment we will be readjusting the tier list based off some of the responses, and adding in some decks, in air quotes, that I missed, mostly because a lot of them are just really awful. Let's start off with the adjustments, from bottom to top. First off is Penguins. Penguins are still an inconsistent mess, and that keeps them out of tier 3, but they do have a solid end goal that I really wasn't fair to. Kribo still do a better job than them, but it's not awful. Thousand Eyes Restrict actually becomes viable based off the release of the branded structure deck. They have easy access to their boss monster, enabling better use of their hand traps. This deck goes straight to tier 4. Neospatians do have some actual end goals going for them, but I haven't been able to talk to anyone that can form a complete sentence explaining why this deck should be placed higher, so honestly, I'm not moving it. Fuck you. Constellas are a bit more consistent than the other decks in tier 2, and have a lot more power. I'm moving them into tier 3. People were mad when I joked about Gravekeepers having mostly flip monsters, but they are a bit better than tier 3, so I'll move them into casual. Also, Charmers are still a weak deck in my opinion. Hold on, wait, I've gotten a message from the Charmer Discord. They say Charmers can consistently make a revive one from grave and a pop. That's some meta deck material right here. Cyberdarks get the biggest jump on this list. It has been pointed out to me that they have more than one regional top in the past few months. As far as I can find, that's more than Pendulums. Cyberdarks go straight to tier 5, and I hate it. Thank you. Libromancers move up in tier 5. Their new support's insane, and turns any Libromancer into a 1-card link free, or a 3-dimensional Phoenix Enforcer. They even have their own Witter Anchor now. Nordics can move down to casual. I think they're a lot better than people are willing to admit, but it is what it is. I'll succumb to peer pressure and move them into tier 4. I've been contacted by multiple Ursartic mains telling me I've been too generous with their decks. And yeah, that's honesty I can respect. I'll move it down to low tier 5. Da-da-dee! Have enough tops to move them in the rogue. I'll admit I missed that. Where exactly in tier 6 or 7 they land, I'll leave a mystery until next time. The same goes with Exo Sisters, whose new support fixes all of their problems. Lastly, I'm going to be moving a lot of tier 4 decks that do a bit more than the expanded tier 4. These decks can play in tournaments. I recently played in one playing Shiranuis, and it was quite fun. Now on to the dumpster fire of decks that I'm tiering just for completionist's sake. I think most of these fall into tier 0 and the like, but it is what it is. Pikaru and Kuran is not a good strategy. The gimmick is taking a bad 1200 attack monster and equipping it with an equip spell giving it 2000 attack. Then the monster has to destroy a level 5 or higher monster. Then the monster can tag out into a 2000 attack monster that either burns for 800 or heals for 800 on standby phase for each monster you control. This is somehow not as bad as Gate Guardian, and it is just painful. Ocean's Keeper is a confusing set of 3 monsters that have some truly horrifying art. This deck has similar problems to Gate Guardian of having bad boss monsters that do almost nothing, and they're hard to get out. As funny as it is to make your opponent play with their hand revealed, it's just not enough. Luckily, these boss monsters are somewhat easy to summon, as they special summon themselves by tributing Ocean's Keeper. The only thing keeping this deck above Gate Guardian and Aitsu is the generic water support enabling this deck to be functional, as well as Ocean's Keeper giving himself search power. I also want to personally thank the guy who reminded me that this strategy exists because I have to look at cranium fish. And now, you all do too. Suck it, you're welcome. Battle Guard are a level 5 beatdown deck that at least has a way to summon out its monsters thanks to its main card, Feast of the Level 5. Unfortunately, its main searcher is still OCG only, much like my hopes and dreams. That wasn't funny. I'm not funny. I'm sad. No more improv. This leaves the archetype to suffer in a pit of despair, and trust me, I know that feeling. The deck is only going to be able to make a basically generic level 5 monster, but I do recommend you pair this deck with artifacts. Pyramid of Light, or Sphinxes, is a bad anime movie archetype. The archetype is based around having a continuous trap card Pyramid of Light on the field. Luckily, once that happened, the deck is actually somewhat interesting. The 2 main monsters, Andro Sphinx and Sphinx Telia, can special summon themselves out on the field by paying 500 life points. Unfortunately, they can't attack the turn they're special summoned because that would be too easy. They do piercing damage though. If you could guarantee seeing Pyramid of Light, this deck could be higher as the world's jankiest rank 10 engine, but it's too inconsistent and too slow to be higher as it is. Also, the actual boss monster is impossible to summon unless you're going to be dark holing yourself. Majestic Mech are a series of typically high level monsters that can normal summon themselves with either no or less tributes, but they do destroy themselves at end of turn. This deck is like the worst possible half of a rank 5 or rank 6 engine. The deck does have synergy with Valhalla Hall of the Fallen, but that's it. This is just suffering with extra steps. The Wicked Gods are just the Egyptian gods, but mostly much worse outside of Ra's replacement. They all kind of reverse whatever their counterpart does. The Wicked Dreadroot has monsters attack instead of gaining like Obelisk. The Wicked Slifer gets attack for every card your opponent controls instead of actually being useful. And the Wicked Avatar turns off spell and trap cards for 2 of our opponent's turn after it's summoned, and it gets a built-in Moon Mirror Shield. Unlike the Winged Dragon of Ra, this card is actually useful. The bad news is, none of these gods get any of their support their Egyptian counterparts have. Outside of Divine Evolution, where Konami randomly remembered they exist, also, none of the Wicked Gods are Divine Beast, which is kind of a problem. Honestly, I don't even consider them a deck, but I've been asked to include them multiple times, so here they are. You're just playing Egyptian gods pre any support with a better Ra instead of Slifer as your main end goal. Play testing Water Dragon or Bonding is a lot like having a seizure. It'll just leave you on the floor shaking back and forth between Hydro Dragon and Water Dragon. It's got enough pieces to keep pushing you along, but it's just never really working. It's just kind of moving. Luckily, this deck has some things going for it. Duoteron is a fantastic searching piece, and it's searchable by Fossil Dig. This deck is close to being a functional gimmick, but it's just a little too much, as it needs 4 cards to make its big boss monster. And this is all while trying to figure out how to dodge hand traps. Zera is a weird theme of monsters that have very little to do outside of making a vanilla ritual monster and setting up for, honestly, a very powerful win con. Mazera Deville lets you tribute 1 warrior of Zera while Pandemonium is on the field to special summon himself. On his summon, he forces our opponent to discard 3 random cards. Luckily for Zera, this is a pretty good end goal, like Jesus Christ. And because of Pandemonium, this deck has synergy with Archfiends. But at the end of the day, this deck is just a little too inconsistent, too slow, and just too disruptible to get anything off, even with modern support like Unexpected Die. Materiactor is an unfinished abomination. What they have so far is good, but what they have is 2 cards. It's like someone at Konami had half a thought and just shat out 2 monsters. It's just a free rank 3 right now, and that's surprisingly not awful, but it's not good. It is a dragon, and this is the newest deck to make it the tier 0. Bouncer are a rank 6 spam deck, without all the tools needed to be a rank 6 spam deck. They're very similar to Majestic Mech, although Bouncers don't blow themselves up at the end of turn. Also, Bouncers have their own boss monster, Photon Shock Bouncer, who's just decent. The biggest problem is getting their pieces on board, but once they do that, they have some interesting, although not good options open up to them. I never thought I'd be saying this, but just play Hazy Flame. Helios is an archetype based around that guy you summon off of Macrocosmos. This deck goes one of 2 ways. Either A, you see Macrocosmos and have a subpar deck, or B, you don't see Macrocosmos and the deck is unplayable garbage. Luckily, Dimensional Shifter makes the deck more consistent, but it's still not good at all. Goblins are a weird battle phase attack deck, but they also have Goblinberg, who is just easy field swarming. This deck is slightly more consistent than Dark Scorpions, but it's still not good. Goblins at least have better effects, and thanks to Goblin King, they have a beatstick boss monster. Scrounging Goblins gives us searching, and they have a trap card that can discard cards from our opponent's hand each time we inflict battle damage. Unfortunately, they still all have low attack values, and they're still a battle phase deck. Dark Scorpions can pop off harder, but Goblins can do okay way more consistently. Just a reminder that okay and pop off hard are relative terms, as this is tier 0. And Meta are worse Umbral Horrors, with less monsters and a worse level until Splites release in the game. They are plants, so they can abuse generic plant support, but this strategy is very dated and extremely slow. Did you know that Castel, the Skyblaster Musketeer, and the Magic Normal monster accidentally ended up in one of the worst archetypes ever? So Skyblasters is a thing that exists because the broken token generator card, Phantom Skyblaster, works with Skyblaster cards. This was supposed to only be for the token burn effect, but it does work with the other 2 cards, even if what it does is just burn for 1800 max. Phantom Skyblaster is a good card, as are Castel and Clavicule, but they don't make a coherent deck and barely count as one. This should be proof though of how thorough I'm going with this list. The deck is only as high as it is because of the power of Phantom Skyblaster's first effect, even if he is limited. Spiders are a weird older deck of generic insects that had the unique gimmick of setting monsters to defense position for value. While that is an extremely abysmal mechanic, they do have a lot more going for them than at first glance. They have the bare minimum of special summons, they can steal and tribute our opponent's defense position cards, they can spam out monsters with Block Spider, and have removal thanks to Relinquish Spider. More so than that, Digital Bugs, Battle Wasp, and Bee Trooper all go a long way to making this awful strategy possible. Is it good? No. It's way too slow for that, but it's possible now, and that's what's putting it in high tier 0. Horse is one of the better level up lines. While typically this doesn't quite make it into the more general builds, it got enough to make it functional. Horse level 8 is a non-once per turn spell negate, and it has a monster to give it targeting protection. Overall, if a level up build focuses on that gimmick, it can make a solid disruption machine. It's just too inconsistent and too slow to be higher. But that being said, it is an almost functional win con, so I'm going to put it in the bottom of tier 1. Lycanthrope is an old ritual monster strategy with the unique gimmick of burning for each normal monster in the graveyard after it inflicts battle damage. Yes, the strategy is ridiculously slow and inconsistent, but it's still a valid strategy, which is something that's a lot harder to say about tier 0 decks. Thanks to all the normal monster support, Lycanthrope is very easy to set up for, and thanks to pre-preparation of rights and generic ritual support, Lycanthrope is actually searchable. If you need a bad gimmick strategy, I recommend this one for being more fun than it should be. Crash Bugs are a fiend special summon deck that have the unfortunate gimmick of needing to control another specific Crash Bug, summon another Crash Bug from the deck when they're normal summoned. Luckily, pulling from the deck does count for a lot. It's just managing to pull off a setup that's the problem. Luckily, Piri-Ree's map and Small World boost consistency dramatically. The deck is still not good and the big boss monster is awful, but spamming out monsters from the deck has more potential than it first appears. This deck works very well with BA and Phantom Knights. Aether, also known as the Empowered Warriors engine, is another part of the Summoner engine. You can pull a monster straight out of the deck with the field spell, and you have some passable graveyard recursion for spellcaster and warrior type monsters. I like this engine a lot. It's surprisingly not completely unplayable, but it's so unbelievably slow. It wasn't ran when it was released, and with hand traps, it's pretty unusable. Although it is definitely a functional strategy, and that keeps it out of tier 0. Potan are an interesting level 1 synchro engine that just unfortunately lacks enough starters to make it viable. Red Potan special summons 1 Potan from the deck when it witnesses a synchro summon on the field. Now the question of how you're going to get Red Potan onto the field and still synchro summon is a good question. Unfortunately, the other Potan monsters don't do anything. It is kind of a struggle. Level 1 support doesn't count for enough, unfortunately. Even if the deck is a cool idea, it just doesn't have enough monsters to really work properly. Endora is 2 level 8 monsters that's 1 OCG only card away from being a full archetype. This is another one of those requested decks that I don't think counts, but I'll put it on here to be thorough. It's got good board wiping, and as a level 8 Dark Dragon type monster, it's got a lot of ways to hit the field. What it has is good, but there's just not enough to be higher. Fieldmaster Meisei is the little gimmick deck that could. The deck revolves around a spell and trap that respectively prevent the activation of all trap cards and all spell cards when Meisei is on the field. This, of course, is an insanely powerful floodgate effect. The issues are, of course, with seeing both the normal monster and the trapper spell at the same time. Luckily, since Meisei is a normal monster, we can find him very easily with cards like Unexpected Die and Painful Decision. But finding the trap or the spell is a bit harder. Also, since the cards require you to control Meisei, an opponent can just attack over him and remove the stun cards. This certainly is a fun and surprisingly powerful strategy, but it's certainly not good. Just ignore Secret Village of the Spellcasters. That's just what the deck does, but better and more splashable. Power Tool Dragon is a 5Ds anime signer dragon who never quite stuck the landing into the TCG, unlike Stardust, Black Rose, and Ancient Fairy Dragon. What Power Tool wants you to do is equip a lot of powerful equip spells to him and make a big boss monster. The deck's best card is the first Synchro Power Tool Dragon, who can pull an equip spell out of deck. That is, until the new OCG support anyway. There's a fair bit of support for Power Tool, but none of it is effective in supporting the Power Tool equip strategy, outside of maybe an extra draw and some bad recursion. Honestly, Power Tool is only as high as it is because of the first Power Tool being very useful. Also, the deck is usually paired with Morphtronics, as its unique equip card also works with Morphtronics. Super Defense Robots, or Orbital 7, are a gimmicky yet cool offshoot of Photon that really just can't play Photon or Galaxy cards. It can special summon out easy rank 3, 4, and 8s, so that's pretty good. It's also got a solid rank 8 Beatstick boss monster that has very good recursion. The deck has amazing synergy with generic machine support, like Urgent Schedule, Machine Duplication, and Gear Gadget X. Here's a list from May on YouTube. The only thing stopping this deck from being higher is that it's just a bit too slow to see more play. It's consistent enough, but that's not going to fix the main issues. Trap monsters are a very hard deck to rank. On one hand, it's got some honestly very powerful removal and negation options, but on the other hand, it's extremely slow and very inconsistent. Let's go over the good. Thanks to the card Angel Statue Azarun, the deck has a special summon negate, and thanks to the Statue of Anguish pattern, the deck has removal. The two Tiki Continuous traps give access to battle shenanigans that are solid, and Imperial Custom gives protection. Honestly, this is all very solid and would be fine if it wasn't for two things. One, it is a trap deck, so it needs to go first, and second, you don't really have an easy way to search trap cards, meaning you can't rely on your good effects being live when you need them. I decided to put them into the middle of tier 2. However, I'm making a prediction that in future Konami will print an archetype that's based around continuous trap monsters, and I believe then this deck will see relevancy. If you want a gimmicky normal summon monster support, we have Treasure Panda. Treasure Panda lets us banish up to 3 spell traps to special summon 1 normal monster directly from deck equal to level. This card enables some of the stupidest FTKs and wombo combo boards, as this effect isn't once per turn. The big downside is consistency. If Treasure Panda isn't either drawn or gets hand trapped, the deck is basically over. Most builds I see run Summoner Monk to ensure Treasure Panda is drawn, but that's just more hand trap bait. And because of the normal monster gimmick, this deck does have to run a lot of bricks. Powerful but bricky and inconsistent. Very similar to Karibos. Spell counters are another hard to classify deck on the list. Spell counter support for the most part is unrelated to the Mythical Beast archetype, which just happens to use the mechanic. Most of the older support is significantly weaker and has questionable synergy with the new support. As such, I've split the deck into 2 camps, one for Endymion and Mythical Beast later, and one for old Endymion and spell counter support. Luckily, the older stuff is still passable. You get easy access to Graveyard Recursion, massive beat sticks, but it's very slow outside of that even with its newest support. Honestly, you're better off sticking to one of the modern Pendulum builds. Flame Veil are another Forgotten Fire Synchro archetype that's very similar to Laval. While Flame Veil's individual monsters are better as a whole, they don't quite reach the insane wombo combo potential of Laval's. They do have access to Rekindling, which is still an insane card, but what makes Flame Veil's unique is their ability to banish cards from the opponent's graveyard and get value for it. At best, it means controlling graveyard decks and triggering abilities like Near Flame Veil Lady, who can dump a generic fire monster from deck to grave. But it means the cost can be either getting hand trapped or going second. Speaking of going second, a lot of this deck's effects are battle related, which isn't a good thing. Luckily, this deck has great synergy with anything fire type, but that only carries this mess of a deck so far. Here's a list I found showing how well this deck can synergize with fire monsters, even if it is a bit slow. Slimes are weirdly good. They're certainly not out of casual, but they do function as an engine that makes them more than just an okay Egyptian god engine. Most of that comes from 2 cards, Egyptian God Slime and Reactor Slime. Egyptian God Slime is a fantastic boss monster who gives targeting protection to all your other monsters as well as attack redirection. The biggest part about him is that he needs a level 10 0 attack water monster to bring him out. That's where Reactor Slime comes in. Reactor Slime can make 2 tokens during the main phase at the cost of locking us into Divine Beast monsters. But what really matters is the second effect of letting us tribute him to special summon Metal Reflect Slime from the deck, who meets the requirements to summon Egyptian God Slime. This creates a neat little slow casual engine that if it was less vulnerable to hand traps, could see play as a valid tech in rogue decks. But as it is now, it's just too fragile. Luckily, as an anime deck, it's likely to get another passive support sometime, so I'd watch that. Here's a well-made deck list showing how the deck can be used as an engine. It's a bit outdated thanks to the ban list. 1 or 2 changes would make this deck very powerful. Bamboo Sword is a classic generic draw engine that almost exclusively shows up in degenerate lockdowns or FDK decks. Basically, Cursed Bamboo Sword searches any Bamboo Sword, and Golden Bamboo Sword draws 2 if you control a Bamboo Sword. That's basically it outside of one funny lockdown strategy. You see, Burning Bamboo Sword lets us skip our opponent's main phase 1, and Dual Terminal lets us skip our opponent's main phase 2. Thus letting us skip our opponent's turn. Here's a funny deck list for that. This specific strategy would rank a fair bit lower, but it's cool so you have that. The main strategy, while being really powerful when it goes off, is inconsistent. Phantasm Spiral is a normal monster battle phase control deck that is a very good attempt at an awful gimmick. The deck has free token generation, actual hand traps with relevant effects, and large beat sticks. What keeps this deck from working as it should is its reliance on only normal monsters and its reliance on controlling the field spell, and most damningly is the reliance on dealing damage to summon out its big boss monster, Phantasm Spiral Dragon. It is vulnerable to hand traps, but what's going to kill this deck for you is how painfully slow it is. It's stuck in tier 3, even if it is really good at its awful gimmick. Prediction Princesses are a flip ritual deck. Surprisingly, they do have valid win cons. The downside is they're still burdened by flip mechanics, just being a little too slow. What the deck aims to do is to use its big ritual monster, Prediction Princess Tautorelli, to cheat out a broken flip monster like Part of Forbidden or a Shadol monster, then using Tautorelli's effect, immediately flip it. It's really solid, albeit very inconsistent. Speaking of Shadols, that's my personal favorite way to play this deck. Here's a list for it. It could use some touching up, but it's very solid nevertheless. Before Mage, after having their best card banned after a 2-week-long Tier 0 Pendulum format, has been delegated to a slower rank 4 engine, and over time they've been power crept farther and farther out of relevancy. While Performage Trick Clown and Damage Juggler can still show up in a Shaddoll or other mill decks, it's definitely not the best way to play that kind of deck anymore. Well, at least Performage is kinda slap in the Trickstar matchup. Box of Friends is a normal monster summon spam deck whose newest wave of support does a lot to make them playable as at least a casual deck. The goal is to use Doll Happiness to set up for a free rank 4 XYZ play to use, or to use Grandpa Demito for a free rank 8 play. With all of the normal support in the game like Unexpected Die or White Elephant's Gift, this deck is more consistent than it should be. The downside to this deck is how overly vulnerable to hand traps it is. If an opponent figures out how your deck works, they're going to stop Doll Happiness or Box of Friends from resolving. Also, decklist Icy run about 5 to 8 normal monsters, and that can be really rough, even if the deck can use all of them well. Cypher are a really good set of OTK-oriented Galaxy Eyes extra deck monsters that all mostly overlay on top of each other. Unfortunately, the extra deck comes with a set of mediocre main deck monsters to make them. The main problems of the main deck is that they have to jump through more hoops than is needed to make the monsters level 8, and they do have problems just putting monsters out on field. The extra deck carries a lot of weight, as does how much this deck is tied to Galaxy support, but it doesn't make this deck anything more than a significantly suboptimal way to play a Galaxy deck. Just tech 1 or 2 of the Cypher extra deck monsters into a Galaxy deck and it'll do the same thing but much better. Lord of the Red is a comical offshoot of Red Eyes. The deck is actually fine, but I just can't stop thinking about how this man's persona is Red Eyes Black Dragon. The key monster is all about getting pops off a card effect activation, and it can do it twice per turn. It can abuse generic Red Eyes support and generic Ritual support to play very consistently. Of course, it can make Dragoons as well. The deck can also be played with Dogmatica. While this deck is pretty solid, it's not as flexible as regular Red Eyes, even if the Ritual monster gives flexible removal. Goyo is the funniest set of extra deck monsters I've ever seen. Basically, they're all about stealing their opponent's monsters, usually through battle. But the 2 cards that put this deck on the map are Goyo Defender and Goyo Emperor. Goyo Defender summons 2 more copies of himself from the extra deck if he's the only monster you control, and Goyo Emperor is a fusion monster that lets us tribute an Earth Warrior Synchro monster for quick effect steal an opponent's monster. While Goyo Emperor should be a hard card to make, thanks to Verte, Anaconda, and Miracle Synchro Fusion, any summoning of Goyo Defender makes Goyo Emperor +1 tribute. This means the strategy has a lot of room for flexibility and what else it can make. The biggest downside to this deck is how vulnerable it is to hand traps. I know I'd say that a lot, but that's just kinda how casual Yu-Gi-Oh is. Cristrons are a Synchro Spam archetype with the unique gimmick of doing the Synchro summoning on their opponent's turn. Never seen that one before. This deck is all about proving how Konami gives legacy support, either as bad anime nostalgia bait, or as over-the-top meta-relevant cards that leave behind their original archetype. Crystron Halki Fibrax is one of the most insane Synchro support cards ever, and while Crystron can abuse it, it's not even at its best in this deck. Crystrons can recur themselves from graveyard to set up multiple massive level 12 Synchro monsters, but the biggest issue is having to set that up. Typically, this deck will use an engine like Danger, Scraps, or Gen X Undying to set up its plays. Unfortunately, all these are easily hand-trappable, giving the deck fragility problems. It's an okay deck outside of that, but overall, it's just too slow to be higher up on the list. Story Knights are a janky control deck revolving around light fairy monsters and level 7 dragons. This deck has some potential to hard disrupt an opponent's plays, but it has weird requirements and it's setup intensive. The deck has strong search power and can use cards like Ties of the Brethren for extra support. The deck's in graveyard effects support long grind games, but the biggest problems with this deck are that it can't really go second and it's vulnerable to hand traps. It's not the fastest deck in the world, but a skilled player can do a lot with what this deck gives. Here's a deck list I found. It's a very standard control list, and I'd personally cut out the honest and round up the number of generic traps, but this list is still very solid. Chainburn has been in a sad spot since the release of Mystic Mine. It's still the same playable strategy it's always been, but it's been power crept out of the game by more efficient, toxic stun decks. Why play 5 burn traps when you could end the game with 3 with Mystic Mine? But that doesn't mean Chainburn is playable. In the current metagame, players will spam out 5 monsters, letting this deck's cards get maximum value. Unfortunately, that power crept summoning also comes with more removal that can really hurt this deck. I'd show you a deck list, but I feel the need to keep the old secrets buried. Marin Cess are a water link spam deck that's missing all of its good OCG support that makes it a relevant deck. As it is right now, it's a bad water type battle phase deck that can also make totally awesome. It's fine, but it lacks the extenders it needs to play through hand traps and truly make its boss monster a Towers monster. How good this deck gets after the next wave of support is proof of how good the cards are, but it's just a little too vulnerable right now, and its inboards are just too lacking at the moment to be higher on the list. Dark Magician Girl is a sub-archetype within Dark Magicians that has a completely different setup and playstyle when compared to the main Dark Magician strategy. Luckily, they can both abuse the same solid support to easily set up disruptions and get done with their main plays. However, this deck is one of the weaker versions of Dark Magicians because Magician Girls are battle phase focused even if they do have access to some OTKs. Lastly, we have Forbidden. Forbidden quick plays are that series of quick play negates and unaffected spells that have been a solid lineup until Forbidden Droplets released. Then they got even more relevant. Thanks to Condemn Witch, they all become searchable in an engine. Searching out one of the best staple cards in the game, as well as several other solid options, is a very good start. Yet Condemn Witch also tributes herself to special summon out a level 4 fairy monster. This means the Forbidden engine can become an insanely powerful piece in decks like Generator, and most impressively branded, being able to summon out Oliver, Jester of Despion. The biggest problem with this engine is the fact that Condemn Witch isn't great against hand traps, and isn't great at going second. While the quick play spells are strong, they don't have synergy together as well. Here's a list I made pairing them with Generator. The going second problems are kind of amplified with this build, but the point of Generator is to make the best possible field going first. Now, that's all the decks for today. That's been 46 decks, and most of these are pretty miserable to experience. Except for Goyo Guardian. That shit made me laugh. Today's video is about the decks that fall in the tier 6, or what I define as weak rogue. Every archetype on this list represents the strongest variant of that deck. For example, Necroz would be ranked as Dogmatica Necroz because the best variant of Necroz is with Dogmatica. However, Dogmatica on the list would be ranked as something closer to Dogmatica Eldritch, Adventure, like a pile type deck. If you like this series, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It helps these videos get more traction, which makes it easier to gather research for me. Let's get straight into Tier 6. Tier 6 is for the weaker rogue decks. These are decks that are definitely stronger than the below tiers, but maybe haven't seen quite as many results from tournaments, and are just unproven. Some decks here have seen sporadic tournament results at a regional or equivalent level, and these decks can compete on a meta level, but usually just have one or two things holding them back. Amazements are a lowest tier 6 deck, like just barely squeezing in there. They have a lot of solid trap disruption options, but they are a trap deck, which forces them to want to go first. What makes this deck have strength is its two summon options that it can burst out on the opponent's turn. Lord of Heavenly Prison and Amazement Administrator Orlinko. Both of these cards let us pull powerful traps directly from the deck. This means the deck strategy can flex mid-game to handle our opponent's plays, while our field spell gets continuous value. The deck is a tad bit inconsistent, but it has a lot of potential as one of the better back row decks in the game. Here's my list for Amazement. I've opted to throw in some very spicy techs that I hope you'll enjoy. Blackwings have surprisingly become the best build of Alistair following set 2 of... Wait, wrong card game. Sorry, guys. Okay, this one is still Vanguard. Can we change that? Okay, this is just Magic Angels. It's not even a Blackwing. Hold on, we'll just be right back. Give me a second, guys. Okay, Blackwings are an anime winged beast spam deck that gets about 15 new cards every year that are always just kind of okay. Luckily, this deck has a lot going for it, mostly in terms of just free special summons from the hand. As a winged beast deck, Blackwings can use cards like Wing Requital for draws, and use support from the entire Raid Raptor archetype. Blackwings on their own just summon out a variety of synchro monsters that range from an extra normal summon to janky protection, to a very solid Towers monster called Blackwing Armored Master. To get into negates, Blackwings have to either abuse generic link monsters like Apollosa or Phantomancer Rusty Bardish, or they can do a Raid Raptor rank up play for more options. The biggest issue with Blackwings is that they themselves don't make a lot, but surprisingly being able to special summon the entire deck from hand does get you a lot of points in a competitive game. Oh yeah, and it can run the Adventure engine, so yeah, neat. Wind Witch at their most basic level are a set of wind monsters that freely special summon out a level 8 wind synchro monster and give it protection. Usually it's going to be Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, but some other options are available. This engine does lock you into win level 5 or higher monsters from the extra deck, but this isn't a big deal as it doesn't take away a normal summon, and the engine leaves room for more toxic cards. The preferred meta pick for this format is to put in the Adventure engine, but going in on all traps isn't awful either. The extra monsters the deck can run give very easy access to other synchro monsters like Baron de Fleur, as well as Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. Here's my list for Wind Witch. It's a very simple negate pile type deck. It's very simple, but very effective. Also, Wind Witch work with every wind type deck imaginable, so have fun with that. Exo Sisters have a lot more going for them than when they were last covered. They now have more consistent ways to access their XYZs, and they have a new boss monster, Disruption, with the rank 8, who in turn gives access to another XYZ disruption. The deck is only missing their OCG. The deck is only missing one card, which is their which is a main deck level 4 monster is an immediate XYZ play, and whenever they get that, the deck moves into a tier 8 position. However, the deck is not bad at all right now, and is in a pretty solid spot. Goki are a link spam deck defined by two things: their warrior type, and every time one is sent from the field to the graveyard, they search another Goki card. These two things make for one of the most spammable archetypes ever, but the monster effects are toned down to compensate. Most of the main deck monsters don't have a lot of special summoning. To compensate for this, Goki runs starters and extenders outside of their archetype, like Isolde, Two Tails of the Noble Knights, and Fire Flint Lady to make plays. The best Goki card is Goki Rematch, which is a searchable special 2 cards from grave to set up for an easy Link 4 type play. This deck turns an Isolde into a full combo. I will note that this deck gets better or worse depending on the power level of generic Link monsters. This deck peaked with Unarata Firewall Dragon, and was better when Verte was legal. Now the deck just relies on Apollosa and generic Codebreaker combos. Spriggans are a machine XYZ spam deck that for some reason has synergy with Branded because, I don't know, lore I guess. What Spriggans want to do is set up its rank 8 and rank 4 monsters for easy removal and value. The deck's field spell, Great Sand Sea Gold Golmada, provides an easy source of summoning Spriggan XYZ monsters from the extra deck. The Spriggan's main deck focuses on getting value from the graveyard, combined with a few extra effects that take advantage of normal summoning. A lot of Spriggans attach as materials from hand or graveyard to synergize with the field spell. Let's get into the weird Branded synergy now. Spriggan's Kit on her normal summon searches a Branded spell trap from anywhere, as she summons herself from hand if you control an Albaz fusion. This opens up a lot of weird plays, mostly because the good Branded cards lock you in the fusions, and Spriggans are an XYZ deck. So it ends up where you on your first turn commit to a Spriggan's playstyle, and on the later turns follow it up with Branded combos. Or you use a Spriggan's engine as just a sad way to search Branded fusion. Spriggans do actively make Branded worse, but Branded do make Spriggans way better. Dual Avatar are a fusion control deck that revolves around a fusion spell that generates tokens and fusion summons twice. The entire deck is accessible from the field spell, and the engine plays out a lot like Invoke when all put together. The field spell searches a Dual Avatar Fist Yui, and Yui searches the fusion spell from the deck, and this fusion spell can then set up all the disruptions, which usually is an extra deck monster negate and some sort of battle shenanigans. This is the common play, but the deck also has access to a monster banish on an effect activation. Dual Avatar can also fusion summon on the opponent's turn with their searchable trap card. Dual Avatar themselves are a very fair and balanced deck, so not super high on the tier list, but Dual Avatar can be a very tight engine that plays super nice with other engines like Shadal, Dogmatica, and of course, Despia. Funnily enough, Branded Fusion following up a Dual Avatar fusion can send a fusion substitute monster for consistent access to the deck's specific fusions. This boosts consistency dramatically. Of course, you could also just perform generic Branded combos, but that's not the point. Here's a list I found once again proving that Branded Fusion has power crept every other fusion spell in the game. Psyframes are a surprisingly powerful deck. They get this power at the very significant cost at being extremely boring to play. What Psyframes do is set up Psyframe Circuit and Psyframe Lambda, then attempt to punish your opponent for playing any cards. Having multiple strong hand traps like Psyframe Gear Gamma is really strong, and this deck can follow up that play with an immediate Psyframe Lord Omega to just rip a card out of the opponent's hand. Doing this type of disruption multiple times per turn is crazy strong. You're just always only able to act when our opponent acts. This means a smart opponent will wait to play a card until they're sure they can play through our disruptions. Also, if your opponent can remove a field spell or a Lambda, this deck's removal is hard capped. Here's a list I found. Try this one, it's got a lot of cool text like Clock Wyvern for a draw, Lambda, and a free token to help set up for Baron de Fleur. I tried to make my own list for Psyframes, but I kept falling asleep doing playtesting. Abyss Actor are a weird pendulum deck with a recurring effect of getting value from the cards destroyed by the opponent, as well as having tons of ways to special summon its monsters out of the pendulum zone. There are two goals in Abyss Actor deck we'll go for. First, it can try to play around Abyss Script Rise of Abyss King to play for an OTK. Or second, it can play around Abyss Playhouse Fantastic Theater and set up some of the funniest floodgates going second. Abyss Playhouse states that if you control a pendulum summon Abyss Actor monster, all of your opponent's monster's activated effects become destroy one set spell or trap you control. If a player can meet the requirements for the field spell, it can be extremely hard for an opponent to out that. For context, when an Abyss Actor spell card gets destroyed, they do everything from casually search 2, to setting 5 spells from the deck, to special summoning 5 Abyss Actor monsters from the deck. The key to consistency with Abyss Actors is to link one monster, Abyss Actor Hyper Director, who summons one Abyss Actor from the Pendulum Zone, place another Abyss Actor Pendulum monster from deck to Pendulum Scale. This is nuts. It enables both effects like Abyss Actor Madonna early on in its combos, but also gives access to the full range of pendulum effects in the deck. Here's a list I found focused around going second. The biggest issue with Abyss Actor is how many cards hardlock you into Abyss Actor monsters. It puts a lot of pressure on an already hard to play deck that has a lot of potential. I've discussed several lesser variants of Dark Magician, but when you put them all together, we just get a very okay rogue deck. Don't get me wrong, you have excellent consistency boosters like Magician's Souls and Illusion of Chaos, as well as good disruption pieces like Eternal Soul and Dark Magical Circle. It's just that these pieces aren't quite enough to get the deck into a more relevant spot. Luckily, the deck can abuse Dragoons and several other strong fusions. This strategy is a little too slow to keep up in this format. Time Thieves are an XYZ spam deck with a lot of generic abilities. Time Thieves are defined by how easily they can just go into other rank 4 decks. Time Thief Adjusters is a massive extender if you can get another Time Thief out. Time Thief Regulator is a big if resolves. And Time Thief Winder is also a solid extender. What these cards do is turn one XYZ play into 2 or 3. While one rank 4 XYZ monster is a bit of seasoning to a massive board, 3 XYZ monsters start to be pretty nasty, especially when they keep coming back like Time Thief Redoer. Time Thieves can access Raider's Knight for Arc Rebellion plays, and Time Thieves can access Evil Swarm Knight for a double Book of Moon. And here's just a reminder for some of the generic rank 4 plays. Abyss Dweller, Tornado Dragon, Castel the Skyblaster Musketeer, and Negusto Emerald. The deck can also easily set up for a Divine Arsenal Zeus and number F0 Utopic Draco future. The main issues for Time Thief is honestly hand trap ability. The deck is more resistant than a lot of lower decks on the tier list, but having your Regulator or Adjuster negated hurts a lot. It's also a 2 or more card combo deck, and that's less than ideal in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Lastly, I'm going to mention the wide variety of engines that Time Thief works with. Phantom Knights, because trapped monsters synergize with the Time Thief XYZ, as well as Phantom Knights Link 3 being very easily abusable. Raid Raptors for dark XYZ shenanigans and rank up plays, Sue Ships for generic spam, and Utopics for Utopia spam. All in all, this deck has a lot of flexibility that lands it in a very solid weaker rogue position. Necros are in a weird spot. They have everything you ever want in a ritual deck, but they're just held back by 2015 card design. Necros of Unicorn is a Floodgate extra deck negate. Necros of Trishula is still an insane removal card, and the Dogmatica engine is both a consistency booster and more disruption. Necros Kaleidoscope lets a player abuse generic extra deck graveyard effects like Hail of the Arc Light, El Shaddai Alpacone, and Elder Entity Tis. What hurts this deck as a ritual deck is the inability to properly bait out disruptions while still setting up multiple negates. A deck like Drytron can go +2 off of a single main deck card resolving. Necros struggle to go even. Necros monsters also have a strict level requirement, forcing the need for specific cards in hand to have to resolve, or Necros will do nothing. This means that in the current format, Necros struggle to play. Here's my build of Necros. It's very generic, but it's streamlined and optimized to consistently set up plays through at least 2 disruptions. I think Necros are a very powerful deck with a very powerful inboard, but just have a dated setup. Dark Lords, at first glance, seem like a very clunky, big monster spam deck, but over time, they've been able to gain enough support to develop into a consistent engine that can set up a field full of monsters without losing a lot of hand. Dark Lord Yugioh is a fantastic consistency booster who gives you an extra use out of your spell cards. What really puts the main deck on the map is its synergy with Branded and its combos. Dark Lords happen to have a fusion monster, the first Dark Lord, who they want to make, but in pure builds, they can struggle to get him out. Thanks to Branded Fusion and its support, we can guarantee seeing his necessary materials and have an open fusion spell to summon the first Dark Lord. Dark Lord monsters all also work with fairy types, letting them recur the Branded engine to keep the value. Here's my list for Dark Lord Despia. Dark Lord's 2 biggest issues are how it lacks a truly overwhelming inboard, and how it struggles to play around cards like Droll and Lockbird. It's certainly not a bad deck at all, and its synergy with Branded helps cover a lot of the deck's weaknesses. But it's just worse than a lot of more streamlined engines like Adventure, and it's not as much disruption as just running a lot of hand traps. Lair of Darkness is a dark tribute trap deck with the unique gimmick of being able to tribute an opponent's monsters as cost to effects. The central field spell is the core of the deck. It makes every monster on the field dark, lets us tribute our opponent's dark monsters, and makes free tokens. This does everything the deck needs, but if the field spell goes, the deck can struggle. Luckily, this is where the main deck monster, Arima the Wicked Warden, comes into play. He can discard to search the field spell, and he can also tribute 1 to search a dark monster out of deck. The deck's 2 big disruption pieces are Darkus Diabolos Lord of Lair and Eradicator Epidemic Virus. Diabolos Lord of Lair gives himself targeting and tribute protection, as well as a tribute 1 to rip a card from the opponent's hand. Diabolos also revives himself from graveyard when we tribute our own cards. Eradicator Epidemic Virus lets us tribute a dark monster with 2,000 or 500 more attack to send all spell or trap cards from our opponent's hand to the graveyard for the next 3 turns. Lilith, Lady of Lamet, also searches the trap too. In the right situation, this is just an instant blowout combination of effects. The deck is very solid, but it does depend on control of the field spell, as well as going first, so it's a bit hard to play optimally, even if it is insanely powerful. The Chaos Engine's best use, in my opinion, is in generic dragons or Dragon Link. Most popular Dragon Link builds don't really embrace the Chaos playstyle, and just kinda rely on searching Wyvern Busters off Chaos space. But generic Dragon support can enable cards like Chaos Creator and Chaos Emperor, the Dragon Armageddon. These take advantage of Dragon combos and reset them for long-term value and rank 8 setup. This engine is in a very similar position to Nemesis, where it just needs another deck to start it. Gym Knights are a crazy wombo combo fusion FTK deck that's been in a weird state since the banning of Brilliant Fusion. The FTK is still alive, albeit a lot less consistent and easily disruptible. That is, until it gets its next wave of OCG support, which re-enables FTKs. What Gym Knights really do now is set up an OTK while also still having a ton of burn damage. Most of the deck's fusions are bad and don't aid at all to the overall OTK goal, but it does have a lot of ways to summon out its fusion monsters, even through disruptions. Also, the deck can run Adamanticators as a consistency boost. So, for an FTK variant, you'll be running a Black Garden to ensure Lapis Lazuli gets maximum value all for burn effect, although every build I see techs in Black Garden to go first and threaten FTK. The biggest issue with Gym Knights is consistency. The deck plays a lot of situational monsters and bricks, so it can be hard to go all in. Numeron are in a very weird spot after Utopic Zexal got banned. Luckily, the deck can still make Apollosa going first, and still has its edge of OTKing out of nowhere going second. Numerons don't have enough cards to be effective as their own deck, so they will get paired with another archetype that doesn't need to summon going first. For example, Eldritch, Generator, or just generic stun. The deck's issues are still present, mostly being how susceptible to disruption the main combo is, leaving the deck struggling to go second. Most competent builds I've seen for this deck fully commit to going first. For example, here's my list comboing the deck with Generator and Invoked. Yes, this list is insane. No, I don't care. Infernoids are a dated graveyard recursion deck that, despite having some truly powerful inboards, have enough consistency issues to hardlock the deck into weak rogue. There are 3 cards you want to end on with Infernoids. Infernoid Anuku, who is a spell and trap negate for a tribute, Infernoid Deviati, who's a monster negate for a tribute, and Infernoid Decatron, who can become any Infernoid. Anuku and Deviati can both revive themselves from grave by banishing 3 Infernoids. What this deck aims to do is to set up a board with as many of these 3 monsters as possible through any means necessary. This can mean using Monster Gate to abuse the fact that Infernoids can't be normal summoned or set. This can mean using Void Imagination to cheat out the deck's fusion monster with 6 materials from deck, or it can mean using Void Feast to just summon 2 Decatrons from deck. In any case, if we can get to the end goal, the deck is golden. To do this, I like to pretend that hand traps don't exist, but I can't exactly do that in a tournament. Here's my list. It's a very standard list, but do note the use of Lair of Darkness. Because our Infernoids need the tribute monsters, we can use Lair to get more bang for a buck with the disruptions we do end up making. This deck was designed pre-hand traps in mind, and it shows. Luckily, a few broken spell cards can hold this deck together. Also, the deck unironically gets to run Bishbolkin and Zolkin. Sharks are a rank 4 water spam deck, all about making 3 boss monsters. Bahamut Shark to make Totally Awesome, and Utopic Draco Future. Number 4 Stealth Kragan to set all monsters on the field to water type, get a quick effect destruction, and to get crazy strong recursion. Lastly, the deck can make an undestroyable Crooked Cook to just be toxic and try to deck out the opponent. The deck does it through 3 main cards. Buzzsaw Shark, that's just an easy special summon from the deck. Silent Angler, that's an easy special summon from the hand. And lastly, Beautiful Princess, who can summon 1 out of the deck by banishing herself. This deck really goes to show you how powerful of an attribute water is. If we're ranking attributes in the game, I'd say light, dark, water, wind, earth, fire, divine. It's a bit unrelated, but I wanted to fill time because sharks are a very unremarkable deck. Trickstar are a value control burn deck that went from being a tier 1 deck to being a forgotten about rogue deck since the hits of Terraforming and its field spell on the ban list. The deck is still able to do what it once did and then some, but it's definitely been aged out of the meta. What Trickstars do is use Trickstar Kadena and Trickstar Light Stage to set up disruptions like Trickstar Reincarnation to mess with our opponent's strategy, all while burning for massive amounts of damage. As an anime deck, Trickstars are legally entitled to new support, and what they got since this deck was meta is solid. They got a free Trickstar token generator, which makes the Link monsters actually possible, and an honest type monster for battle shenanigans. Combos such as the Drollin Lockbird Reincarnation combo to make your opponent have no hand, as well as chain summoning for 3 searches. However, this deck is hurt by massive consistency issues. The deck is dependent on seeing Trickstar Candina, and its burn output is hurt by the field spell only being at 2 copies. It's a fine deck, but it's not where it once was. Also, with hand traps doing less and less, the deck's ability to run around 16 hand traps is less valuable. I could show you a competent list, but I didn't feel like it. Instead, I wanted to show you a bad idea I had at 3 AM and never bothered to actually flesh out. Abyss or Ogdiliac are one of the best reptile engines and reptile decks in the game. It's got a very simple end goal of setting up some generic extra deck monsters and a board wipe boss monster all while maintaining graveyard for long-term plays. What makes this deck strong is how compact the main engine can be, as well as the large number of one-card starters. Naya, the Ogdiliac Ruminant, Nunu, the Ogdiliac Ruminant, and of course the game-ending Snake Rain are all major play starters an opponent is going to have to deal with. What makes this archetype really strong is how it's not restricted in the reptiles, and it's only restricted when the deck's level 4 is on the field. King of Feral Imps is an amazing extender, and the deck flexes with a variety of decks. Chaos, Lightsworn, every reptile deck in the game, and most recently with the new Theron archetype. The big downside is consistency for a full combo. Because Snake Rain exists, Konami expects you to be able to put a lot of reptiles in grave, and that's not always an easy thing to do. Here's my list for a more refined and meta Abyss list. I focused on cutting out extra pieces and enabling a consistent engine, with, I guess, 1 or 2 spicy techs. Danger are a weird one to place on the tier list. They're always able to spam out a full board with some solid draw power to boot, but the deck's 2 best cards are limited, which hurts consistency in a deck that can already low roll. Luckily, this deck has funny synergy with some other archetypes and engines that give the deck a leg up. Dark Worlds, as discussed before, are really strong. The deck also works with Grand Maju, Thunder Dragons, Chaos, Zombies, and as a generic XYZ engine. As a generic XYZ engine, it's currently the best at spamming out level 8s. The deck's got a variety of backup effects that give removal, and the deck is fine, but it's really generic even if the deck is really good at being generic. Vampires are a zombie combo deck with the neat gimmick of interacting with the opponent's graveyard. Somehow, vampires have climbed from being an absolute mess of legacy support into being a competent zombie archetype. Vampire Ghost is an amazing one-card starter, as it is able to send from deck to graveyard, search a vampire, and grant an extra normal summon on turn 1. Vampire Retainer sets up the rank 8 enabler, and the Undead Vampire is a ridiculous extender in the deck. Also, the deck still gets to abuse generic zombie support like Zombie World, Uni Zombie, and the built-in vampire links. What makes this deck a questionable choice is its main gimmick. A worryingly large amount of cards depend on your opponent having monsters in the graveyard, which isn't something you can guarantee turn 1. You can force out a hand trap, but it's not reliable. A monster in the grave is the difference between using 3 cards to go +1 or using 1 card to go +3. It's not the end-all be-all, but it does make a massive difference. Vampires are solid, but they do sucker. Speedroids are an anime win synchro spam deck that have just enough special summoning extenders to put the deck into a rogue position. Speedroids are split into 3 main portions: normal summon options, free special summons, and miscellaneous tuners. The first category of normal summons, typically all at the deck search out Speedroid cards or set up grave. These are solid baits, but the free special summons are where the deck gets good. Speedroid Terratop, Speedroid Takim Tomborg, and Speedroid Core Turbo are all free special summons that also come with solid extra effects. Speedroid Reel is a dice whirl that can special summon out monsters from the deck depending on the result. At worst, it's a special summon 1 tuner from the deck, but at best, it's a special summon 2 from deck, and it has very good odds of letting you synchro summon into High Speedroid Corkshooters, which is one of the best combo enablers in the deck. Speedroids have more special summon enablers and consistency boosters that help the deck play through hand traps, but what makes the deck a lot better than it should be is all the graveyard recursion the deck can go for. The graveyard value effects of cards like Speedroid Recovery and Speedroid Horse Stilts set up for grind games very well, even if the meta isn't always favorable to grind games. Speedroid's biggest issue is being locked into wind-type monsters. While Baron the Fleur, High Speedroid, Clear Wing Rider, and even Crystal Wing is good, it's just not as much as what the other decks have access to. Speedroids are fun, and the more wind synchro monsters that get put into the game, the better Speedroids are going to be long-term. Ancient Warriors are a battle phase deck done right, and that's because they mostly don't depend on the battle phase. Ancient Warriors are all about quickly spamming out the field a lot of Beast Warrior monsters, and either setting up several negates going first, or completely OTKing the opponent going second. Ancient Warriors have skills to prevent the opponent from targeting, and a spell card, Southeast Wind, can stop the opponent from responding. And more important to going second is the insane amount of inherent summons the deck has. Also, all of your big setup cards and negates usually have extra battle effects stapled on them, just because. If you weren't sold on this deck yet, don't worry, because you can also put Tri-Brigade into this deck as well, making the deck extra capable of playing around hand traps and disruptions. Here's my build for Ancient Warriors. It's a go second build. This is a good time to mention that the deck's main problem is how some of its best cards are locked into going second, which is just not always fun in today's meta. Also, sometimes the optimal use of Southeast Wind is dependent on a coin flip, and that's obnoxious. So I have to complain about it. Dynamorphia are a very modernized trap control deck with the gimmick of paying ridiculous amount of life points for effects. They've got a very strong fusion floodgate thanks to Dynamorphia Rex term, and all their monsters float into other monsters. The deck's trap fusion summon from the extra deck and main deck, making access to the fusions easy. The deck is also able to abuse generic Dino support like Fossil Dig, and it does synergy with Torrential Tribute. The life point gimmick is irrelevant, as the deck has countermeasures for handling it. But what keeps the deck down is all the inherent problems with trap-based decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! They have a simpler playstyle, and they're extremely dependent on going first. It doesn't help that Lightning Storm and Harpy's Feather Duster exist, and are popular choices. Even if Dynamorphia is a lot better at handling these cards than other decks, it still hurts a lot. Dynamorphia are a very solid, if not somewhat bland deck. Here's a list I found for this deck. It's teching in Lord of Heavenly Prison for some extra protection. Dragoonity are a Dragon Synchro spam deck whose newest wave of support combined with the waves of Dragon Link support has led to a very competent deck. The old goal is the same as it's always been, abuse Dragoonity Phalanx and Gay Durg for massive inboards and disruptions, but now this deck has more combo lines to follow through. For example, Dragoonity Ramus being both a searcher for Dragon Ravine and a free special summon. Dragoonity Sonatas is a 1.5 card link too. And this deck's link monster, Dragoonity Knight Romulus, is a flat out search 1, special summon 1 from hand. What the deck aims to do is also like a more specific version of Dragon Link. You're still throwing out the Boarload Savage Dragon and Erratic Seal of Heavenly Spears, but you have unique forms of disruption like Dragoonity Knight Adrobar. Outside of Dragon Link, Dragoonity can make use of a small Dragon Maid package for extra disruptions. The issues with Dragoonity are very straightforward. It's Dragon Link, but with less one-card starters and harder to use extenders. It's a solid deck with great use of legacy support, but it's not going to do more than Rogue. Melfi are a reactionary level 2 beast combo deck. What Melfis do are whenever an opponent summons a monster or targets them, they bounce themselves to hand to summon or search another level 2 beast monster from deck. Also, Melfi summon themselves to hand to field at the end of turn. This lets the deck get away with some strong plays. It can make Kalanatosa, Mystical Beast of the Forest for quick pop 1. It can make Hop-Eared Squadron for a quick synchro summon. The deck's XYZs do everything from searching to providing negates, enabling Divine Arsenal Zeus. What really sets this deck up is the deck's synergy with Tri-Brigades. Tri-Brigade Kairos is a level 2 beast monster, so he sets up for the Melfi XYZs. Also, the Tri-Brigade links synergize with Melfis. Specifically, Shurag the Ominous Omen can set up for his Pop 1. Also, I forgot to mention that the deck works with Obedience School and Rescue Cat. Here's a list for Melfis from Milfy Rabbit from my Discord server. The issue with Melfis is mostly consistency, but it's partially how gimmicky their disruptions can be. Every turn is not a 5 disruption inboard, especially through hand traps. Although with the new OCG support, Melfis are potentially looking to climb on the tier list. Here we have the king of degeneracy, Mystic Mine itself. This deck takes advantage of how hard it can be for a player to set up multiple cases of spell removal without monster effects. So the deck aims to set up Mystic Mine to just stop an opponent's game state and then burn them to death if they can't find multiple answers in a set number of turns. In the current meta, it's a lot harder to ensure Mystic Mine goes off, going second, but it's still just as likely to make people hate you as a person. Newer builds run techs like Volcanic Crane, Lava Golem, and Santa Claus to make going second easier. Funnily enough, Sail's Ban is really effective in the deck, as you can just do something like call Lightning Storm and shut off people's only removal options. Here's Jeff Leonard's top 16 list. I personally like the Final Countdown as a chosen win con, and its inclusion makes me question Final Countdown's placement in the tier list. But that's an issue for another segment. Metal Foes are a self-destruction Pendulum Fusion decks. The deck's Pendulum monsters have the central gimmick of destroying a card you control to set a Metal Foe spell or trap from deck. Between this effect and Emergency Teleport being at 3, Metal Foes end up being really consistent. The deck's main disruptions are setting up a full Metal Foes Alkahist, who's a better quick effect Relinquished, and a quick play fusion spell to make a pop. What keeps this mediocre engine viable is how small it is and how synergistic it is with other engines. The destruction effects work with engines like Yang Xing, FA, and Sky Striker. The main engine can be cut down to around 12 to 15 cards. Here's a list I made pairing the deck with Sky Strikers. I don't think this is the optimal way to play the deck, but it's a really fun ride that shows off the utility of Metal Foes very well. What hurts Metal Foes as a deck is how heavy the deck can be on resources on the Metal Foe side. Luckily, the extra engines the deck can work with help mitigate the issue. Fluffles are an extremely flexible and powerful deck. They've always had some of the best OTKs in the game, but they also have amazing support, such as their own hand trap fusion summon, and amazing synergy with fusion decks like Branded. But honestly, the deck works even better on its own. Going first, it can set up plays such as an Artifact Scythe Lock and a Bahamut Shark play. Going second, it can play through a lot of disruptions by threatening almost every card in hand as a combo starter. Some notable playmakers are Eldritch the Golden Lord, who synergizes with Toy Vendor for a summon and a search. Fight for Patchwork and Edgem Chain are a continuous loop of value and consistency. Lastly, we have Fluffle Penguin, who gives extra field swarming and enables Bahamut Shark plays. Here's my list for Fluffles. It's definitely leaning towards going second, but I put in cards to ensure it can go first. This deck is a bit harder to pinpoint why it's not performing as well as some of the other decks, but I think it's because of consistency issues, as well as not being the best at playing through hand traps going first. Generator are a field spell control deck whose main gimmick is summoning out powerful boss monsters from the deck on your opponent's turn when they draw a card, as well as filling the board with free tokens. Notably, this deck makes Horror Generator Boss of Storms, who's both an Omni Negate and a Force discard. But outside of the flexibility of the available monsters, what makes this special is the main gimmick doesn't require you to summon anything on your turn. This means the deck can get away with using outside engines like Invoked, Numeron, and even Red Eyes Fusion or Dimensional Phoenix Enforcer. What's more, the deck has access to a few unique pieces of support driving the engine. World Legacy Burgeoning lets us summon 2 Generator monsters from deck to set up for a discard 3 combo. This can be done first turn off of an invoked Mechaba. Trias Haraka is an extra disruption. And lastly, there is Kuji Kiri Curse, which is a cycle option. Here's my list for the deck. I'm playing it with the invoked engine, as well as having open 13 different ways to get to the Generator field spell. And you've guessed it, the main problem with Generator is the dependence on going first. Generators can compete with any deck if they're actually able to set up, but that's just not doable consistently in a tournament setting. Unlike a lot of decks, there's not really a good fix to going second. Outside of being the best deck to annoy your opponent with ooh speak, For Hire are a surprisingly competent Beast Link spam deck. The deck's main gimmick is to special out as many of its main deck monsters as possible to get free value and negates. Its 2 main negate cards are Raphael, Champion For Hire, who negates the monster effect, and gets to add a card off the top deck to hand, and Wiz, Sage For Hire, who is a spell negate that also gains life for some reason. Both of these negates need to discard For Hire cards, so this deck needs to fiend for value. Its primary method of doing this is beat Blademaster For Hire, who's both an extra special summon and a free search. The deck has several other cards that function similarly, and it keeps the engine strong. The deck's main linked 3 Fulgo Justice For Hire is a flat-out special summon 3 from deck, and he can use generic materials to make him. He also has a meme draw 3 effect that's hard to use, but hilarious when it goes off. What breaks For Hire is how well they work with Tri-Brigade. Tri-Brigade are just an extra set of disruptions that force out hand traps or threaten a full combo. For Hire are very solid, but they lack people willing to play the deck competitively, because Jesus Christ, have you seen the art? Also, Impermanence and Ash Blossom hurt the deck more than it should. Utopic Arms, Utopia, and Go 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 Ga 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 Dododo, which is Onomats, are a bunch of really solid decks that have over time merged together into a super XYZ spam turbo deck. Every archetype in the mix contributes to one single go. Shit out rank 4s. And I guess maybe do some rank up shenanigans while we're here. The Go 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 engine is very simple. It's all about summoning from hand and graveyard to start combos. Utopic Arms focuses on giving XYZ monsters effects and getting extenders out of the deck. Lastly, the Utopia and Zexal part of the deck is all about your actual negates and disruptions. This is where the inboard pieces like F-Zero, Utopic Draco Future comes into play. Overall, it's a consistent strategy that has refined a lot over the years, and the deck is really good at toolboxing its way into winning games. F-Zero, Utopic Draco Future, and Utopic Dragnar are an easy and powerful source of negates. Utopia the Lightning and Utopia Prime are excellent removal cards. Utopic Double is just a free OTK. The biggest problem Utopia faces are how heavy the main deck is and how it's still a bit weaker to hand traps. Here are some lists for Utopia. These were made with help from the Utopia Discord server. Predaplant are a plant fusion combo deck. The 2 main focuses of a Predaplant deck are to set up its own array of fusion monster negates and also to synergize with dark fusion strategies like Branded and Dimensional Hero Phoenix Enforcer. Darlington Cobra has the amazing effect of when he's summoned by a Predaplant monster's effect, he can search any fusion spell. This includes Branded Fusion and Fusion Destiny to make DPE. It might seem at first like Cobra's effect is a little hard to use, but thanks to the powerful fusion combo enabler that Branded Fusion is, the deck has multiple ways to ensure the special summoning of Cobra. Another great way to set up Cobra is just to use the enabler fusion monster and Bolomeles to summon Cobra right out of the deck while also searching for a Predaplant card. Another big theme of Predaplants is fusioning with your opponent's monsters. Outside of super polymerization, synergizing with the generic dark requirements of the Predaplant extra deck, Predaplant Clam Du Sundu lets us fusion summon monsters using cards on our opponent's field. The deck overall is very solid. It's unfortunately just a little too dependent on its unique Predaplant counter mechanic, which while strong when it works, it can be very clunky and impossible to use when it doesn't. With Branded Fusion, this deck is very powerful and should not be discounted. Mathmech are a level 4 spam Cyverse deck. This deck is very straightforward, and it's got one XYZ monster Mathmech Albertine that provides consistency, and another one, Prime Mathmech Laplation, that is a Trishula type effect. Summoning Laplation on the opponent's turn is one of the deck's central gimmicks and disruptions. It's quite powerful, albeit very disruptible. Luckily, this deck has a few other win cons it can play to as well. Yugioh Mathmech Final Sigma Male Grind Set is a Taoist monster who does extra battle damage and recursion when it's destroyed. More importantly than that, is Mathmech's synergy with Cyverse cards and the generic Cyverse extra deck. These cards such as Link Devotee and Cyverse Wicked give access to much needed extenders and enable IP Masquerena and Apollosa plays. I haven't mentioned the main deck monsters yet, because they all do the same thing. Special summon themselves from hand. Putting all this together, the deck's main goal is to use its Trap Mathmax Super Factorial to summon Laplation on the opponent's turn, while following this up with an Apollosa or Geomathmech Sigma, depending on the matchup. This deck is solid, but it's nothing special, so it doesn't have the fan base needed to really get tops. Here's another two decks that have merged into each other over the years, Mermail and Atlantean. These decks are a water wombo combo deck that can, if not disrupted, rip several cards out of the opponent's hand and then set up several negates. Mermail have the gimmick of discarding water monsters from hand to trigger effects. Cards like Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, and Atlantean Dragoons give special summons when they're discarded. Unlike Fabled and Dark Worlds, these two decks are a lot stronger for two reasons. First is better typing. Being a water deck, Atlanteans and Mermails can still support like Totally Awesome, the super risky Moray of Greed, and White Aura Rail. The second thing pushing up Atlanteans and Mermails are the better starters and extenders it has that don't require to heavily discard cards for a weak payoff. Looking at Deep Sea Diva, Swap Frog, and Mermail Abestus. Mermail and Atlantean do have a big weakness of still getting hurt by hand traps. A negate of Neptibus or Deep Sea Diva can set this deck back several negates on the end board, but a smart play can throw out a lot of bait, or use Deep Sea Mistral, who can look at the opponent's hand and banish one from it until the end phase of this turn. Here's a deck list for Mermails. I found this from Dark Arm Duelist, and it shows off the deck very well. It's definitely more on the go first combo side of things, but that's the deck's strength, and so it should be built around that. Galaxy Eyes or Photon are a rank 8 anime deck. This is probably one of the best anime archetypes in the TCG. What makes the deck work is the insane numbers of extenders in the deck. Galaxy Soldier fetches another one from deck for a rank 5 play. Photon Vanisher is a free special summon and search. Photon Orbital is another free search. And most impressively is Photon Sanctuary, which is a free 2 tokens at the cost of locking you into light monsters. These cards ensure the deck can reach its end goal of making its in-archetype OTK, or going first and making several negates. Speaking of negates, this deck has its own in-archetype hand trap, Tachyon Transmigration, which can activate from hand if you control a Galaxy Eyes Dragon, and it is a counter trap, negate everything previously in chain, and then it shuffles every negated card back into the deck. This is insanely strong, even if you're not using it from hand. Here's a solid list for the deck I found from the Galaxy Eyes Discord server. Galaxy Eyes' biggest weakness is recovery, and its inboards going first can be a bit weaker. Mostly, I think it's just playing through disruptions, which is an issue that 95% of the decks in this game have. Buster Blader is an anime anti-dragon deck that has way stronger effects than a deck like this probably deserves. For starters, Buster Blader is just a free win against any dragon-type deck. Their fusion monster Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer, just stops all dragon monsters from activating effects. It also does a bunch of attack gain and damage shenanigans, but that doesn't really matter. The deck's synchro monster, Buster Dragon, makes every monster our opponent controls Dragon-type, as well as reviving a Buster Dragon from grave. Our last piece of broken lock effects is Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, who, thanks to Union Carrier, spent some time on the ban list for being able to lock our opponent out from their extra deck. These three cards make Buster Blader have a terrifying win condition, and Buster Blader has a fantastic trap lineup to get to it. Prologue of the Destruction Swordsman just summons out Buster Blader from the extra deck, and gives it protection to your other archetype cards. Destruction Sword Memories summons a Buster Blader right out of the deck and lets you fusion summon out the win con. Lastly, Destruction Sword Flash lets us banish our opponent's entire field if we control a fusion. These traps are insanely powerful, and thanks to Buster Whelp of the Destruction Swordsman, they are searchable. This deck feels right at home fighting the branded meta, and even works with branded, as branded fusion helps make Buster Blader the Dragon Destroyer's swordsman. This deck is okay, but as a trap heavy deck, it really does want to go first. Whenever another dragon dominated format like Dragon Link comes up, Buster Bladers have a super solid chance of topping. Crusadia are a Link combo OTK deck that synergize very well with generic combos. What Crusadia do is they special summon themselves out from hand to a zone a link monster points to. Then there's a bunch of miscellaneous effects to either recur value or stack massive amounts of battle damage. Crusadias have a built-in link that searches 1, so basically any 2 Crusadia monsters can get you a full combo. This deck plays very nice with Artifact Scythe locks and the Adventure Engine. This gives the deck a competitive edge over a lot of other decks in the tier. Here's a regional top list from Michael Dismia. Even with the Verte Anaconda ban, this deck is still quite powerful, being able to abuse every single generic link card in the game, like Apollosa and IP Masquerena. The biggest issue with Crusadia as a whole is the limitation to more or less generic link plays and the hand trap ability of early plays. It's certainly not a bad deck, and modded support goes a long way to fix the issues, but I think it's still capped out in the rogue tier. It's time to make the anime fans a bit upset, because here is where I'm putting Hero Mush and all of the hero variants. The 3 hero variants that have been put here together particularly are Vision Hero, Elemental Hero, and Masked Hero, because they all just feed into each other and are each other's starters, extenders, and win cons. You can also put Destiny Hero too, which I will for the purpose of this tier list. Basically, hero decks work with a few main pieces. Vision Hero Forest and Increase get the Vision Hero Vylon. Vylon sets up either Elemental Hero Shadow Mist or Destiny Hero Malicious. From there, the deck makes a variety of in-pieces, such as Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer, which you already know what he does, Mask Hero Darklaw, who's a one-side Macrocosmos and punishes for searching, and my personal favorite, setting up Elemental Hero Absolute Zero and the Mask Hero Acid for a board wipe. Backing up this engine is a variety of extenders and consistency boosters, like a Hero Lives, which pulls a hero out of the deck, and a Hero Stratos, which searches one on summon, and can provide extra spell and trap removal. It's funny that like 15 years of legacy support only resulted in a just okay deck in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I would love to rank this deck higher, but it just doesn't have the results I need to be higher. Alright, correction. As I am recording this, I have been notified that there have been several tops recently. So, in editing, we're going to show you some of those. Yeah, thanks. Doing a live tier list series that takes 6 months is totally fine. It's not like there's a ban list in the middle of this series, and I'm totally not losing it. I am okay. Oh, I also get to scrap the bit I wrote about people pretending heroes are a hype deck, and I'm not gonna lie to you, but yes, they are. What? Here on this list, we have a quadruple feature taking up a whopping 3 slots. We have Machina, Trains, Infinitrax, and Therons. All these go into a powerhouse deck called Earth Machines. Therons do get their own section later on, but for right now, they are played in this deck, so they kind of get mentioned a lot. Earth Machines are unique because all 4 separate strategies run parallel to each other. Infinitrax are all about adding inconsistency for making rank 10 monsters, as well as providing a few pieces of XYZ support for XYZ monsters such as Infinitrax Goliath and Heavy Forward. The main gimmick with Infinitrax, outside of their main level 5 monsters being able to special summon themselves from hand for additional value, is the rank 5 monster Infinitrax River Stormer being able to search any Earth Machine type monster from the deck, opening up insane combos. This can mean Theron King Regulus for a quick and easy negate, Scrap Recycler for scrap combos, or just a level 10 machine for an easy XYZ play. The Machina engine is all about starters and free summons. The 2 key cards here are Machina Redeployment, which is a discard 1 search 2, and Machina Metal Cruncher, who's a level 9 free normal summon, and search for any 3 Earth Machine monsters you run. These 2 cards are excellent bait, and they threaten massive combos if they resolve. The level 9 monsters help make powerful Machine XYZ plays, like Phantom Fortress and Turblathnir. You can banish a card from the opponent's hand, and Infinitrax Earth Slicer, Destroyer of Boards. The Train engine is a simple collection of level 10 Earth Machine monsters that are really good at summoning themselves on the field. This archetype also includes the fantastic collection of rank 10 monsters like Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max, who does 2k burn damage, and number 81 Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav, who's a Towers monster. And lastly, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut, who's a 1-card OTK that regularly attacks 3 times with 6,000 attack points. Outside of making a player rip out their hair while filling out a deck list, trains provide an easy and dramatic payoff for the strategy. The Earth Machine strategy lets players use the best cards from the previous 3 mentioned strategies to make a very solid rogue deck. I think the deck is solid, but I can't really rank it any higher as it needs more results. The biggest issue with the deck is not having more disruptions going first, and not being the best at playing few negates like a lot of higher decks. Synchron, Stardust, or just Synchron Spam is a deck with just one simple goal. Resolve Junk Speeder, then set up as many negates as humanly possible. Let me explain what Junk Speeder does. On summon, it summons up to 5 Synchron Tuner monsters from the deck. I should not have to tell you how insane of an effect that is in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! The downside is that if the Synchron player can't get the Junk Speeder or Junk Speeder gets negated, the deck is losing out on most of its pressure. The deck has several built-in ways to protect Junk Speeder, but sometimes it's not enough. For example, Dappa Warrior can chain block Junk Speeder's effect when he's special summoned to stop Ash Blossom, but that won't stop an Infinite Impermanence. There are a few ways for this deck to make easy Synchro summons. Junk Converter is a discard 1, search and set up for Synchron. Ascator Dawnwalker is a discard 1 to make a level 8 Synchro monster. And lastly, Synchron decks play a variety of free special summons like Emergency Teleport, Stardust Synchron, and in some lists I've even seen Dangers. Here's a solid list I've found. The only thing to do is change Twin Twisters for an Infinite Impermanence. It's solid outside of that. Magical Musketeer, a column-based control deck that has monsters that gain effects when spell or trap cards are activated in the same column as them. These effects can range with anything from a search to a special summon from the deck. The deck comes packaged with its unique spell and trap lineup, which can do everything from destroy a card, to negate a card, to banish one from graveyard, or give protection. Tying this deck together is a Link 1 Magical Musketeer Max, who, when he's summoned, can search spells and traps up to the number of monsters the opponent controls, or special summon monsters from the deck equal to the number of spells and traps our opponent controls. And this is nuts and gives a solid win con to the deck after the first turn. But obviously the deck runs into some problems with consistency. It can be hard to search spell and traps for the deck early on, and it can be hard to spam monsters out to the field. There are a variety of solutions to the issue. Ties of the Brethren is a classic way to play the deck, or the deck can just be played with a variety of stun cards to go first. Here's a top 16 list from Yugioh for CSM. He solved the deck's problem by choosing to ignore it and added an Eldritch engine as well as Mystic Mind setup. Demise of the Land is a genius way to punish an opponent while also plussing off Musketeer effects. ABC are a Union value deck that revolve around sending 3 Union monsters to grave or field to fusion summon an ABC Buster Dragon for a continuous value and disruption. Luckily, the method to get all 3 of our pieces out is extremely tight. Union carried the deck's field spell searches for one of our 3 monsters and equips 1 from deck when we summon a piece. Another method of setting up ABC Buster Dragon is with unauthorized reactivation to equip 1 from deck and Platinum Gadget to summon 1 from hand. All this means ABC Buster Dragon can be extremely easy to summon and compact and consistent as an engine. The big synergy right now is with Theron, but also ABC work with Gadget, Dangers, and if you want to shoot the deck in the foot, Ojama and VWXYZ. This is a topping list for Michael Surratt from the Richmond WCQ Regional in 2nd place. My favorite part about this list is the adventure engine the dude fit into an already packed list. The issues with ABC is dependence on the field spell or a 2-card combo. Also, the disruption the deck makes aren't as overpowering as it used to be. This is where DDD have been moved to. You're welcome. Whenever I see Mech Knight players, I think Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, but instead of him coughing out his own name, he's just going, Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. But in all seriousness, Mech Knight Invoked still out here topping in 2022. The deck's goal is still very simple. Find one column with 1 or 2 cards in it, spam the living shit out of it with monsters like Mech Knight Blue Sky for easy searches and Mech Knight Purple Fall for more easy searches. Then when the board is full, get that free OTK in. Mech Knights now just have a lot more powerful going second cards to back up the strategy. Forbidden Droplets, Nibiru, and its own Link monster that is a search of a World Legacy card that totally can't lead to any shenanigans. The Invoked engine is a simple extra damage machine, like with Purgatrio, or it can be a follow-up play, so our opponent can't come back because it's going to be negated by Invoked Mechaba. Either way, this deck is still surprisingly powerful. To this day, it has still won the mental battle of making players not put their cards in the same column. Here's a list from the Bolivian National Championship. It was a top 8 and very well built. Hold on, wait, we can't move on yet because there's a pseudo FTK build of this deck. Thanks to Johnny Wynn in the Omaha WC Regional, who went top 8. We can see Mech Knight's potential as a combo deck. The deck revolves around World Legacy Scars, which can let us banish 8 Mech Knights with different names from the graveyard or field to send our opponent's entire hand and extra deck to the graveyard. If this resolves, we will win games. The way this is done is by using Mech Knight Gearsu and the World Legacy support to wombo combo through our entire deck and blow out the opponent. This list is a bit dated as it ran DPE Verde Anaconda as a backup plan, but it shows off the concept very well. Agents have been in a wonderful spot since the release of the new Agent Structure deck. They have moved beyond a bad counter-fairy gimmick into being what every old Yu-Gi-Oh deck dreams of being. A personality-less combo deck. This deck has a lot of regional tops, the format right before branded. It's still a solid contender, but it's not been a go-to choice for a bit. What this deck does is use one of its starters, like Agent of Creation Venus for Shiny Balls, or the Agent of Mystery Earth and the Agent of Life Neptune. These cards will cycle through its link cards to set up for a Monster Negate, a Fairy Monster Search, and the bad field spell plus Battle Protection. The main disruption, though, comes from its Synchro monsters being a Quick Effect Book of Moon and an Omni Negate. The Omni Negate monster, Master Flare Hyperion, needs to be mentioned more. He lets you send an agent monster from deck to graveyard to copy their effects for a turn. This means he can be a Venus if she wasn't seen yet, or an Agent of Destruction Venus, who's like Venus but gets to balls back from grave and banish instead. This right here is how Konami should make a boss monster. As this deck is fairy typed, it can abuse some problematic fairy support, like the hand trap Herald of Orange Light and Divinal of Herald Full Consistency. The real star of the show, however, is Archlord Christia, who in the deck is a searchable summon prevention floodgate. Here is a top 8 list from the El Salvador National Championship. This deck was paired with World Chalice. I like how he ran Guardian Iadas as a level 8 for synchro plays. Honestly, I might need to move Agents up more and World Chalice up a tier, but it's a hard call to make with Agents sparse but very big results. So I'll just have Agents at the top of Weak Rogue until further changes. So now that we've gone through all 55 decks in Tier 6, let's make some adjustments from the past 4 videos, as well as talking about some minor decks that I've missed throughout the tier list. First off, I've decided to split Charmers into Charmers and Familiar Possessed. They are really so unsynergistic that they function as 2 different engines. My ranking of the bad Charmer support kind of brought down the perception of Familiar Possessed, which is a very solid setup engine or combo enabler for value. It basically works by using Familiar Possessed to summon themselves out of the deck for easy value and fantastic setup. Possessed get put into Tier 4, right next to Sooth Ship and Satelic Knight, while the older janky Charmer stuff stays put in Tier 3. Nurse Burn is a deck I forgot about, all about abusing the card Dark Lord Nurse Reficule's effect of converting life gain into burn damage. Basically, it turns awful cards like Gift Card and Try and Guess into OTK enablers. It also works with cards like Upstart Goblin. Obviously, as the deck depends on seeing Nurse, there are some consistency issues. Luckily, Nurse is a Dark Lord, so she's searchable off banishment of the Dark Lords, so that helps a lot. Also, the deck can run around 9 pot cards, so it usually works out. This deck loses to a single Imperm, so it's not great, but it is a consistent strategy, so it makes its way in the Tier 3. Fishborg, all a collection of strong water recursion monsters that unfortunately don't really fit into any major deck, at least not now since Fishborg Blaster is banned for not being hard once per turn. Now the deck just kind of spams out water monsters semi-quickly. The problem is, these monsters don't share the level, so they can't easily make the broken water XYZs. Honestly, I'm grouping this deck together with generic fish support, so I'm placing it in the Tier 3. Heroic are a level 4 warrior spam OTK deck with the unique gimmick of becoming competent when they're at 500 life points. The deck can competently spam out monsters, with Heroic Challenger Morningstar and Assault Halberd. But its real special gimmick is in the deck's XYZ monsters. Heroic Challenger Clavios lets us set our life points to 500 to double the attack of one monster. It can also gain the attack of one monster on the field. Heroic Champion Excalibur sets his attack to 4k. Heroics also have a spell and trap lineup to both search out its monsters and double the attack of monsters. Basically, what I'm telling you to do with this deck is ignore common sense, make Excalibur, set his attack to 16,000, but outside of that, this deck has access to solid summoning disruption thanks to Heroic Champion Gondiva, and we've already been over how strong the generic rank 4 toolbox can be. These guys get put in the Tier 4 next to Gimmick Puppet and Fortune Lady. Despots are getting moved into Tier 4. They were very dependent on Auroradon and its combos. I missed moving them down last video, as the ban list did come out right near the very end of production. Sunavalon have 2 regional tops, so I'm moving them into Tier 6. It's partially because of how good Therons are with them, but it might be because I also underrated the deck a bit. I'm moving up Pendulum Mechanics to Tier 6 as well, because of one man by the name of Triff Gaming who topped with them. Honestly, I'm disappointed in the rest of the Pendulum community for being absolutely awful at the game and not being able to top. Like, it was actually just Triff who's topped with this deck. Like, damn. The rest of y'all need to try harder. Jesus Christ. Today's video is about the decks that fall into Tier 7, or what I define as strong rogue. Every archetype on this list represents the strongest variant of that deck. For example, Necros would be ranked as Dogmatica Necros, because that's the best variant of the deck. However, Dogmatica on the list would be ranked as something closer to a Dogmatica Eldritch Adventure type pile. If you like this series, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It helps these videos get more traction, which makes it easier to gather research. Also on my website, there is a copy of this tier list in full for you to look at, as well as a text document listing every deck covered. Strong Rogue are rogue decks with a higher number of tops or previous meta decks that are falling out of the top spots. A majority of these decks has semi-recent tournament results. Also, every list for this video will be linked in the description. I'll let those players explain their ratios to you if you want to go more in depth on a specific deck. Also, sorry for my name pronunciations. I'm trying, but I'm definitely not perfect. Let's get started. First off, we have to mention a victim of the ban list. It's Prank Kids. This deck was originally planned to be higher on the list, but since its main starter Link 1 got banned, the deck has definitely fallen out of favor in the metagame. The deck has returned to its original state as just being an okay rogue deck. As such, it's falling into the top of Tier 6, and it's pending a reevaluation depending on results. Either to be lower or higher. We'll wait and see. Prank Kids are all about summoning themselves when they're used for a Link or Fusion summon of a Prank Kid monster. Their end goal is to set up their deck's built-in board wipes on the opponent's turn, specifically the deck's Fusion monster and Link 4. The deck's field spell not only gives them a search, but it gives built-in chain blocking on summons, so the deck is slightly resistant to Ash Blossoms. Overall, it's still a solid deck, it's just a bit slower and more roundabout than it was before, so we're going to put it into the top of Tier 6. Our first Tier 7 deck is Cyber Dragons. Cyber Dragons are an anime machine OTK and combo deck. They revolve around being able to OTK with just about any hand. The deck makes the best use of machine duplication out of any deck. The deck's two main normal summons search out the rest of the deck, and the rest of the monsters can easily special summon themselves out. The deck can make use of Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon for easy removal for cards like Apollosa. Most of the extra deck for these lists is geared towards OTK, but Cyber Dragon Infinity is both an Omni Negate and a removal tool. Cyber Dragons are a very straightforward deck. The deck's searchability means it can fit in a ton of generic hand traps and blowout cards. Cyber Dragons are a bit prone to bricking, unfortunately, especially through hand traps. That's mostly what's holding them back. Zephyrs are a bit underrated as a rogue deck. Zephyrs are a hybrid pendulum combo deck with a ton of unique gimmicks such as being able to search any card in the game or just hard locking an opponent out of special summons from the grave or deck. But more than that, Zephyrs can set up for their combos consistently, with about 2 cards making them a very consistent deck. Zephyr combos seek to take the best parts of Yang Xing and Synchro combos and combine them with the utility and recursion of pendulum combos. Zephyr's end goal is usually to set up multiple Omni-Negate traps, like Zephyr Divine Strike and 9 Pillars of the Yang Xing. What's holding back Zephyrs is how many of the big extra deck enablers are on the ban list. Heavy Metal Foes Electromite and Danglong first of the Yang Xing, as well as generic stuff like Auroradon and Link Cross. Zephyrs aren't a bad rogue deck, they're just weird and take a bit of skill to deck build for. They can be mixed with a ridiculous variety of archetypes, and at their smallest they can be a 1-card Omni-Negate in hybrid decks. Yep, I'm ranking Odd Eyes here. They are the most underrated pendulum deck in the entire game. As such, I'm using the worst card to represent them. But what Odd Eyes do is combo out easy dragon and pendulum disruptions. They easily search out the entire deck and give their own board protection. The deck's searchability is where its strength comes from. You have Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon for an easy search one from deck, you have Spiral Flame Strike, that's also a search one, the Field Spell searches one, and you have Summoner's Art. The deck has a built-in Synchron for Synchron plays. The deck can also hard make Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon for an Omni Negate, and Odd Eyes Persona Dragon is just an effect negate. If all that's so good, then what keeps down Odd Eyes? Well, a well-timed hand trap can do a lot to minimize this deck's inboard. The pendulum mechanic makes the deck super investment heavy on cards in hand to get play started. And lastly, Odd Eyes just aren't popular, which is weird with how often this deck gets support. Well, I mean, most of its support is Performance House support, and that mess of cards which we'll get to later. Ugh. Unchained are a Destruction Synergy Fiend deck. Most of the deck's main deck monsters have the effect that when they're destroyed, they can special summon out an Unchained monster from the deck. The deck's big link monsters either give some extra destruction triggers, or lets us link summon with our opponent's monsters as a form of disruption. This is extremely powerful, even if it locks you into summoning dark monsters. Remember, the nightmare monsters are dark, as are all the topologic cards. The Unchained deck is optimized around these 2 types of effects. Self-destruction for setup and value, and the link monsters for disruption. As this deck activates most of its key effects from hand and graveyard, this deck can play around a lot of field negations, as well as make use of Psy-Frame Gear Gamma. Here's a bit of an older top for the deck, but this list is still mostly up to date with the ban list. This is by Manuel S. For an Austria WCQ Regional, it made top 8. This list is hard running the Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer package to synergize with the destruction effects of Unchained. This deck's biggest issue is vulnerability to hand traps. It's not awful at dealing with them, but it's not great either. Grand Maju OTK is a deck revolving around the old card Grand Maju de Aiza, who gains 400 attack points for every banish card. This deck takes advantage of 2 big things. One, it's how easy it is to banish a lot of cards with newer support, like Pot of Desires and Eater of Millions. How some decks can struggle to respond to a normal summon swing in the face, especially through a Kaiju or a Forbidden Droplets. Remember, a lot of the cards in this deck do banish as cost. This deck gets a bit less consistent with Pot of Desires being hit the 2, but the deck is still running at full force. The real problem with the deck right now is it's kind of unfavorable in the current meta. Branded can handle Maju very easily, as can a lot of decks. There's not really a spicy tech right now that plays around the meta, but with this deck's fanbase, I wouldn't be surprised if in a format or 2, this deck starts popping up again. Now it's time for my hottest take in this tier list series. I'm putting 6 Samurai and Strong Rogue. It's the classic monster spam wombo combo deck, just now with a link monster that can search Gateway of the 6 Samurai. This deck has so many extenders it's insane. Kizan and Grandmaster are free special summons. 6 Samurai United and Shin's Dojo threaten free draws and summons from the deck respectively. Isolde is crazy for being a generic extender, or a method to get to Naturia Beast. Azura and Shinai are a really stupid summon loop. By the way, Gateway is still an infinite if it can't be dealt with, but being dealt with is this deck's central problem. The deck does not have a good time with Nibiru. It can handle Ash Blossoms and Inperm well enough, but Nibiru is just a bit much. Nibiru's release corresponds directly with a decrease in the amount of tops of 6 Samurai. Here's my list for 6 Samurai. It's obviously going to be maxing out on anti-hand trap cards, but this deck is still super powerful. Consistency for all 6 Samurai decks is an issue, but a tight 40 card list can avoid most of that. Endymion and Mythical Beast are 2 pendulum decks that revolve around spell counters and are most often played together. The decks revolve around using spell counters for effects. Mythical Beast use spell counters for negates, and Endymion use spell counters for free summons. Outside of having the card with the most amount of text in the game, this deck is notable for being able to pull monsters easily out of the deck just for activating spell cards. Despite this deck's powerful multiple negate inboards, this deck is hurt by the heavy initial cost of the pendulum mechanic, as well as having its best card, Servant of Endymion Limited. Honestly, I think this deck is better than the other Spellcaster pendulum decks, but I might just be a bit biased from Master Duel, where Servant is at 3. Dragon Maid are a mixed bag for competitive play. On one hand, they're able to make multiple negate inboards and have a very strong grind game. On the other hand, Dragon Maids aren't great at playing through disruptions. The deck has a lot of swarming power. In fact, because of that, this deck has use in Dragon Link decks as an engine. But what Dragon Maids do is use their big dragons to extend into little dragons to get consistent value. Then, the deck wants to make multiples of its big fusion, Dragon Maid Shio. This is both an Omni Negate and excellent recursion. Dragon Maid have a lot of outside decks they can run, even if they are considered to be better pure. Branded, Chaos, and Dragon Link are some examples. My leading theory as to why this deck isn't topping is that people who play it are too busy getting, lost in the art, let's say. Lost in the sauce, let's say. Look people, you're still a furry if you're into dragons. True Draco is a tribute-based control deck with the gimmick of being able to tribute spells and traps. True Draco is notable for 3 things. Its back row, triggering destruction effects when they're sent to grave, the large amount of value the deck's monsters and spells can incur, and lastly, how many skill drain type effects the deck gets to run. Think Monarchs, but more modern. True Draco going first can blow out most opponents if they don't see a good amount of removal. Unfortunately though, True Draco have a lot of cards on the ban list. The field spell is limited. Dynamite Knight is semi-limited, and Masterpiece is of course banned. And Card of Demise at 1 hurts this deck. All these take away from the deck's potential top end and consistency, leaving this deck a bit behind in terms of the metagame, but I would not count out the deck at all. Trap Tricks are a link spam trap hole control deck that have slowly been modernized throughout the years into a fairly competent, albeit go first deck. What this deck does is normal summon a level 4 for a trap search, then make a link 1 for more value. Then, depending on the extenders in hand, the deck can then make a link 2, or its variety of rank 4 monsters. At the end of its turn, the deck will have several ways to trap hole the opponent. Of course, this deck really needs to go first, but it has some of the highest power output of any trap deck. A little bit of knowledge of what an opponent is playing or what's in the meta can go a long way, as this deck can specifically search out trap hole cards to counter it. Trap Tricks themselves work with a lot of decks. Anything from Dogmatica to Eldritch to generic rank 4 spam. Here's a top 4 regional list from Ola O for an Island WCQ regional. He was combining a Trap Tricks engine with an Amazement engine by just taking the best 2 cards from Amazement, putting them into a deck. That's incredibly based. Also, he put in a very small Dogmatica engine. Altergeist are a trap, control, and value deck. The central gimmick is that they have a card Multi-Faker, who, when a trap card resolves, he can summon himself and another Altergeist card from the deck for disruption. Also, the deck's main traps get value, give protection, and have disruptions. This makes for a strong core to a deck, even if trap decks themselves can be a bit wonky to pilot. The big question you have to ask yourself when building a trap control deck is what spicy text do you get to run? For Altergeist, I've seen answers ranging from Anti-Spell Fragrance to Mystic Mind, such as this list from Felix Kindly, who made a top 32 at German Nationals. I had a few topping lists to choose from, but I chose this one because I'm biased for Waking the Dragon. Also, Mystic Mind gives so much pressure to control decks, it's insane. The biggest problem with Altergeist is that they're A, a trap deck, and B, their main monsters can be a bit slow. Lunalights are a fusion OTK combo deck. What Lunalights do is send cards to the graveyard for either searches or extra special summoning. Then Lunalights also have a full extra deck of fusion monsters for an easy OTK. What's keeping Lunalights up to date is the Tri-Brigade engine. Right now, the deck is just a mess of spamming link summons. The deck does funny plays like make the Raid Raptor XYZ and Link, and then use it to search a rank up magic to make Cyber Dragon Infinity. Unfortunately, As Tiger is limited, the deck's ability to consistently extend plays is, well, a bit limited. We do have a more recent top for this deck that was played more as a Lincoln XYZ spam variant. Unfortunately, this list is out of date as it ran Verte, but it's still a solid place to start if you're interested in building the deck. This list right here is a more standard list for Lunalights. It's very straightforward in its goals, but it is very consistent. Burning Abyss are most common as a small engine in Phantom Knight decks, but this deck is still quite valid on its own, with a few tops here and there. What the deck aims to do on its own is use powerful trap cards the deck synergizes with to blow out the opponent, such as Needle Sealing, Torrential Tribute, and Fiend Griefing. All of this while doing classic BA combos with Dante and Beatrice for disruption. Of course, this deck still has the classic weaknesses of BA, as well as the weaknesses of a trap deck, but a good or lucky player can take this deck extremely far in a tournament setting. Here's a top 8 list from Justin Truong, who made top 8 at a WCQ regional. We can see him making use of Backjack for extra traps. We can also see the Topologic Trisbani in the extra deck for access to a field wipe, even without Torrential Tribute or Needle Sealing. Overall, this is a pretty good representation of how modern BA builds tend to work. Subterrors are a flip control deck revolving around powerful reusable effects that control the board state. The two main monsters in this deck are Subterror Guru, who's a quick effect Book of Moon, and Subterror Fiendus, who's an easily searchable in-archetype Omnigate hand trap. This immediately gives the deck a disruption core that can shut off a lot of strong decks. Luckily, this deck's field spell, the Hidden City, sets up the entire deck by getting a monster search and a free flip. You see, the Hidden City searches Guru, who when he's flipped can search anything. A cool feature of Subterrors is that you technically don't need to summon anything on your first turn. This means the deck plays nice with cards like Red Eyes Fusion and Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. I've also seen competitive lists running Dogmatica, Buster Blader, and even Numeron. Here's a list by Zabo Tomas, who took first place in the Hungary National Championships. His list is combining Subterrors with a Red Eyes engine and a lot of trap cards. This highlights one of the biggest problems with Subterrors is their heavy preference of going first. It's not the end-all be-all, of course, but it does hurt. Adamantipator are a rock wombo combo deck. Their goal is to basically use its free special summons of monsters to go into whatever generic combo is popular at the time. It used to be Linkross, then it was Verte, now it's just kind of Appaloosa plus Centuria Beast. Outside of the core Adamantipator engine's free special summons, Adamanticipators can make use of generic rock support like Doki Doki and Gallant Granite, who can either search a combo extender or a Nibiru. Most importantly to an Adamantipator deck is the Quacky Meru core. These cards give the deck the ability to play around hand traps. A lucky turn or a good hand will let the deck play around Nibiru. What's holding back Adamanticipators is fragility. A correctly timed Ash Blossom or Nibiru can hard limit the deck's ability to play. Also, with cards like Dark Ruler No More and Forbidden Droplets in the game, fragile monster spam wombo combo decks are less and less popular. I don't have a top list post the ban list because, as mentioned, this deck is a cancer that just sucks the life out of whatever new meta is abusable. But give it a month or so and this deck will top again. If you still want a deck list, you can have my Chronomaly Adamantipator deck profile. It's close enough, right? Zoodiac after the Trident band have moved into being a less popular variant of meta Tri-Brigade decks. At first glance it might seem like Zoodiacs have completely fallen out of the meta, but the Zoos are still seeing competitive results. Mostly this revolves around Zoodiac's ability to set up for a 4-material Divine Arsenal, Alcohol Anonymous Zeus Sky Thunder. But remember, Zoodiac can also give access to situational removal with Zoodiac Whiptail, and Zoodiacs can set up for easy Link 3 shenanigans. Overall, this makes Zoodiacs a very flexible and powerful engine. Here's a topping list by Shakid Asayag. This is a first place list for the Israel National Championship. This list relies a lot more on the Lyrilusk and Tri-Brigade engine, but it makes excellent use of a refined Zoodiac engine for extra power. Honestly, with Zoodiac, it's impressive the deck is still topping, even with 4 cards on the ban list. Do you ever think Konami is just like...
I may have gone too far in a few places.
If these lists with Zoodiac were even more common, I'd rank them higher, but it seems Lyrilusk with just Tri-Brigade is the better build. Also, before you get mad at me for considering this a Zoodiac deck, I think with 4 cards on the ban list, this is the most Zoodiac monsters that can reasonably be run in a deck. In for Noble Knight are a Synchro Fire Warrior spam deck with an equip gimmick. They make Noble Knights a relevant deck by taking out the Noble Knights. What Infernoble Knights aim to do is make their main Synchro monster, Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles, for disruption or an extender, combined with any number of generic extra deck negate shenanigans like Appaloosa and Boarload Savage Dragon. This deck gets to its end goal by using some combination of warrior spam. This could be Fire Flint Lady, Super Quantal Red Lair, or Neospace Connector. The deck can then make Isolde Two Tails of the Noble Knights to set off the rest of its combos. What hurts Infernoble Knights the most as a deck is their inherent lack of disruptions. Infernoble Knights mostly have to look outside of their archetype for plays to make, and they're not the best at making generic plays. When they were meta, it was because of an old broken equip spell card that let the deck rip cards out of the opponent's hand. Now that it's banned, the deck struggles a bit more. Here's a list for Infernoble Knights. This list is by Fernando Morales Mamani, and this deck got first place at the Bolivia National Championship. This list is absolutely insane. It really makes me want to go play in a South American Regionals, because throughout this series, I have seen the most insane things top over there. My favorite part about this list is the 3 exchange he runs. When you think about it, exchange is 100% always better for you than your opponent, especially in a rogue deck like Infernoble Knights. You can either rip a combo piece or blow it from the opponent's hand, while setting all the important cards you would need for your deck. It's genius. Raid Raptor are a Dark Wing Beast XYZ spam deck that steals a lot of support from other archetypes, with random dark type monsters. What Raid Raptors want to do is use their own unique monsters to flood the board, and keep doing it after every XYZ summon. What makes this deck unique is actually being able to make use of rank up magic spell cards. The deck can search them very easily, and has several easy targets as well. First off, the deck can make Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon, who's a Towers monster that makes all your opponent's monsters lose attack. The second option is making Duo Dong King Kali Yugioh on the opponent's turn to effectively skip the opponent's turn. Utopic decks can also do this, but it's much more consistent in Raid Raptors. Lastly, Dark Requiem XYZ Dragon is just an easy monster negate. These extra deck targets give the birds a lot of power output from a relatively unpopular deck. I've seen Raid Raptors paired with Phantom Knights, Rockets, and Samorg, although actual decks seem to use a lot more techs from random archetypes. Here's a third place list from a Columbia WCQ regional by Caesar Rungifo. It's a very cool toolbox extra deck build with just enough gas combo starters and extenders to dramatically reduce bricking. It's got a Rocket engine, a Samorg engine, and a Phantom Knights engine. It's a very cool deck that I wish more people played and experimented with. Salad and Great are the same link spam deck they've always been, focusing on consistent 2-card link combos to set up a full board. What's more, the deck comes packed with a lot of extenders and searchers. It's got 2 ways to search out its main cards with Signet Mining and Salamangreat Circle. Also, the Salamangreat Link 1 searches an extender. Typically, the big play for Salamangreats is using Decode Talk or Heat Soul for free draws, also while having access to generic Cyverse plays. But Salamangreats can also make Apollosa and the arrival Cyverse Adagnister. Salamangreats get easy access to OTKs thanks to Update Jammer and Access Code Talker. What's more notable about Salamangreats is that because of how searchable the engine is, the deck can run a lot of blowout cards and hand traps. The smallest number I've seen in tournament results is 12, but the usual is around 15. Also, Flame Buffalo is a very clean draw too, if it can be seen in hand. Here's the Heat Leo list from Atua's G from the top 4 of a Denmark National Championship. It's a very average list for Salamangreat, just with optimal choices for hand traps and a super right, no-nonsense engine. This is a really good list. Notice the extender of Parallel Exceed. Probably the biggest weakness of Salamangreats is hand traps. A good opponent can make the deck hurt a lot. Although, the deck does have ways to play around hand traps. More so, the biggest issues with Salamangreats would be lackluster inboards. Not bad, but just not super game ending. Zombie World is a powerful control variant of zombies. It revolves around 2 main cards. Zombie World, which turns all cards on the field and graveyard into zombie-type monsters, and Doom King Baldarok, who gives an effect negate and banish whenever a zombie-type monster's effect is activated. Also, Baldarok gives himself a free special summon from grave if you control Zombie World. This deck's got built-in ways to search both Baldarok and Zombie World, so it's all around a very consistent engine. This deck can find its way into every blend of zombie archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! But the most important of which is Eldritch, as both have the most control focus. Eldritch adds in another layer to the control cake of Zombie World. In my opinion, the biggest issues with Zombie World might be how it struggles against decks that activate effects in hand, and the deck typically struggles against back row removal. Here's a list from Tyler Burke as the top 8 in the Richmond WCQ Regional. My man Tyler is running Devouring Sarcophagus, which is somehow my favorite tech in this tier. It's not just one monster steal, but 2. He's then using the monster he steals to make the Vampire XYZs. This is Dune levels of spice. Plunder Patrol are a weird deck all about summoning monsters for free based on what attributes of monsters your opponent controls or has in their graveyard. The deck's main deck consists of level 4 water monsters that mostly special summon themselves to get some sort of value later. This core allows for easy field swarming and access to Bahamut Shark and some more grindy games. The deck's extra deck Synchro and XYZ monsters are both removal and searching. The deck's Fusion Light monster is a monster negate. The deck's 2x extra deck monsters are light and dark, making them very flexible into the current meta. Typically, this deck is paired with the Adventure engine, as the deck's main monsters can all special summon themselves. The main engine of Plunder is very small, letting the deck run a lot of hand traps. Here's a second place list by Cody Michaela for an Indiana WCQ Regional. This is arguably a perfect list for the deck, but in any case, it's got a great handle on the ratios. Beat Trooper and Battle Wasp are two decks that have merged strategies. Originally, this deck was going to be higher on the list, but since every topping list ran Verte and Phoenix Enforcer, I've moved the deck a bit lower for now. What Beat Trooper aims to do is use the easy value of insect links and monster spam to make a full board of links and generic insect disruptions. Typically, this means making Apollosa and number 3 Cicada King for generic disruptions, but for the unique insect disruptions, there's some cool stuff. Beat Trooper Sting Lancer is a better DD Crow hand trap. The deck has synergy with Retaliating Sea hand trap, as it is an insect. Remember, thanks to Goki Pull, these two cards are searchable. The Battle Wasp portion of this deck is mostly just extra summons, but remember that Sting the Poison is an extra monster negate. Beat Trooper and Battle Wasp struggle a little bit when setting up, and a little bit with consistency. Mostly this deck just doesn't output enough to compete with the bigger meta decks, although I'd watch this deck in future. Who knows what card it'll get whenever it comes to the OCG. Madolche are a Wombo Combo XYZ spam deck. What they do is go full combo off 1 or 2 cards in hand to make an easy OTK, or a very quick disruption when going first. Thanks to Madolche petting Sasura, any of the deck's searchers and special summons become an immediate +1, and thanks to the rank 5 Madolche pudding Sess, Chocolat a la mode, a simple plus with petting Sasura becomes plus even more. The deck still has its classic removal option with Madolche Tiramisu, who's a non-targeting shuffle back too. This is cool and all, but why has Madolche aged so well? Well, outside of a healthy amount of legacy support, Madolche can play a lot of hand traps in order to actually go second. Also because of the deck's no cards engraved mechanic, the deck can run Dimension Shifter. All around, lists can fit in around 15 to 18 hand traps, although lists can get away with running less and a more go-first oriented build. Here's a top 4 list from a Denver WCQ Regionals by Ben Smolin. This list is flexing to go both first and second, although second is still preferred. And the list has opted not to run one of the deck's biggest plus machines, Madolche Ticket. Goes in Match is also a very spicy floodgate. This list is flexing to go both first and second. Dinos have been played in a variety of playstyles over the years. Currently the deck is mostly played as a Wombo combo deck. The goal of Dinosaurs is to use a few starters to set up for big negate boards with monsters such as Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, who's a quick effect Book of Moon and an OTK machine, Evolsor Darkia, who's a monster negate, and Evolsor Logia that is a summon and spell and trap negate. Here are 2 of the deck's biggest combos right now. The classic combo is to use Lost World and some Destruction Outlet to destroy Babyosaurus and Petriod and Petite Pterodon from deck or hand. The newer combo uses Scraps for both an extra Destruction Outlet and for easy link fodder. I should also mention the card Miscellaneous Saurus, which is both a combo extender, and he can turn off hand traps and disruptions. He is limited, but he's also searchable, so it's still pretty abusable. Here's the topping list for Dinos. This was by Tristan Hernandez for a top 8 WCQ regionals. This list was based around trying to FTK the opponent. This was done by giving the opponent control of your Bish Balkan, and then popping it with Chronomaly Machu Mech. If the success of this concept does not show you just how flexible and powerful Dinos are, then I don't know what will. Also, this list could just fall back on regular Dino plays if it needs to. What holds back Dinos is consistency. The deck is not able to play through the same level of disruption every game. Misk at 3 helped negate this, but now that it's at 1, it can be very rough. I've moved up agents and ABCs to about here in the Rogue tier list. I think that's very, very fair. Here are some more changes and additions to various parts of the tier list. The new water support in the most recent set means I'm moving up all the miscellaneous water monster decks. This includes Marienses, Karyushin, and the legendary Fisherman. The first deck I've missed is Inferno Tempest OTK. This is a strategy I've added by repeated request. It's all about setting up an OTK with Inferno Tempest and some sort of payoff. Typically this deck likes to stall out the game till it can trigger Inferno Tempest and an OTK. Luckily for this deck, cards like Kaiju make the requirements of Inferno Tempest more consistent, and cards like Mystic Mine enable it to stall. This strategy just depends too much on the opponent, and it's just too slow, so it's not going to get higher than low tier 1. Here we have Defense OTK. It's purely a meme deck based around waiting for your opponent to attack, and then surprising them with a massively thick, defensive monster, and OTKing like that. This strategy not only depends on you not bricking, but it also depends on our opponent not having removal or negates to stop the effect. If the opponent doesn't swing into your monster, you cannot win the game. It's more consistent and powerful than it should be, but it's not good as your opponent can't know what you're playing. The deck falls in the low tier 1. Performer Pals are a weird deck to rate just because there are 108 of them. None of them are usually good on their own as a deck, and a lot of the decks I've seen with them as something more than a tech are bad anime garbage. In small doses, they're great support for pendulums, but in large amounts, they're just bad. The middle of casual seems like a good place for them. If anyone wants to give me something more with them, feel free to drop by the Discord and explain all 108 cards of the archetype and deck. I think it would be very funny. Today's video is about the decks that fall into tier 8, 9, and 10, or the meta decks in the game. Every archetype on this list represents the strongest variant of that deck. For example, Necros would be ranked as Dogmatica Necros because that is the best variant of the deck. However, Dogmatica on the list would be ranked as something closer to Dogmatica, Eldritch, or an adventure type pile. If you like the series, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It helps these videos get more traction, which makes it easier for me to gather research. Also, on my website, there's a copy of this tier list in full for you to look at, as well as a text document listing all of the decks covered. Meta decks are the decks that commonly dominate every competitive event. These are the decks that most players will only just cover for their tier list. Remember one thing going into this tier. I do put these in a particular order for a reason. These top tiers get kinda funky though. This is because most of these decks can hybridize into each other. It's not uncommon for tournament results to have decks like Punk, Theron, Adventure branded. I'll be showing off mostly deck lists that I think reflect the deck's best competitive performance. At least all of these decks will be showing a topping list. Let's get right into it. Just barely scraping into weak meta is Phantom Knights. Phantom Knights are the graveyard wombo combo deck with the ability to crank out 4 negate boards turn 1 and do it again next turn. What the main deck Phantom Knights have is an okay on-field effect, but they have massive recursion abilities when in grave. For example, Torn Scale is a free special summon, and Silent Boots is a free search. But what drives these pieces is the 2 larger combo enablers of Cherubini of the Burning Abyss and the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche. Cherubini of the Burning Abyss, at the cost of 2 level 3 monsters and some consistency, gives access to the 2 best BA monsters, meaning a free 2 extra monsters. Rusty Bardiche lets us send one of our Phantom Knight cards from deck to grave, the Search of Phantom Knight card. This equates to, at a minimum, 2 monster negates. But Phantom Knights also have access to some powerful wombo combos. Phantom Knights of Break Swords and Artifact Dagda let Phantom Knights abuse Artifact Scythe. Phantom Knights also have their own built-up rank-up magic that can set up for some extra negates. Here's a first-place list from the Chile National Championship by Brayan Pachenko. He opted to strengthen the deck's consistency by adding in a Punk engine. Phantom Knight's biggest issue is consistency. Surprisingly, the Adventure engine doesn't overly hurt this, as Enchantress is a free level 3. Evil Twin are a Link combo recursion deck. The goal of this is to make their Link 4 Evil Twins Trouble Sunny, who can summon back the deck's 2 or lower Link monsters at quick effect speed, while also being a starter and removal option in grave. The deck's 2 lower Links are able to give a draw and a destruction when they're summoned, as well as potentially being able to summon out monsters from the graveyard. This destruction gives the deck the ability to play an Artifact Scythe engine to enable Artifact Scythe block. The Evil Twin main deck is very light, consisting of 9 searchers, one of which burns the opponent throughout the game, and a potential 9 to 12 monsters. This leaves room for around 20 staple cards and or hand traps. This is how the deck makes up for its lackluster built-in disruptions. Here's a top 8 list from James M. from a New Zealand regional. It's a solid 12 hand traps plus crossout plus forbidden droplets, and that's just a whole lot of flexibility. Ritual Worlds are the toxic monster spam deck that first sprung into relevancy by being able to make True King of all Calamities really consistently. Now that that's banned, the deck just makes a whole lot of everything. The deck functions by having its main deck monsters summon themselves out the field by sending another Virtual World card from the deck to the graveyard. The cards sent to grave then have additional engrave effects to help trigger other card effects. The deck's 2 main levels are 3 and 6. This gives the deck access to some of the best ranks and synchros in the game. The deck's own boss monster, Virtual World QB Shinshin, is a self-recurring macrocosmos on legs. What the deck likes to do this format is abuse Fairy Tale Snow and Beatrice Lady of the Eternal for value. The deck's abilities to dump a lot of cards into the graveyard is perfect fodder for Snow's banish requirements. From there, the deck can play into a Sword Soul Chingying for more removal. More generic variants of Virtual World do top, although the Snow list is more popular. Here's a top 8 list by Jonathan Malga from the South American National Championships. This list is running a lot of 3-ofs, as the Virtual engine is almost entirely all usable. Shaddoll are the OG Fusion Control value deck. They're held up by sheer popularity and the card El Shaddoll Window. Shaddoll Window does 3 things. First, it has destruction protection from card effects. Second, Window recur spell and traps when sent to graveyard. Last, she limits both players into special summoning only once per turn. This is one of the best floodgate monsters in the game, and it can stop quite a few decks dead in their tracks. Because Window is immune to destruction, it forces your opponent into opening a blowout card like Droplets, or an effect negate like Impermanence. Outside of Window, the deck has 2 main methods of fusion summoning, either with Shaddoll Fusion, who lets us use materials from the deck if our opponent controls a monster summoned from the extra deck, or we can use Shaddoll Schism, which lets us banish materials from the field or grave to summon. Shaddoll monsters when sent to grave have a variety of useful effects, like drawing a card, popping a spell or trap, or just summoning a Shaddoll monster in deck. The Shaddoll extra deck opens us up to a variety of effects, like Construct, who's both a free send and battle removal, or Alpacone, who is a monster negate. Alpacone also has a fun effect when sent to graveyard of letting the player search any Shaddoll card from deck or grave. This means if Alpacone can be sent to graveyard, the deck has access to the Shaddoll extra deck, and specifically El Shaddoll Winda. This is why Shaddolls are commonly paired with Dogmatica, even if Shaddolls do also work with Invoked and Branded. Here's a top 4 list from Richmond Regional by Ryan McGee. He's making use of a Fright for a Patchwork engine for free extenders and easier access to cards like Guardian Chimera. This list also uses Invoked and Shaddoll. Now, if you want to play this deck on Master Duel, check out my list right here. Gotta get my promotion in here somewhere, because YouTube ain't gonna do it anymore. Invoked are a deck that turns a normal summon into a free negate or free OTK. Basically, the deck's fusion spell lets the deck use materials from field, hand, or either graveyard to make a fusion. Alistair the Invoker searches the fusion spell when he's normal summoned, and the deck's field spell searches him. The fusion spell then lets us put back Alistair into her hand after he's used for a fusion summon. This means the deck has 7 cards that search out a fusion combo without using our other cards in hand. Thanks to the Link 1 Salomon Great Illumirage and Secure Gardener, the deck always has access to the attributes of cards required for the deck's powerful fusion monsters. Invoked Mechaba is an Omni Negate for a discard, Invoked Purgatrio is an OTK enabler, and Invoked Argrades is a monster pop on summon and on our opponent's special summon. Overall, this makes Invoked an amazing engine for decks that don't need their normal summon, like Shaddoll, Dogmatica, Eldritch, Branded, and Generator, and a whole lot more. Here's a top 8 list from the Brazil National Championship by Mateus Henrique. This list opted to run Invoked with Branded and Dogmatica. Weirdly enough, this list, as well as a lot of other, have opted to not run Invoked Purgatrio, instead of relying on other forms of OTK pressure. Tribrigade and Lyral Lusk are another 2 decks that have blended together. Despite how versatile Tribrigade has been throughout the tier list, this has consistently been one of the best performing Tribrigade variants. So how does this deck work? Well, the Tribrigade portion of the deck makes free links by banishing materials from graveyard. Any Beast, Winged Beast, or Beast Warrior type link can be made. This combo can be done by discarding the card Tribrigade Fractal as a starter. Secondarily, the Tribrigade engine can abuse the cards Tribrigade Shurag, the Ominous Omen, for extra removal, and Tribrigade Revolt for crazy disruption and recursion plays on the opponent's turn. Tribrigade Revolt is searchable, so the Tribrigade engine is quite powerful. Lyral Lusk are a level 1 Winged Beast spam deck that happens to work very well with links. The main deck monsters perform a combination of effects that special summon themselves or other cards, or they can search out pieces directly from the deck. The card Lyral Bird Call is a search 1, special 1 from hand. This is one of the most insane support cards in the entire game, and I think a case could be made that a lot of rogue decks could become relevant with this card. That's not to say Lyral would be unplayable without it, but having such a strong starter and extender goes a long way. The Lyral extra deck is a fantastic toolbox of everything the deck could need. Ensemble Blue is a quick effect compulsory evacuation effect, Recital Starling is a searcher, and the symbol Nightingale can attack directly for Zeus plays. Lyral are very good at playing around hand traps, although with Recital Starling being hit to 1, the ban list kinda has kneecapped this deck's power ceiling. Here's a second place list by Eric Lima from the Brazil National Championship. This list has a ton of graveyard hate, using both 3DD Crow and Harslinger, the Desperate Doom Eagle. That's right, I'll pronounce it like that. Addict Nishtor are a link combo deck that has 2 goals. First, to make their own Towers monster, the Arrival Cyverse, and the second goal is to abuse generic Cyverse plays. Generic link plays the deck tends to make are Decode Talker Heat Soul for value, and Access Code Talker with Update Jammer for easy OTKs. The deck's built-in Towers monster regularly hits 4 to 5k attack and makes free tokens. But the star of the show is the surprisingly resilient engine. The deck's field spell, Ignister Island, lets you special summon multiple Addict Nishtor cards from the hand. The field spell is searchable off the deck's Link 1, making it an insanely powerful extender. Quite a few of the main deck Addict Nishtor monsters get searches or other solid effects when they're summoned at all. The Cyverse extra deck gives an insane number of extenders. Overall, this leaves Addict Nistors as a very good Cyverse combo deck. Here's the top 8 list from Quan Zhou from the Denmark National Championships. It's running a solid 12 hand traps, and making use of the variety of effects the deck has access to. Dogmatica are an extra deck combo engine. Basically, if a deck can either not care about special summoning from the extra deck, or can do all their summoning first, Dogmatica can be a crazy extending deck. Dogmatica simply let us use our extra deck as a toolbox by sending cards from the extra deck to the grave. Nadir Servant searches a Dogmatica and dumps an extra deck card from deck to graveyard. There's a ton of options with this. Natis for a simple pop 1, Titanclad for Dogmatica search, Hail for ritual shenanigans, Shaddoll Alpacone for the entire Shaddoll extra deck to become suddenly possible. But the only real downside to this is Nadir Servant is semi-limited. The other way this deck has to get extra deck dumping is through Dogmatica Maximus, who makes both you and your opponent dump 2 cards from the extra deck to graveyard. This, needless to say, is very risky in a branded meta, or against quite a lot of the powerful decks this format. Maximus is very high risk, high reward. Ecclesia is an extra searcher, and Fleur de Lis is a monster negate. Dogmatica excel at pushing out already powerful boards. As such, there are a large number of decks they can be blended with. Some highlights are Eldritch, Invoked, Branded, Shaddoll, Necroz, and Adventure. Here's a top 8 list from a WCQ regional by Danny. This list combined Dogmatica with Invoked and also used DPE. This list was running Verte, but honestly it's the closest thing to being up to date that still ran the full set of Dogmatica. You can notice that this list is running the Shaddoll, Alpacone, and Shaddoll Schism engine for the full combo, as well as having options with Natis and Titanclad. Our next deck is Eldritch. Eldritch are the trap zombie control deck whose main gimmick is having all of its spells and traps be able to pull out other spells and traps when they're in graveyard. This gives Eldritch one of the best grind games in the game, as well as a back row engine deck that can work with a lot of other engines, such as the previously mentioned Dogmatica, but also things like Despia, Theron, Punked, Invoked, and Shaddoll. Eldritch's main trap disruptions are a card pop, a DD Chrome, and a spell of trap negate. It might not seem like a lot, but most of these traps are trap monsters, so they can also be used as leak fodder as well as recurring themselves out of the deck. The only real cost to this is having to summon out Eldritch the Golden Lord for those disruptions. Luckily, Eldritch himself has an amazing effect for summoning himself, as well as good removal options. But Eldritch have a trap and multiple spells that just summon him right out the deck. Eldritch are also quite notorious for being able to abuse a lot of generic floodgates, like Skill Drain. Here's a top 8 list by Giovanni Coral from the Central American National Championship. He opted to combine Eldritch with Dogmatica, Branded, and Invoked. There's a lot going on in this list, but it's a really cool concept of using Branded Fusion or Invoked for a starting play, and then just blowing out your opponent with Eldritch. Eldritch's biggest problem is that it's a back row deck in a format with Lightning Storm, and Eldritch cards require Eldritch to be on the field, and that summon can be disrupted. Welcome to a very obnoxious corner of the tier list. It's Drytron in all of its variants. There are 3 of them, and how good or bad they are is a hot mess. The 3 variants are Herald, Megalith, Magic-Key, and Pure could be considered a 4th. All these lists have topped at some point very recently, and are honestly all on the verge of merging into one hybrid ritual combo deck. But let's get into what Drytrons do, and then I'll talk about its variants. Also, Magic-Key have been moved into tier 5. It's kinda like they got solved halfway through the tier list development, so that's cool. But adding in 1 or 2 cards to Drytron doesn't make Magic-Key a meta deck. Drytron are a ritual deck that have tons of synergy and just have an insane number of extenders and starters. All of them decks main deck monsters tribute 1 from hand to special summon themselves and search 1 or special 1. They have access to an untargetable searcher, and one of their spell cards is a straight up summon 1 from deck. Let's go back to the main deck monsters. They provide a tribute outlet for cards like the Cyber Angels to set up for any ritual monster to be summoned. Drytrons also have a rank 1 XYZ that's an easy spell of trap negate that can still use its materials as materials for ritual summon. Drytrons can also use Herald of the Orange Light for extra negates and anti-hand trap power. So our first and probably worst variant is Herald. The goal of this build is to make Herald of Ultimateness with a ton of materials in hand to mass negate our opponent's board, all while using the aforementioned Herald of Orange Light and Divine Elf Herald for value and synchro materials. While since Eva got hit, this deck definitely isn't the best deck in the game, it still is very strong, and does the most to stretch what I'm defining as a deck on the tier list. Now for a significantly better build is Megalith Drytron. Megalith are a band of rock ritual monsters with the ability to use themselves as ritual spell. Megalith are quite decent on their own, that have really found a niche in becoming a part of the Drytron hive mind. It really revolves around 3 main monsters: Megalith Airtron, who's a protection effect, Megalith Ophio, who's a level 4 that searches, and Megalith Fool, and Megalith Fool, who can become a level 4 and recur a ritual monster in grave. Can summon save free link materials and amazing options. Here's a topping list of this variant of Megaliths. This list is by Jordi Wang, who made top 4 of the Spanish National Championships. I appreciate the one of anti-spell fragrance. It's respectable. Our next variant of Drytron is the Magic-Key / Pure Drytron. Basically, what if we just honed in on those classic Drytron combos, but replace Herald with a much easier to summon Magic-Key ritual? Magic-Key Beetle Buster searches the trap Magic-Key Unlock, which is a spell of trap negate that forces all face-up monsters to be locked into a single attribute. Here's the topping list for the Magic-Key build of Drytron. This list is by Alexander Manok, who took first place at the Bulgarian National Championship. As you can see, this list is also running Megaliths. The Drytron hive mind will inevitably consume all. My prediction is that Drytron will just become like Dragon Link and cannibalize every new ritual deck like Dragon Link does to every new dragon combo. Here's where I moved up ABC. Well, the value control deck of Sky Strikers is still going super strong. What Sky Strikers do is seek to abuse value cards like Sky Striker Mobilize and Gauge, Sky Striker H Skari, and Sky Striker H Shizuku for value and an answer to every situation. Let's look at the answers. First off, we have the Sky Striker Maneuvers, which are a simple pop 1 monster and spell. Sky Striker Mecha Shark Cannon is a DD Crow that can set you up for link plays. Sky Striker Mecha Module, Widow Anchor, is a monster negate that steals the monster. The aforementioned Kagari, and also Mecha Module, Multi-Roll, get to recur these cards for basically free. That's insane. But in order to compete, it needs something more. And that something more is Mystic Mine. And sometimes Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. Here's the top 8 list from the German National Championships. This list was by Lucas Hortzman. It's a very refined list for Sky Striker. It's nothing but the core of what's necessary, and 2 Mystical Space Typhoon. But that's what Sky Strikers get to. If a player plays well with Sky Strikers, it can take the player very far. Rockets or Dragon Link are a set of dragon cards that all synergize together for crazy combos. I'll break down a few of the key combos. Quick Launch can pull out a rocket card, which can make Striker Dragon, which can search Boot Sector Launch. Another combo is to use Chaos Space on the 2 Wyvern Busters. Yet another combo is Red Rose Dragons, which can pull themselves out of deck when used as synchro material. Yet another engine is the Punk engine, which we'll get to in a later segment. Dragon Link's inboard is some combination of Borlode Savage Dragon, Hieratic Seal the Heavenly Spirism, Baron de Fleur, whatever gets brought in by the outside engines. Also, Dragon Link work wonders with Adventure. Dragon Link do have a fair presence on the ban list. By being so generic and splashable, a lot of the extra deck extenders have been hit. Here's a top 8 list from the Switzerland National Championship. This list was piloted by First Karatas. It's a 50 card list. Dragon Link are very prone to going over 40 cards. More cards means more extenders and less chance of drawing bricks. This is also a good place to mention that Dragon Link can make use of Psy-Frame Gear Gamma, as a lot of its starters aren't necessarily activated in the monster zone. Flunderies are a normal summon banished synergy deck that are able to make use of a ton of powerful synergies for value. At their core, Flunderies monsters work by having lower monsters that can chain together normal summons and searches to then tribute into their big card Flunderies and Impen, who is both a spell search and prevents the effect of all special summon monsters from being activated. And Impen has some battle protection. Flunderies are constantly able to add themselves back from being banished, as well as chain blocking their effects. The deck's field spell lets the deck summon on the opponent's turn with funny results, such as making Rise of the Mega Monarch, Barrier Statue of the Torrent, and Mist Valley Apex Avian. A poor hand can struggle with hand traps, but this deck has a ton of ways to play around that. The deck can run up to 9 pot cards, be it Prosperity, Extravagance, or Duality. The deck has 2 spell card searchers and Terraforming, so consistency is almost always very good. The deck can make use of Dimensional Shifter, who's extremely powerful in just about every meta, and the deck can search DD Crow. Here's a top 8 list from the Brazil National Championships by Bruno Ferraz. It's a very tight and clean list, making use of Rise of the Mega Monarch and Mist Valley Apex Avian. This is a very tight list, running everything at its perfect ratio. Theron are a deck or engine that's synergized around being able to special summon themselves by equipping cards from the graveyard. The requirements for such are either another Theron card or a specific type relating to what every type of Theron the monster is. This gives big synergy to machine and plant decks. Theron King Regulus is a big playmaker of the deck. He gives access to a quick effect Omni Negate, and he still has the Theron effect to special summon himself. Backing him up, we have the deck's 2 big searchers, Theron Lily Borea and Theron Disco Coliseum. This means Theron have a consistent Omni Negate. Combine this with engines like Adventure, Punk, Sun Avalon, and even ABC, and you have a very solid set of disruptions. Here's the top 8 list from a WCQ regional by Alan D. As you can see, Theron are really a hybrid deck at their core. This list is incorporating 2 decks that are about to show up in this tier, Adventure and Punk. This list is abusing Artifact Scythe Lock, as well as Naturia Beast, for an extremely powerful board. Punk are a cool spam summon deck that are just a little too generic for their own good. What makes this deck tick is a few key cards that are practically free. No Punk Foxy Tune can discard herself and another card from hand to summon any non-level 8 Punk from the deck. No Punk Zia Min lets us pay 600 life points to search a Punk monster. And no Punk Ogre Dancer lets us discard him to search any non-level 8 Punk monster. Lastly, no Punk Deer Note, when she is sent to the graveyard from field, summons a Punk monster from grave. These cards in combination with each other make a very free, very flexible, and very powerful summon engine. At its most basic, the deck can set up for just a Halki Fibrax and a level 3 or 8 monster, but the combo can also set up for a free rank 8 XYZ in value. Of course, these things can get more value than what I'm listing. It's important to remember that this can usually be achieved without normal summoning and only using 1 or 2 cards in hand. Emergency Teleport can also start the combo. If a deck commits to a higher number of Punk cards, the Punk Fusion can pull any 2 Punk monsters out of the deck, or the Punk Synchro can be used as a quick effect, double compulsory evacuation device. Even running a large Punk package, the deck can still fit in a lot of hand traps. Remember, your deck doesn't need to make a ridiculous amount of negates if you have hand traps. Hand traps can't be hit by Forbidden Droplet. Here's the top 8 list from the Central American National Championships from Maciel Garcia. He opted for using this deck's strength as a synchro engine and combined it with Theron for an extra kick. I really like this deck's usage of Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity. Punk are most commonly paired with Theron, but they really do work well with most decks if you try for it. Punk were really hard to rank because a large number of tops for this deck were just other decks using Punk as an engine. I do believe this is a very fair spot for them, but it's only like 2 more weeks before it happens. Tinny and Sword Soul are a last pair of decks that have merged with each other. Sword Soul are a very powerful set of synchro combo enablers, and Tinny are a bunch of free special summons with typing synergy with Sword Soul. Let me explain the basic Sword Soul combos first. Basically, the main monsters of Mo Yi and Long Yuan make tokens which immediately let the player go into a level 8 or level 10 synchro monster. The level 8 synchro monster Sword Soul checks out, searches another Sword Soul monster from the deck, and still has an effect negate. So from the Singer Summon of Mo Yi, the deck gets 2 disruptions, and because both Mo Yi and Long Yuan have when used as material effects, the synchro monster effects can be chain blocked. Mo Yi's skill is to draw one, so have fun not losing a card in hand. And Sword Souls also have multiple searchers to get to this combo. Tinnies work a bit differently. They special summon themselves for free if you control no effect monsters, and can banish themselves from grave for additional effects. With the Sword Soul deck, Tinnies have a variety of purpose. They can be free materials so the deck can make Yazi Evil Yang Zing, or Tinnies can function as removal and recursion options. Tinnies can also make their built-in link monsters for removal options. The Tinny spell lineup also lets the deck set up for basically anything. Here's a topping list that was ran by both Lucas Window and Henry Dopide at the Germany National Championships, who made top 8 and top 16 respectively. It's a very interesting list with a lot of 2-ofs. We can definitely see from this list just how much flexibility the deck has. Adventure's in a bit of a weird spot, being on the tier list at all. It's more so an engine and not fully a deck, but it doesn't feel fair to cover such an impactful set of cards as being significantly lower on the tier list than the representation deserves. There are quite a few decks that do almost exclusively use the adventure cards as their main strategy, so I will count the deck. What Adventures do is set up for the card Wandering Griffin Rider, who is a reusable Omni Negate, but a lot happens while setting up for this. First, the cards Water Enchantress of the Temple and Rite of Aramisal can search a deck's main card, Fateful Adventure, while also getting a free token. Fateful Adventure lets the deck search Griffin Rider for the cost of a discard and to get a free equip spell in the process. The only real cost to this engine is it doesn't work with decks that are dependent around their normal summon. Rest in Peace Invoked. But Enchantress can also summon herself for free, giving so much flexibility to this already stacked engine. I'm not going to show a deck list because I think you all have seen enough of this deck throughout this video. This brings us to the best deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, Despia. Despia, as a deck, revolve around the card Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion lets us fusion summon one monster that requires Fallen of Abaz using materials from the deck. The deck's fusion monsters immediately let us summon again using the materials we sent to grave. This effectively means that if Branded Fusion can resolve, the deck can effectively do anything. The deck has 2 main ways to get Branded Fusion, being Alibur, Jester of Despia, who searches a branded spell, and Branded Opening, which can summon out Alibur. All in all, with the extenders, this makes the Despia core only like 15 to 20 cards in the main deck. That leaves room for an unholy amount of hand traps, or outside engines like Punk, Adventure, or Shadal. In my opinion, the best variant is with the Adventure engine. As we can see from this deck list, which won first place at the Denmark National Championship. This list was by Junda Zhang, and it's very powerful. A key way this deck gets disruption is by fusing into the card Guardian Chimera on the opponent's turn. Chimera lets the player pop and draw cards, depending on where the materials for the summon come from. So all in all, Branded have one of the best 1-card combos in the game, and multiple ways to search it. Synergy with a lot of outside archetypes, and the ability to run a lot of hand traps. As you can see, Branded are extremely strong. Now, for Tier 10. There's nothing here! You. We're not in an overwhelming format right now. There's definitely better decks than other decks right now, but there's nothing that meets the definition of invalidating everything else in the game. We'll see what splites do on release, but for now, here we are. So here's the miscellaneous changes I'm making before we wrap up the series. Mecha Phantom Beast have been moved into Tier 3 after being re-reviewed. Dream Hero got new support, so they get moved higher in Tier 4. Sylvan's got one of the best Link 2s in the whole game, so they move up a little bit in Tier 4, because it's more so just generic plant support. And Sylvans are still held down by their overwhelming problems. Symphonic Warriors move to the top of Tier 4 with a new support. Ice Chain move up a bit in Tier 5 with their new support. I've already said I'm moving up Magic Key to Tier 5. The decks are definitely better built now, but still not meta. I'm moving up Libromancer and Sun Avalon into high Tier 5. Avalon doesn't top a whole lot, so it's honestly fine in Tier 6. And Libromancers are really starting to put in work in several topping lists. The weather and the new support become competent in tier 6, and Predaplant have enough tops to move up into tier 7. People keep attacking me in the comments about why I didn't rank some decks higher when it didn't have a lot of tops at the time. This gets me into a whole thing about people are just pointlessly awful and toxic when it comes to this series. I believe I called the Neos players brain damaged, but they weren't the ones who sent me borderline death threats. Alright, last up we're going to have a Q&A segment. Will you update the tier list? Yes, I will be updating the tier list sporadically. It won't be every main set, but it's not going to be neglected either. Basically, every new massive format shift, I'll come back and update the tier list. It'll be a fun way to handle ban list reactions too. What sort of playtesting is involved with tiering the decks? Well, I try to playtest every deck in this list. My process for tiering the deck was basically doing a preliminary sort of every deck into a tier. Then I would analyze every deck on the tier and decide if it actually belonged there. This part included looking for tournament results and other people's coverage. Next, for every video, I would go through and play each deck in the tier one at a time, either among friends or just randomly, be it on Dueling Book, Yugioh Pro, or the occasional in paper deck. While I'm playing the deck, I'd write my summary on what the deck does and how I feel about it. The big downside to this was it took a very long time. At first I'd do this for 1 or 2 decks a night, but as it kept going I'd force myself to cover more and more, until the 70 decks or so would be covered. Some decks didn't get all the playtesting time they needed, and it resulted in some mistakes in tiering. For example, take DDDs. I didn't quite give myself enough time to learn DDDs, which are a very complex deck, and they have quite a few builds which can dramatically change some of the lines of play. And of course, some decks which I'd played extensively before the tier list series, like Noble Knights or Ghost Tricks, weren't playtested as I had already played them a lot. In conclusion, there's no way I'd ever have been able to do this series in one part like it was originally intended. Well, with any accuracy. Another method of double-checking a deck's placement in tiers is through some benchmark decks. Like if a deck is worse than Blue Eyes, it's definitely casual. Or if a deck is worse than Dark Magicians, it's probably not Rogue. This helped a lot more for the lower decks and the higher decks, which depended a lot more on tournament results than my personal opinions. Would you ever consider hosting tournaments for decks only in one tier? Not really. It was tried already with JCD Godot and Gafar format. I think it's gone well, but it's a bit different from what people keep asking me. I personally don't want to host tournaments, and if I did, they would most likely be a lot more gimmicky than just locked into a single tier. Do you think that archetypes in lower tiers would do well in a speed duel or dueling style format? The answer is overwhelmingly yes. Look at Shiranui. They were meta in Duel Links for a while. I'd love for a lot of bad pack filler in Yu-Gi-Oh! To get its chance to shine one day. But that's on Konami to actually produce and promote. I've been playing a lot of Duelist of the Roses recently for a secret project, and a roguelike deck building game would do wonders for a lot of these bad archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh! About how many sleepless nights did you have while putting this series together? Too many. Honestly, despite how much enthusiasm I initially had for this series, it has worn me out a lot. There's this weird feeling I have when I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, where I know everything about what a deck can do, but most of the good knowledge is just kind of blocked out by what I learned about useless decks like ninjas or slime. However, I don't regret all the work I put into the series, and it's made me very happy to see all the positive feedback from all of you. Thank you all for watching what's probably been a 4-hour series. You'll tell me when I put the mega comp together. It does mean so much. I hope all of you will stick with me in future. I have a lot more plans for big videos outside of deck profiles. I really hope to see you guys in the future. Thank you.